Since the lake was 100 kilometers squared, a lot of time was needed to go around. However, with Luo Feng's speed, not even 1 hour was needed to walk most of the distance while observing the lake at the same time. As he walked, Luo Feng didn't discover anything special. After that, Luo Feng sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. The night passed quickly. Dawn of the second day, the sun was rising. Luo Feng sat on the grass as he looked towards the lake. The lake in front of him was still covered in a layer of mist, which got thicker towards the center. And, on the land surrounding the lake, there wasn't any mist at all. Like I thought, the mist is there whether or not it's day or night. Visibility in the day is way better than at night. Even with Luo Feng's war god level vision, Luo Feng could barely see past 100 meters last night. It would be amazing for a regular person to see past 5 meters. Now that the sun has risen, Luo Feng could see past around 200 meters. Truthfully, for war god level fighters, a distance of 200 meters just needs a simple wave from their body to cover. I'll go in and see. Luo Feng jumped onto the hexagonal shield floating beside him. With his feet on the shield, he swiftly flew deep towards the center of the lake. The mist emanated, aquatic plants were abundant on this wide lake. At times, weird noises could be heard, and surface of the water would ripple as a result. The human eye couldn't see below the surface of the lake. Just what you'd expect from a lake that was 100 kilometers squared. There are definitely a lot of water-type monsters here, thought Luo Feng to himself. Rivers of the width he was moving forward in before definitely couldn't be home to any powerful water-type monsters, so Luo Feng had an easy ride underwater. But for large lakes like these, hard to say. And water-type monsters are known for being difficult to deal with, because the sea is their heaven. The vast sea gives birth to many odd, yet powerful monsters. So even war gods aren't willing to go to sea, and won't easily enter large lakes like these either. Whoosh! Luo Feng swiftly flew forward, causing turbulence in the lake water below him. Hiss! A large, blue light made of electricity ferociously lit up. Hiss! Dot! Densely packed blue lights instantly lit up the area of the lake. The blue lights curved like snakes. Luo Feng, who was completely unprepared, was completely hit by the densely packed lights after just dodging the first light. Not because Luo Feng's dodging abilities aren't good enough, but because these lights freely curved in midair with no order to them at all. Not good. Luo Feng felt his entire body go numb and his mind becoming shaky. His body started falling from midair. The time it took for him to fall was quite long. A war god could move faster. Around 2 seconds is required to fall from a height of 20 meters. Luo Feng was alarmed. When there was only a distance of 6 to 7 meters left between him and the lake below, weird monster howls could be heard. At the same time, long, cylinder-shaped monsters with green scales ferociously leaped out from the water. Electricity was encircling the scales of these monsters, and some of them had horns on their heads. These monsters opened their mouths wide open right when they came out of the water. Get out! Roared Luo Feng. 6 lights of death bursted out with Luo Feng as their center. Whoosh! 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 The 6 throwing knives instantly drew across the water-type monster horde. They even went in a circle, piercing through many monsters. These monsters all let out cries of pain, and monsters that were lucky enough to survive all let out streams of electricity and rage. Whoosh! Dot! However, while controlling the throwing knives, Luo Feng stood on the shield to his side and swiftly flew back up. Thankfully, the attacks of these water-type monsters weren't as organized as before, which allowed Luo Feng to escape. Phew, almost died here. After flying up to a distance of 50 meters above the lake, Luo Feng found that his forehead and back were drenched in a cold sweat. He's been in tricky situations before and even dared to fight against high-level horde leader monsters up front. But he didn't think he would almost die here. If he woke up slightly later, those monsters definitely would have chewed his head up. Eel-type water-type monsters? Steel wire electric eel. Horned electric eel. With a glance, he discovered the various eel-type monsters below him. There were over 100 fish-type monsters that could discharge electricity on this world. However, monsters form hordes, so the monster horde that attacked Luo Feng was an electric eel-type water-type monster horde. Monsters that could discharge electricity were always feared by human fighters. Powerful water-type monsters capable of discharging electricity, especially when they do it together, can instantly knock out powerful war gods. When they're knocked out, even war gods can do nothing against the electric eels. They can't do anything about it. I need to be careful. There are millions of different types of monsters, and many of them have special abilities. I might lose my life if I'm not careful. Luo Feng flew up to an altitude of 50 meters and then carefully flew forward. While flying, he could hear all sorts of weird noises carrying from the lake. Clearly, there was an alarming number of monsters in the lake. Howl. A horrifying howl boomed next to Luo Feng's ear. At the same time, an incredible force instantly landed on Luo Feng's body, causing Luo Feng to helplessly fall. Fuck. Can't believe another water-type monster attacked me. Luo Feng desperately controlled his spiritual force to make himself hover. But his body helplessly fell. Hoo-hoo. An incredible whirlpool was forming in the lake below him. The center of the whirlpool was a black hole. Under the white mist, the black hole was blurry, and the black hole was crazily swallowing everything above it. Its powerful suction power prevented Luo Feng from flying away for a bit. Keep in mind that Luo Feng's spiritual force was virtually at an advanced level war god level. Big guy. Luo Feng lowered his head and laughed. Whoosh. Whoosh. Two SS great throwing knives rapidly shot downwards, straight towards the large black hole. Shie. Shie. Ya. An ear-piercing cry that sounded like a baby's instantly rang across the sky. The sound was enormous and ear-piercing, causing Luo Feng to subconsciously cover his ears. In the raging waters below, a dark red-colored blood was mixed within. And that black hole, with its suction power, completely disappeared. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two throwing knives landed in Luo Feng's pockets mid-air. What a powerful monster! My throwing knives only barely managed to scratch the surface of its skin before they were blocked by its bones. Luo Feng was controlling the throwing knives, so of course he was clear that his throwing knives only injured the monster slightly. It usually roars, but when it's startled, it cries like a baby. Its suction power is startling? What kind of water-type monster is this? In terms of the number of species, the number of monsters on land barely make up a portion of the number of monsters in the sea. There were over 10,000 different species of monsters on land. One could imagine how many different water-type monsters there were. Adding to that, fighters spend most of their time on land. As a result, Luo Feng, like other fighters, didn't know much about water-type monsters. He only knew some common, famous ones. I'll continue forward. I want to see for myself how strange this lake is, mumbled Luo Feng to himself. But at the same time, 6 throwing knives hovered around him. He also flew up another 30 meters, reaching an altitude of 80 meters. Finally, Luo Feng landed on a beach. Finally reached the island at the center. Balls of sweat appeared on Luo Feng's nose. He was startled quite a bit on his way. Other than his near-death experience from the attack of the electric eel horde, Luo Feng also saw 2 large water-type monsters killing each other. He also saw a dragon, at least 100 meters long, eating. Anyway, the number of powerful water-type monsters in this lake were unexpectedly many. Quite odd. Normally, it would be amazing for a lake that was around 100 kilometers squared to be the home of 2 or 3 powerful water-type monsters. But this lake. Luo Feng already saw 7 or 8 extremely powerful water-type monsters on his way here. And don't even mention the even more powerful ones hiding below. The density of powerful monsters was too great. This goes against common sense. There must be a cause behind all of this. Luo Feng walked on the beach and looked at the thick forest ahead of him. The island in the center of the lake was like a primitive forest. There were many large trees standing and plants were abundant everywhere. Luo Feng couldn't help but to start ascending, and he flew higher and higher. He looked at the island below him. This mysterious island was covered in mist like always. And the lake surrounding the island contained large amounts of powerful water-type monsters. Not right, not right. Luo Feng's face changed. This island, why is this island so quiet? Yes, quiet. After coming to the continent of Australia for such a long time, Luo Feng has never discovered a place as quiet as this one. Even if it's in the wilderness, there should be large amounts of monsters. But this island covered in mist didn't even have a single monster. No flying monsters, no land-type monsters. This island covered in mist was abnormally quiet. However, the lake surrounding the island had an alarming amount of powerful, horrifying water-type monsters. This island is weird. Not right. Luo Feng has never felt so afraid before. He didn't know why. This place that was just too quiet and still made Luo Feng fearful. Whoosh! Luo Feng landed on the beach. He didn't dare to go deeper into the island. The lake is peculiar and the island is peculiar too. Luo Feng suddenly let out a smile. He stretched out his right hand and pressed the button on the tactical communications watch on his wrist. Pressed. Beep. The tactical communications watch turned on. My tactical communications watch is on now. Li Yao. Time for you to come, mumbled Luo Feng to himself. Even though Li Yao was powerful, he had no choice but to swim through the lake since he can't fly. But the water-type monsters in this lake were so powerful that even Li Yao would have a lot of difficulty passing through the lake without dying. Paris headquarters city, in a large room. One of the three people sitting in front of laptops, a handsome, white youth, suddenly exclaimed, "Madam, it's through. We called the target's phone." What? Vanina, who was originally frowning, said out of surprise. "We finished calling, the target's coordinates have been confirmed," continued the handsome, white youth. "Transfer it immediately," commanded Vanina. Yes, the white youth excitedly transferred the coordinates to Li Yao, who was in the wastelands of the continent of Australia. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 48, Pitiful Li Yao. Volume 5, Chapter 48, Pitiful Li Yao. Monsters could be seen killing each other everywhere on this vast wasteland. Their goal was to kill their opponent and eat them to fill up their own stomachs. However, compared to a monster's body, a tiny, skinny human fighter was traveling alone on the wilderness. This fighter didn't even avoid any of the monsters. He charged straight forward. He treated those monsters like ants. Quite a few monsters have attempted to attack this human fighter, but that just resulted in thickening the scent of blood on this fighter's body. With such a startling scent that clearly had some powerful monster's blood mixed in, the monsters avoided this human right when they saw him. Luo Feng. Luo Feng. Mumbled Li Yao to himself like a beast. Just hide, keep hiding. You can hide, but you can't hide forever. Li Yao never would have thought that hunting down this 19-year-old youth would be so troublesome. However, he would never give up his quest to avenge his son. If he doesn't kill Luo Feng, he probably wouldn't even be able to sleep at night. Li Yao felt the tactical communications watch on his wrist vibrate. He looked carefully and was startled. Luo Feng's coordinates? At the same time, he received a call. "Hello," said Li Yao. "Yao, it's me, you received Luo Feng's coordinates right?" Vanina's voice carried from the tactical communications watch. "You got these coordinates? Are you sure?" asked Li Yao hurriedly. Yao, we just received these coordinates. No idea what happened with that Luo Feng. We were suddenly able to call his tactical communications watch. This means that he probably turned it on himself. I'm scared that this is one of Luo Feng's tricks and that he's luring you on purpose, said Vanina. Trick, trap? Li Yao couldn't help but to let out a crazy laugh. His laugh echoed around the wasteland, and not one monster dared to approach this scary human. I have a black god set from the archaeological ruins, so no war god can kill me. Unless it's an emperor-level monster, an existence surpassing the war god level, or a laser cannon. But Luo Feng, I really can't think of anything powerful he has hidden up his sleeves. Li Yao was confident. Okay, whether or not these coordinates are real or fake, I'm going to go take a look, said Li Yao. Okay, Vanina wasn't against the decision. She was also an advanced level war god and clearly understood how powerful her husband was. There were only 3 things that could threaten Li Yao. 1. Laser cannon? How could Luo Feng get a laser cannon and operate it? 2. Existences surpassing the war god level. But if Luo Feng could get someone like that, why would he need to use a trick like this? 3. Emperor-level monster. There should be many horde leader-level monsters surrounding the emperor-level monster. Once he finds out something is wrong, Li Yao would retreat. Why would he go mess with an emperor-level monster? Still 120 kilometers from here, Li Yao looked at the map. Luo Feng, hope you're there. Whoosh! A horrifying sonic boom rose. Li Yao transformed into a black stream of light as he rushed southwest. Within a blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon. With a speed of Mach 2, he was indeed a horrifying existence. A flowing light slowly became visible as it stopped beside the mist-covered lake. It was indeed the black-armored, cold-faced war god vulture Li Yao. This Luo Feng sure can hide, picking a mist-covered lake. With so much mist, the laser cannon is useless. Li Yao couldn't help but to let out a mocking smile, mocking Luo Feng's efforts. To Li Yao, the laser cannon was already taken away by the Dojo of Limits. If he doesn't even have the laser cannon, then wouldn't it be futile for Luo Feng to hide in a mist-covered island? Whoosh! Li Yao leaped dozens of meters into the air and crossed a distance of over 100 meters, as if he was launched like a cannonball. Shishi. Li Yao's feet quickly extended and formed something like a rubber raft. This rubber raft formed by the black god set used the force from Li Yao's leap to swiftly move forward on the lake. While he sat on the rubber raft, Li Yao held a blade in each hand and used them to paddle. With Li Yao's astonishing strength, huge amounts of driving force was produced with each paddle. Hull quack hiss, all sorts and types of weird monster noises carried from the bottom of the lake, but Li Yao's face was cold as he ignored all the sounds below. For an advanced level war god, water-type monsters in most lakes aren't threatening at all to him. Sadly, Li Yao didn't know that this lake was special. With the rubber raft's amazing speed, it swiftly moved forward as it split the water of the lake. What Li Yao's face dramatically changed. He saw a large cylinder-shaped snake-like being that was over 30 meters long and covered in purple scales. It bursted out of the lake like lightning, drew across an arc, and covered the raft with its gigantic purple scale tail within 1/100th of a second. Whoosh! The rubber raft below Li Yao's feet disappeared and, other than his eyes, mouth, and nose, his entire body was well protected by a black color. Li Yao stepped on the gigantic tail like lightning and used that force to leap into the air. What a long tail, and what horrifying power. This attack definitely has the power of an high-level horde leader. There were actually such powerful water-type monsters in this lake? Li Yao was stunned. And right in the instance when Li Yao fell from midair and touched the surface of the water. Hiss, dot. Blue electricity bolt after blue electricity bolt curved around like snakes as they instantly covered the entire area. Li Yao's dodging abilities on water were worse than they were on land, so he was unable to dodge the electrical attack. Good thing my black god set is completely resistant to electricity, and right when Li Yao let out a sigh of relief. Shi. A white string virtually instantly wrapped around and pulled back on one of his legs with an extraordinary level of power. Not good. Li Yao's face changed greatly, and with a splash, Li Yao's entire body sank into the lake. On the misty beach, Luo Feng sat cross-legged like a statue. Splash. The water from the lake occasionally charged at the beach. Weirdly enough, not one water-type monster dared to crawl up onto the beach. After a while, Luo Feng, who was quietly sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. How come that Li Yao still isn't here? Could it be he died while trying to pass through the lake? Luo Feng let out a smile. If he really died in the lake, then that's nothing weird. Even though it'll be hard to kill him because of his black god set, once he gets stuck under the lake by water-type monsters, he won't have any oxygen to breath. Since he'll be struggling a lot, he'll use up all his air very quickly and suffocate to death. Luo Feng turned around and looked at the island. Silence. The entire island was quiet. Only the wind and leaves could be heard. Even within advanced level war gods, I'm almost invincible. Unless an emperor-level monster appears, it's not likely for me to get killed in most circumstances. Yep, I'll go take a look inside. Luo Feng couldn't control his curiosity. He was also quite confident in his own power, so Luo Feng, while being as alert as possible with his hexagonal shield and ghost blade in hand, and also ready to control his throwing knives at any time, carefully entered the island and disappeared into the emanating mist as he began his exploration. After a long time, on the beach on the other side of the island. Go die! An enraged roar rang, and the water in the lake beside the beach ferociously exploded with blood flying everywhere. A black image flew into the air and then landed on the beach. I've finally reached it. The black image directly softened up on the beach. Only after a while did he get a hold of himself. Horrifying, what a horrifying lake! Li Yao's face was full of fear and shock as he looked at the huge lake in front of him. When he, Li Yao, was young, he went all around the world, venturing into lakes even larger than the one in front of him. He even fought with monsters in the sea before. However, Li Yao has never been so beat up, never been so close to death before. As he crazily escaped underwater just now, he saw over 10 high-level Horde leader-level water-type monsters. And there were even more Horde leader-level monsters of other levels. In other words, most of the water-type monsters in the lake were extremely powerful. There were countless commander-level water-type monsters, but there were barely any soldier-level monsters. This lake, just what is this lake? How come I've never heard that such a horrifying lake exists on this earth? Li Yao's face wasn't looking good. I've ran into over 10 high-level Horde leader-level monsters in a 100-kilometer-squared lake. There are probably nearing 100 high-level Horde leader-level monsters in this entire lake. Even China's number 003 city, the Den of Monsters, isn't much worse than this. In terms of dangerousness, this lake is worse than former Shanghai, number 003 city. Because the water-type monsters here are more densely packed and fighting in water lowers a human fighter's capabilities. Cough, cough. Li Yao coughed 2 mouthfuls of fresh blood. The water really heavily impacts my strength. If I was on land, even if I couldn't handle 10 high-level Horde leaders, I could at least escape. But this was horrible. Li Yao couldn't help but to spit out another mouthful of fresh blood. He sat cross-legged on the beach as he started to rest. He knew how heavily injured he was this time. His right arm and 2 of his ribs were broken. His organs were heavily injured. Even though the Black God set has powerful defensive capabilities, it isn't as effective against impacts. In the water, Li Yao was trapped and almost strangled to death. Even though he got out with his life on the line, his ribs were still broken and his organs were damaged. Now I need to heal up. If I fight again, I'll just damage my body even more. Li Yao had no more arrogance left. He was completely scared because of this lake. Thankfully he had his Black God set, or even 10 lives wouldn't have been enough. Vanina. Li Yao connected to his wife, confirmed Luo Feng's current coordinates. As he said that, Liao gasped for breath, his ribs in immense pain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 49, The Secret of the Island. Volume 5, Chapter 49, The Secret of the Island. Liao looked at the coordinates on the map and his tactical communications watch sent by his wife, HM. He already entered the island? Liao was not mad, but happy. If the coordinates didn't change at all, Liao would have suspected that Luo Feng just left his tactical communications watch there. And now, the target is moving. Which means that Luo Feng is probably wearing it. I'll rest up first. With my body's regeneration speed, I should be able to heal up in 2 days. It'll take me around half a day to stabilize. Liao couldn't be bothered to continue chasing after Luo Feng. He first sat cross-legged on the beach as he rested. The mist emanated on the island. How weird. Luo Feng, who was fully equipped, slowly and carefully moved forward in the forest on the island. He looked at the plants around him and became even more confused. I've already advanced 2 to 3 km into the island and I still haven't seen any sign of any monster's presence. It looks like there really aren't any monsters on this island. The only peculiar thing is, it should be winter right now on the continent of Australia, but the temperature on this island is high. The trees and flowers seem to be blossoming like it's spring or summer. Luo Feng was confused. Just what secrets did this island behold? Trees were abundant, flowers were colorful, vines were everywhere. The forest seemed to be full of life. But there just weren't any animals. Luo Feng carefully advanced step by step. Around 100 meters away from Luo Feng was a pink flower. This flower was actually even larger than a sink, much larger than the flowers near it. It was also much more bright. At the moment, Luo Feng slowly advanced towards that flower step by step. As he became closer and closer, he finally arrived. What a bright flower! It's quite rare to see such a bright flower in such a season in the continent of Australia. Luo Feng observed a bit and then turned his head as he continued on. And right when Luo Feng took 2 steps, whoosh! The bright, pink flower that was larger than a sink ferociously opened up wide. With its now 3 to 4 meter wide diameter, this gigantic flower explosively shot towards Luo Feng like lightning. As if a cover that fell from the sky, it directly covered Luo Feng as it tried to swallow him whole. After entering this misty island, Luo Feng has never let down his guard and was always at his utmost state of cautiousness. A cold light flashed through Luo Feng's eyes. Whoosh! 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 3 black lights instantly shot towards the gigantic flower from Luo Feng. Each of these throwing knives held incredible force and astonishing piercing power. As if 3 rays of death, they instantly pierced through the gigantic pink flower headed towards Luo Feng. The 3 black lights rotated several times and the flower was instantly sliced into pieces. One of the throwing knives directly sliced off the extended blood-red colored root of the huge flower. Shee! As if cutting through metal, it cut through the root. Man-eating plant? Luo Feng looked at the flower pieces and the remaining root on the ground. Goo red blood kept pouring out from the inside of the root, quite peculiar. Man-eating plant mutations are extremely rare. And most of the man-eating plants on Earth are in South America's Amazon. Luo Feng frowned in confusion. How could a man-eating plant appear on this island? The Grand Nirvana period is the period of mutation in animals. Humans are a type of animal. When large amounts of monsters were born, powerful human fighters were born too. However, plants remained unaffected. Trees were still trees, flowers were still flowers. The only plant that mutated was the man-eating plant. There were already several species of man-eating plants and, after they mutated, there are now over a few dozen species. Since the man-eating plant was the only plant that mutated, many scientists even declared the man-eating plant as special organisms. Weird, can't believe a man-eating plant appeared here. Luo Feng shook his head and continued forward. To a powerful spirit reader like him, this man-eating plant really posed no threat at all. After experiencing the attack of the man-eating plant, Luo Feng became even more careful and advanced extremely slowly. However, this slowness is relative, he still walked much faster than normal people. Half an hour later. Willow tree. Luo Feng looked at a willow tree in the distance and couldn't help but to let out a smile. Many of the trees on this island were rare, but Luo Feng was too familiar with the willow tree. For the afforestation projects on the streets of Yangzhou City, willow trees were used. So Luo Feng was happy to see some willow trees. Maybe because nobody has been here for a very long time, these willow trees grew up to amazing heights. 1, 2, 3, 4. 9 in total. 9 willow trees, what huge willow trees! Luo Feng walked over. The 9 willow trees in front of him were indeed very large. Even the thinnest willow tree had a diameter of around a meter. The thickest willow tree had a diameter of 3 meters. It was rare to run into even one large tree like these. Since plants were abundant on this island, the tens of thousands of branches of these 9 willow trees swayed in the wind. Hoo-hoo! 9 super willow trees. Each of these willow trees had millions of branches dancing in the wind. This island sure is amazing, being able to grow such huge willow trees. And the other plants here are full of life too, not just the willow trees. Even though it's winter right now, the trees here still have their leaves. Luo Feng was amazed. Right when Luo Feng was thinking to himself beside the 9 huge willow trees, in an instant, all the branches on the willow trees crazily danced and swiftly wrapped towards Luo Feng like cruel wires. They were extremely fast, way faster than the speed of sound. Because of the short distance, even Luo Feng couldn't dodge the branches that covered the sky. What is this thing? Luo Feng's face changed. Even the smallest willow tree reached a height of 30 to 40 meters, which is comparable to a 10-story building. As for the largest willow tree that had a diameter of 3 meters, it reached a height of nearly 100 meters. With such tall willow trees, the branches they had also reached an extraordinary number. Each of their branches were over 100 meters long, and they spread out and covered the entire sky. Break through! Luo Feng ferociously charged forward. At the same time, 6 throwing knives encircled his body like a flaming wheel. They rotated as they crazily sliced the branches in the area. Luo Feng's throwing knives can kill many advanced-level war gods, so, with their attack power, the branches were swiftly cut. However, cutting through the branches felt like cutting through steel. With Luo Feng's understanding of his spiritual force and his throwing knives, he observed that each of these branches could probably withstand an attack from an advanced-level warlord's blade. At such a level, even a homing missile will have trouble destroying these branches. Of course, the branches couldn't do anything against Luo Feng's throwing knives. Under Luo Feng's charge and his throwing knives' high-speed rotation, large amounts of branches were cut into 2. Right when it seemed like Luo Feng was about to charge out, boom! The largest, super willow tree king in the middle with a diameter of 3 meters suddenly shot out several light golden branches. There were tons of them, almost 10,000 branches. Each of these branches were several hundred meters long and virtually instantly covered Luo Feng. They charged straight into Luo Feng's throwing knives. Shi. The rotating throwing knives barely cut through a single light golden branch. Not good. Luo Feng's face changed dramatically. Retreat! He swiftly retreated backwards and dodged the light golden willow tree branches. It's so hard for me just to cut through one of the light golden branches. If I get surrounded by millions of light golden branches, I'll be in trouble. Even though he can still cut through the branches, he can't take the risk. Because failure means death. When faced with the dancing, light golden branches that were approaching him, Luo Feng ferociously drilled into the ground at the same time he retreated. Pu! 3 throwing knives rotated as they instantly went through the ground and Luo Feng directly plunged into the hole. His spiritual force worked on his feet and made him like a drill as he swiftly went through the ground. Shi. Large amounts of light golden branches swiftly entered the ground. However, the golden branches were only several hundred meters long, so they couldn't go in too deep. And the main function of these branches were to tie and strangle their target to death. The tip of these branches were forked, so their digging abilities couldn't compare to Luo Feng's throwing knives. The light golden branches danced a bit and then returned to the Super Willow Tree King. As for the other willow branches, they danced in the wind like usual. Deep underground, rocky layer. Luo Feng blew open a small hole here. Luo Feng was dirty and lay against the rock behind him. Drip, drip. The water remaining in the layer constantly dripped down. I sure was roughed up, Luo Feng laughed at himself. Now I know why there aren't any flying monsters or land monsters in this misty island. Now Luo Feng recalled the scene that previously unfolded and was still amazed. Incredible, incredible. Even willow trees can attack. If the news of this spreads, the entire world will be startled. The plants on Earth never mutated, except for man-eating plants. However, Luo Feng wasn't startled when discovering the man-eating plant on this misty island, but he was completely flabbergasted when he was attacked by the willow trees. Especially that Willow Tree King. Normal advanced level war gods aren't even its opponent. If the willow tree can attack, then most of the plants on this island can probably attack too. If any monsters came, they would be killed by these plants, Luo Feng thought to himself. After the Grand Nirvana period, nobody lived on the continent of Australia. This was a paradise for monsters. Monsters probably knew that this misty island was special, so not a single one dared to venture in. Only occasionally do fighters come here to train. But the number of fighters that came to the continent of Australia were way too few. The gigantic continent of Australia was millions of km squared and fighters have only had a few dozen years to explore this place, so many places remain unexplored by fighters. This misty island is one example. In the past, nobody knew about its secret. But now, it was discovered by Luo Feng. That Li Yao doesn't have the various abilities of a spirit reader. He can't fly and his digging speed is too slow. First, not mentioning whether or not he can survive on this misty island. If he runs into trouble, I'll deliver the finishing blow. Luo Feng didn't mind that his methods were cruel. While he was underground, he was pretty free. Suddenly, he took out his cell phone from his backpack. Expensive cell phones have their advantages too. Even when I'm underground, it still has such good signal. Luo Feng smiled as he made a call. Hello. Bro. Brother. Luo Hua's excited voice rang. How are you doing in the continent of Australia? Previously, Luo Feng used his cell phone to tell his family that he'll be in the continent of Australia and therefore won't be able to call them much. How am I doing? Luo Feng looked at the rocks around him and the incessantly dripping water as he smiled. Good. The place I'm at right now is quite safe. Hee, there's even water. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 50, Struck Gold. Volume 5, Chapter 50, Struck Gold. In the black, dark, underground cave, Luo Feng smiled as he chatted with his brother. It's good as long as you're safe. Oh yeah, bro, about the continent of Australia. I've been researching it recently and read online that the continent of Australia is one of the 3 hazardous regions on Earth. There are countless powerful monsters there, and I even watched some videos about the continent of Australia. All the monsters that appeared in the videos seemed so powerful. As he listened to his brother, Luo Feng laughed as he said, "No worries, to your brother, killing those monsters is like cutting through some vegetables." When he was hunting in the wilderness, his parents and brother were extremely worried about him. And now, he even came to the continent of Australia. Luo Feng didn't want his family to worry too much about him, so he made himself sound extremely powerful. Of course. In reality, those monsters really are just like vegetables to him though. Luo Hua, how've you been doing with your girlfriend recently? Followed Luo Feng. I'm doing okay. His brother's voice that carried from the cell phone was a bit helpless. I just can't meet with Nan. Don't rush, be patient, comforted Luo Feng. His brother knew too, I know. Actually, Nan is under more pressure than me. After Luo Hua fell into the lake, Luo Hua and Nan began to treasure each other's feelings more than before. However, one thing remained the same: Jin Nan's parents still forbid Jin Nan and Luo Hua's relationship. Jin Nan's parents definitely won't allow their daughter to marry a handicap who can only sit on a wheelchair. However, Nan was in the most pain. On one side, she had to follow her parents' will. On the other side, she has to comfort Luo Hua. She's scared that Luo Hua might do something dangerous again. Luo Hua said Luo Feng. His brother's tone was a bit down, since the stuff with Nan is the cause of his worries. By the end of this year, I'll be able to get an elixir of life, said Luo Feng. All the way in Jiangnan City, Yangzhou City's Mingyue sector. At this time, Luo Hua was in his room alone on his wheelchair as he talked with his brother on the phone. What? Luo Hua froze. By the end of this year, I'll be able to bring back an elixir of life. When that happens, you'll be able to stand up again. Luo Hua froze. Be able to stand up? Stand up. I can stand up again? Luo Hua couldn't help but to shake as he sat on his wheelchair. His face became red and he became super excited as he said, "Bro, you said this year? Didn't you say that this elixir of life only appears in an auction occasionally? And that it's not something you can get with just money? Now you can get it?" Luo Feng's voice carried from the phone. Luo Hua, the elixir of life isn't as rare as you think. Luo Hua froze. The only reason why the elixir of life is so rare is because of a cheap trick employed by the American government. Don't worry, I'll definitely be able to get an elixir of life. Luo Feng's voice was full of confidence. Just leave it to me. Cheap trick employed by the American government? Luo Hua was speechless. America? That's one of the 5 countries on Earth, a powerful country comparable to China and Russia. However, this powerful government was spoken of so lightly from his brother's mouth. His brother seemed to be full of confidence. You can tell Nan too, Luo Feng's voice continued. Just tell her that you'll be able to have 2 legs soon, and that you'll be able to walk like a normal person. Bro, didn't you say that I have to keep that a secret? Luo Hua was startled. Luo Feng said before that if the elixir of life's gigantic cost is revealed, Luo Feng's life could be in danger. There's no need to keep that a secret now, said Luo Feng. Right now, Liao already brought people to the continent of Australia to kill him, so why is there any need to keep the elixir of life a secret? And once his brother tells Jin Nan this news, then Jin Nan won't feel so pressured anymore. And Luo Feng is also worried about Jin Nan having a change of heart. Maybe his brother falling into the lake would move Jin Nan so much that she would give up everything to stay beside his brother Luo Hua. But this feeling won't last for too long. After a while, Jin Nan might have a change of heart due to the constant pressure from her parents. Of course, this is just a possibility. But Luo Feng didn't want such a thing to happen. With his understanding of his brother, Luo Hua, his brother probably wouldn't be able to handle another shock like this again. So, might as well let Jin Nan know that his brother can stand up again. This way, Jin Nan won't be shaken easily. As of now in China, many girls from low-cost apartments hope to marry someone rich, someone who can buy a home for them. So the best way for a man to keep their girl is to make enough money. This way, their girlfriends won't be swayed by money, since their boyfriend already has money. With respect to this, letting Jin Nan know about Luo Hua's bright future will stop her from wavering. Luo Hua, tell Nan that you'll be able to take her hand and walk to her parents together, encouraged Luo Feng. The phone hung up. Luo Hua sat in front of his laptop for a while. After that, he started a video chat with Nan. Nan. Luo Hua sat in front of his laptop. A window on his laptop's display appeared, which contained an image of Nan. Since it was August and currently summer break, Nan usually stayed home. Naturally, she'd have lots of time to chat with Luo Hua. What's got you so excited? Jin Nan's smile was extremely sweet. Nan, my brother said that by the end of this year, I'll be able to have my own legs to stand with, said Luo Hua excitedly. What? Jin Nan froze. I said, I'll be able to stand up by the end of this year, stand up like a regular person. I can walk like a regular person, I can bring you to the park, I can bring you shopping, to eat at restaurants, said Luo Hua excitedly. His eyes couldn't help but to start tearing up. Really? Jin Nan couldn't believe this. Yes, followed Luo Hua, my brother even talked to the world's strongest fighter, Hong, face to face. There are always some special treasures on this earth. Jin Nan couldn't believe this at first, since today's technology wasn't advanced enough to allow two legs to grow out again. But she knew that her boyfriend's brother was a mysterious figure. Now she heard that her boyfriend's brother even met the world's strongest fighter, Hong. Maybe he actually does have some special methods. When the time comes, I'll hold your hand and walk to your parents, said Luo Hua. Yeah, Jin Nan nodded, her tears almost coming out. Who knew about how much pressure she had to deal with these days? When Luo Hua fell into the lake, her relationship with Luo Hua spread out around the area. People have always been pointing fingers behind her back. Even though her heart was solid, it was still tough to deal with everyone talking behind her back. Finally, she'll be able to straighten her back. Luo Hua silently sat in front of his laptop. His video chat with his girlfriend has long ended. My fate has changed just like this. Luo Hua's ears could still hear the distant honks from the cars outside. This is a headquarters city, a bustling, crowded, flourishing, and safe headquarters city. And his brother was in the far, yet dangerous continent of Australia, one of the 3 hazardous regions. 2 brothers in different locations, as if they were in different worlds. And now, his brother stood at the top of the world. He directly says American government, and whenever he talks about money, billions are used as the counter. Bro! Thank you, said Luo Hua to himself in his heart. One of the 3 hazardous regions on Earth, the continent of Australia. An extremely mysterious place in the continent of Australia, the Misty Island. In a cave in the rocky layer under the Misty Island. The cave was dark as dark could get, and the only light source was the dim light coming from Luo Feng's tactical communications watch's display. This dim, green light was almost unnoticeable in the dark cave. With this light, one could barely see the blurry image of someone sitting cross-legged. Luo Feng was currently training his genetic energy, and after who knows how long. In the dark cave, Luo Feng opened his eyes. Yup, my arm is much better. Luo Feng waved his left arm, his injury from before has mostly recovered. I wonder if that Liao died in the lake or came to this misty island. He took a look at his tactical communications watch. It was already 3 p.m. I'll go up and take a look, I can't just stay here forever. With a thought from Luo Feng, 3 flowing lights immediately started rotating. As if they became a drill, they directly pierced the rocks above him. Luo Feng put his hands together above his head and charged upwards. Chi. As of now, Luo Feng's skin was even tougher than diamond. He has just stepped into the body fitness level of a beginner-level war god, so even armor-piercing bullets fired from a sniper rifle can't pierce his skin. Luo Feng's hands were even better than a steel drill, and with the 3 throwing knives in front of him, digging became even easier. Going straight up ahead. Of course, Luo Feng purposefully took a different path from before when he dug down. Luo Feng didn't want to get attacked by the Willow Tree King right when he pops his head out of the ground after all. A voice of pain carried from the surface of the ground. Dirt was a good medium for sound to travel through, and war gods had amazing hearing. This is someone's voice? Luo Feng's eyes flashed. There are people on this misty island? Li Yao. Luo Feng immediately connected that voice to Li Yao. Whoosh! Luo Feng, as usual, didn't dare to move too quickly. The closer he got to the surface, the more he slowed down. At the same time, his spiritual force has already spread out to a 80-meter radius. After that, Luo Feng silently popped his head out, which happened to be in the middle of a bush. Luo Feng immediately saw Li Yao, who was completely covered in black, in the distance. As of now, Li Yao's face was pale and some blood could be seen at the sides of his mouth. However, his eyes were full of light. Pu. Li Yao coughed out 2 mouthfuls of fresh blood as he stared at the largest willow tree in the distance. When Luo Feng saw this, he couldn't help but to think to himself, looks like Li Yao has experienced the special part of this willow tree and got beat up. It's me, Vanina. Li Yao said, full of excitement, to his tactical communications watch. Yao, what is it? Asked Vanina. We've struck gold, we're going to be rich. Right now, I'm on an island that's full of countless wealth and treasure. I've already discovered over 12 spirits of nature. Li Yao couldn't contain his excitement. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 51, Spirit of Nature. Volume 5, Chapter 51, Spirit of Nature. What did you say? Even Vanina's voice changed tone. No doubt about it, Spirit of Nature. Followed Li Yao. Oh, God. You said that you already discovered 12 spirits of nature? You're not joking, are you? Vanina, all the way in Paris headquarters city, was already so excited that she could barely contain herself. She clearly understood what this spirit of nature was, and clearly understood just how much it was worth. This thing was definitely more attractive than a floor covered in gold. Hiding in the distance, Luo Feng, whose head barely above the ground, also frowned as he heard this. What's a spirit of nature? He's never heard of this before. Vanina, this misty island is extremely peculiar. There aren't any monsters living on it, but there are spirits of nature. Just before, I've already discovered 3 plants that seem to resemble spirits of nature. Those plants almost heavily injured me. And just now, I discovered 9 spirits of natures in willow trees. Just like this, I've already discovered 12 of them, and I definitely believe that there are over 12 spirits of nature on this entire misty island. There'll definitely be more. Followed Li Yao. Once we move all of these spirits of nature away, we'll be rich. Just 1 spirit of nature is worth a ton. Don't even talk about its price. Talking about its price is insulting the spirit of nature. This treasure. No power is willing to sell it. Spirits of nature in plants like willow trees are special. The 1,000-year willow heart that everyone knew about back then was actually the core of a willow tree spirit of nature. Followed Li Yao. According to what I know, that willow tree only had a diameter of 1 meter. And here, there are 9 willow trees, with the thinnest one having a diameter of 1 meter. The biggest one has a diameter of over 3 meters. Even regular willow trees with large diameters exist. But once a willow tree develops a spirit of nature, they are different from regular ones. These spirits of nature have spirits, so they are capable of simple attacks and defense. The more powerful the spirit of nature is, the more it's worth. If I was just a bit slower just now, I would have died to the biggest willow tree's spirit of nature. Thankfully I had my Black God Set's transformation powers, continued Li Yao. That 1,000-year willow heart back then has 2 benefits after using it. 1. It can greatly improve the life force of one's cells, increasing the body's regeneration speed by many times. 2. Body fitness level will also leap up. And that's just a 1,000-year willow heart. I estimate that the willow tree in front of me that has a diameter of over 3 meters has a 10,000-year willow heart. Just this one willow tree king is a priceless treasure. I've been an advanced level war god for a long time now. If I use the 10,000-year willow heart, I might be able to make a breakthrough with its miraculous powers and therefore become an existence surpassing the war god level. Liao was extremely excited, however. I am not this willow tree king's opponent. Of course, to obtain the willow heart, you have to cut down the willow tree. And these willow trees with spirits will definitely resist. Li Yao already felt threatened from his previous, short engagement. 9 willow trees with spirits of nature, and a willow tree with a diameter of over 3 meters? Vanina was completely stunned. This cake is too big, we can't finish it ourselves, said Li Yao seriously, and I feel like this misty island is extremely mysterious. For 9 willow trees possessing spirits of nature to be born in one location, too incredible. This misty island definitely has more spirits of nature. Some might be even more powerful than this willow tree king. Vanina in Paris headquarters city also understood that this cake was indeed a bit too big. The two of them can't finish it. Vanina, tell your family of this news and find some strong people to come, requested Li Yao. It would be best if you got some powerful people with black god sets or powerful spirit readers. The weakest of them has to at least be a regular advanced level war god. The others aren't even qualified to participate. The reputation of the vulture-scorpion couple was too infamous. Other than a few people who they risked their lives with back in the day, they don't have many friends. Instead, they have many enemies. So, when faced with this incredible island of treasure with so many spirits of nature, they have to rely on the Paulinus family for help. The Paulinus family, one of the core families of the HR Alliance, has their own powerful war gods and have good relations with other powerful war gods. Naturally, the Paulinus family possesses much more power than the vulture-scorpion duo. I understand. But Yao, I'll give the credit to Candace, said Vanina. No problem, the credit is useless for me anyway. Or would the Paulinus family allow me to become their head? Scoffed Vulture Li Yao. An outsider has no way of gaining any sort of power in the Paulinus family, so there's no point in giving him the credit. Oh yeah, gasped Vanina, would that Luo Feng be able to recognize the spirits of nature? And contact the Dojo of Limits? Nope. Li Yao sneered, that Luo Feng arrived at this misty island way earlier than I did. If he was able to recognize the spirits of nature and then contact the Dojo of Limits, the people from the Dojo of Limits should have arrived ages ago. Furthermore, how many spirits of nature have appeared in history? Most of them are forcefully taken away by Hong, Thunder God, and the 5 great countries. Because of that, very few people know about spirits of nature. Only a few experienced war gods know about this. Regular fighters don't have a clue about this at all. How old is that Luo Feng? All he does is train, so how would he ever learn of such obscure information? After seeing Vulture Li Yao hang up, Luo Feng, who was a few hundred meters away, silently went back underground. Li Yao, oh Li Yao. I didn't know before. But, you just told me yourself. Luo Feng returned to the black cave under the rocky layer. With a little light from his tactical communications watch and his amazing eyesight, Luo Feng was able to clearly see everything in the cave. 1,000-year willow heart? 2 functions, increases regeneration and body fitness level greatly. Luo Feng was surprised. Just this bit of information was quite stunning. A portion of dragon blood can raise body fitness level too. It's hard to say which one is more effective. Dragon blood, or 1,000-year willow heart. Increased regeneration? Just this is enough to make people go crazy. Your entire body benefits from regeneration. Take for example one of the Emperor-level monsters, the Earth Dragon. Even if someone cuts a part of its body off, it'll swiftly grow back at a rate visible to the naked eye. This is regeneration. For those with powerful regeneration capabilities, even if their organs become heavily damaged, they can completely recover in half a minute. If their arms break, they'll quickly become unscathed in a short bit. The livelier your cells are, the faster your regeneration becomes. The 1,000-year willow tree sure is amazing. According to what Liao said, that willow tree king could be containing a 10,000-year willow heart. Luo Feng lowered his head and looked at his tactical communications watch. Through his tactical communications watch, he got on the web and quickly entered the fighter discussion boards in the home of limits. Luo Feng wanted to enter the warlord discussion boards to look up information. How come the war god discussion boards are lit up? I can enter the war god discussion boards now? Since he has been bitterly training for the past few months, Luo Feng didn't know that. Ever since he entered the top 50 for the first time on the Black Dragon ranking, the Dojo of Limits automatically gave him more permission, thus allowing him to enter the war god discussion boards. Actually, the chief instructors of the Dojo of Limits headquarters in various headquarters cities also can enter the war god discussion boards. Some people aren't war gods, and yet have the right to enter the war god discussion boards. Luo Feng now had permission too. I'm surely able to find lots of information in the war god discussion boards. After entering, Luo Feng quickly inputted Spirit of Nature via voice and then searched the threads. Beep. With its cell phone-like display, the tactical communications quickly listed a few threads. There were actually 28 threads, all describing the spirits of nature. Even though very few people knew about spirits of nature, a few introductions about it can still be found in a war god discussion board. It seems like people have differing viewpoints about the origin of the spirits of nature. Luo Feng browsed each of the 28 threads one by one. Some people said that the spirit of nature is a special mutation. Other people said spirits of nature came to be by absorbing the natural energies in space. And some people even said that there were spirits of nature in the past. But after industrialization destroyed nature too much, the spirits of nature disappeared. Now that the monsters are spread across the world as a result of the Grand Nirvana period, the natural environment is in a much better condition. The sky was blue and the clouds were white, and spirits of nature were born. Of course, these viewpoints aren't the same. However, one thing is certain. After a plant develops a spirit of nature, it isn't threatening as long as you don't approach it. And every spirit of nature contains nature's essence, which has special functions. Luo Feng looked at a few boards introducing spirits of nature. 1,000-year willow heart, emerald grass dew, armored spirit jewel. However, all of these treasures are taken up by the 5 powerful countries, the 2 dojos, and the HR Alliance. Barely any war god fighters have these. According to what it says here, the 1,000-year willow heart is even better than a portion of dragon blood at raising body fitness level. And it also increases regeneration speed. Luo Feng sighed. A portion of dragon blood is worth 80 billion, so what about that 1,000-year willow heart? No wonder the 5 powerful countries and the 2 dojos are all fighting over it. And right now, there are spirits of nature on this misty island, and a lot of them. Holy! Paris headquarters city, a wide, technologically advanced meeting room. The floor was made out of black marble and the golden conference table was around 10 meters long. There were a total of 5 black chairs with extremely delicate engravings on them. And right now, on these 5 chairs, sat 5 old people. 4 old men and 1 old woman. Suddenly, the sound of someone's footsteps echoed around the conference room, like water dripping from a fountain. The 5 people looked towards the main door. There here the white, old man with silver hair smiled as he sat on the main seat. A mysterious person who was covered in a black robe walked forward step by step. And beside him was a savage, burly brute who was carrying a shield on his back and a gigantic blade in one hand. The other person beside him was a man who was extremely pale and skinny. He had 2 daggers on his waist. The three of them entered the conference, making the entire room a bit gloomy. The leading black-robed man's eyes were as deep and dark as the sea. The five old men immediately stood up from their seats as they welcomed these three powerful people. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 52, 10% Profit. Volume 5, Chapter 52, 10% Profit. Catalan, my child, we're going to have to bother you this time, the silver-haired, white old man who held the Paulinus family's power, smiled as he spoke. The black-robed man in front slightly bowed. Uncle, after hearing the message you sent, I immediately brought my two good friends here. This guy here is the world-famous Blood Shadow Ethan. As he spoke, the skinny white man to his side slightly bowed. And this one here is also my good friend, Great Bear Kata, said the black-robed man. The savage brute slightly bowed. We'll have to trouble you too, smiled the silver-haired old man. Catalan, do you still need some other people? The people in the family. Anyone else will just come to die. The black-robed man interrupted the Paulinus family's chief's sentence as he said discontented, even Vulture Liao couldn't get the spirit of nature on that misty island. The danger of this trip is obvious. The war gods the family is paying and the war gods in the family aren't good enough. His words were arrogant. He clearly looked down on the other war gods in the family. But the ones speaking these words were Phantom Demon Catalan. Out of all the powerful war gods on Earth, Phantom Demon Catalan was definitely one of the most powerful ones. Even the Dojo of Limits and the Thunder Dojo have tried everything they could to get Phantom Demon Catalan to join them. However, Catalan was part of the Paulinus family, so of course he couldn't join them. However, one undisputable fact is that Phantom Demon Catalan is a major reason why the Paulinus family has their current position in the HR Alliance. Uncle, there's no time to waste. 12 minutes have already passed since I received your message, said the black-robed man. I'll depart to Australia immediately. Alright, I'll be waiting for the good news here in Paris, said the silver-haired man. The other four old people all had smiles on their faces. Whoosh. Catalan immediately turned towards the exit and walked out with the other two super powerful fighters. If it wasn't for Catalan's relationship, it would be extremely difficult for the Paulinus family to invite Great Bear Kata and Blood Shadow Ethan. As they watched Catalan and the others leave, the five old people stayed silent for quite a long time. Chief, Catalan is only bringing his two good friends there. This way, we won't even know how many spirits of nature they'll obtain in the Misty Island. When that happens, Catalan might take most of them for himself and only give a portion to the family, a bald old man couldn't help but to say. The silver-haired old man's eyes were dark as he said indifferently, take them for himself? Catalan is our family's most brilliant child. The stronger he becomes, the stronger our Paulinus family becomes. If he wanted to become the chief, he could have become the chief 3 years ago. Remember, don't hold anything from Catalan. Doing so would just hurt a powerful person's pride, said the silver-haired man slowly. The other old people remained silent. In just a moment. Whoosh! A completely black, disc-shaped fighter jet swiftly ascended and departed Paris headquarters city. It quickly became a flowing black light as it disappeared into the horizon. One of the three hazardous regions, the continent of Australia. The Misty Island. The cave under the rocky layer deep underground. It's about time. Luo Feng lowered his head and looked at his tactical communications watch. Around an hour and 30 minutes has passed since Li Yao contacted Vanina. 90 minutes. Li Yao, I gave you guys a whole 90 minutes, that should be enough. It's time to contact the Dojo of Limits. Luo Feng lowered his head and looked at his tactical communications watch. He had a special number which he used to communicate with the inner part of the Dojo of Limits. He retrieved his rewards through this number, and he also uses this number if there's anything important to tell them. Indeed. He's going to contact the Dojo of Limits. Initially, when he heard Li Yao's conversation, he thought about taking all the treasure for himself. However, after reading the threads underground, Luo Feng understood one thing. Even if he can obtain the spirits of nature, he doesn't have the power to keep them. An advanced level war god isn't able to hoard such an incredible amount of spirits of nature. If he's too greedy, the consequences will be dire. Furthermore, he isn't even Vulture Li Yao's opponent in an upfront battle. Once Li Yao finds someone even more powerful to help him, Luo Feng's chances lower even more. Not only does he not have the ability to get the treasure, he might lose his life when faced against so many powerful fighters. So after thinking carefully, the best course of action is to notify the Dojo of Limits. The Dojo of Limits is one of the largest powers on Earth. Once they send some fighters, they'll definitely be able to get the treasure on this island. And the Dojo of Limits is extremely fair, so they'll definitely give Luo Feng a bit of the treasure, since he was the one who found the Misty Island and gave them the information. Otherwise, how would the Dojo of Limits convince the public? Although he has decided to contact the Dojo of Limits, the timing is extremely crucial. If Luo Feng notifies the Dojo of Limits straight away, the fighters of the Dojo of Limits will arrive earlier than the helpers from the Paulinus family, since the Dojo of Limits headquarters is in Western Asia's Hongning headquarters city. If that happens, not only will the HR Alliance receive nothing, they also wouldn't dare to fight with the Dojo of Limits. And when that happens, Li Yao will definitely escape in fear, which means Luo Feng wouldn't be able to use the Dojo of Limits. The best situation is, let the people from the Paulinus family arrive first and allow them to search hard for the spirits of nature on this misty island. The spirits of nature aren't so easy to obtain. As shown by Luo Feng and Vulture Li Yao's struggle with the Willow Tree King, obtaining the spirits of nature is extremely difficult. The people from the Paulinus family will struggle and fight with the spirits of nature. And during that time, the people from the Dojo of Limits will arrive. When that happens, the Dojo of Limits will definitely make the Paulinus family give up some stuff. 90 minutes. Is 90 minutes not enough time? Luo Feng looked at the number on his tactical communications watch. I can't let the fighters from the Dojo of Limits arrive earlier than the fighters from Europe. Just to be safe, Luo Feng waited another 30 minutes. It's about time. This entire island is covered in thick mist, so searching the entire thing will be quite troublesome. One day might not even be enough for such a task. Luo Feng lightly tapped a button on his tactical communications watch. He made the call. 2 hours after Li Yao's phone call, Luo Feng dialed. Beep beep. Hello, a low voice carried over. Hello, I'm Luo Feng from the elite training camp, said Luo Feng. What do you need? The low voice was absolutely emotionless. Luo Feng reported, it's like this. I discovered large amounts of spirits of nature on a mysterious island in the continent of Australia. 12 spirits of nature have been discovered on this island so far. There's also a willow tree with a diameter over 3 meters that also has a spirit of nature. Spirit of nature? The low voice gave a slightly surprised and then said, very good, finding a place like this. According to the distribution rules of the Dojo of Limits, the person who discovers the location of the treasure, once confirmed, can go to the dojo and receive 10% of the profit. The people who go to fight and harvest, according to the rules, earn a total of 30% of the profit. The rest of the 60% goes to the dojo. Please send me the coordinates of the Misty Island, continued the low voice. The call soon ended after Luo Feng answered some questions. Who would have known that rules were formed for these kinds of situations already? 10% goes to the person who discovered the location? 30% to those who come and get it? The rest to the dojo? Luo Feng nodded his head. 10% is good enough. Just 10% of those 9 willow trees would get me 1,000-year willow heart, and I'll probably end up getting even more. 1 hour later. Luo Feng quietly popped his head out from a bush. HM? Where's Li Yao? It was currently nighttime, the thick mist was everywhere. Even though the 9 willow trees' spirits of nature caused the mist in the area to lighten up a bit, even Luo Feng could barely see past a distance of 200 meters. And the image of Li Yao was not within that distance. I'll just wait slowly, since they definitely will come back here. Half of Luo Feng's head was above the ground as he watched the 9 willow trees in the distance. Slowly waited. His spiritual force spread out to a 100-meter radius, cautiously watching his surroundings. After a while, rumble! Sonic booms rang in the sky, and Luo Feng quickly turned his head towards the sky. At this time, a disc-shaped fighter jet was hovering in the skies of the misty island. As it hovered, its hatch directly opened. Whoosh! 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 Black-robed Catalan, the savage man Kata, and the skinny man Ethan. The three of them directly jumped down from midair, and they swiftly fell towards the ground. The Paulinus family's people are here. Luo Feng let out a smile. And when the Paulinus family's people arrived at the misty island, a purplish-red triangular jet fighter was currently soaring through the night sky at an unbelievable speed, leaving behind a mixed-up stream of air in its path. Inside the triangular jet fighter, there were only 2 people in this jet fighter, and both of them were passengers. Out of the 2 people in the plane, one of them was extremely handsome. Even though he was wearing his battle uniform, he seemed to be out of this world. His face seemed to reveal that he was only around 30 years old, but his 2 eyes were as deep as the sea. He always had a smile on his face and seemed to be quite relaxed. He was one of the 5 big investigators, Investigator Lu. The head actually sent you out too. Looks like he's really taking this island seriously. Investigator Lu looked at the person beside him. The mysterious person beside him also had a battle uniform on, but he was wearing a golden mask. Investigator Lu, if you take all of the spirits of nature on this island away, you can take all of the 30%. The golden masked person's voice was low. I don't care about these. Unless I really have to, I won't do anything. But once I have to take action, we're going to have to split that 30%. Investigator Lu couldn't help but to be overjoyed as he heard this. He's actually willing to give him all of the 30% if he doesn't do anything. Isn't that too foolish? Those are spirits of nature, something even Hong takes seriously. No worries, I doubt there's anything I can't deal with on that island, smiled Investigator Lu. An existence surpassing the war god level. After following Hong for so long, he has many tricks. There are barely any places on Earth that can give him any kind of trouble. Boom! The fighter jet headed towards the continent of Australia with alarming speed, with 2 of the strongest fighters on Earth riding in it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 53, Thousand-Year Willow Heart. Volume 5, Chapter 53, Thousand-Year Willow Heart. Luo Feng listened closely and indeed heard a rumbling noise. That's probably the sound of the Paulinus family's people landing on the ground after jumping out the plane, assumed Luo Feng. At the same time, he retracted his spiritual force, shortening it from a 100-meter radius to just a 30-meter radius. Powerful fighters like advanced-level war gods can sense the spiritual force that scans across them. Suddenly, Luo Feng heard a faint sound of people talking coming from the mist far away. Catalan, up ahead is where the 9 willow tree spirits of nature are. Li Yao's voice carried out of the mist as he spoke English fluently. Spirits of nature usually aren't that powerful. Li Yao, how come you can't deal with them? A gloomy sound rose. As they talked, they walked out of the thick mist. Luo Feng squinted as he looked through the gaps of the grass. In front of the group was someone in a black robe. He looked quite peculiar. Li Yao was talking beside him, and he was clearly being respectful. Behind the black-robed man was a big savage brute and a white, skinny man. The savage brute and the skinny man didn't lower their heads in front of Li Yao at all, which clearly showed that they weren't afraid of Liao. Looks like the black-robed man is the head of these 4 people, thought Luo Feng to himself. The images of the 4 people in the distance became clearer and clearer. Deal with it? That willow tree king has a diameter of 3 meters. Back then, the willow tree that had the 1,000-year willow heart only had a diameter of 1 meter. This willow tree king is much more powerful than that willow tree. In particular, its dark golden branches are extremely tough. Once someone gets caught in it, even if it's me, they'll definitely die. Liao pointed to the 9 willow trees that had the spirits of nature in the distance, over there. Liao and the others, at around a distance of 120 meters away from Luo Feng, walked towards the 9 willow trees. Since it was nighttime, there was lots of mist. And Luo Feng only popped half of his head out of the ground and was in a bush, so even Liao, Catalan, and the others didn't notice Luo Feng's presence. Only the 4 of them are going to go up against the willow tree king? Luo Feng watched silently. These 4 people want to cut down the willow tree king, probably not too realistic. When Liao and the others were around 50 meters away from the 9 willow trees, the savage brute said lowly, "Li, you said all of these willow trees have spirits of nature? If you don't believe me, you can go closer," sneered Liao. Catalan said Liao seriously, "Look there, at the willow tree in the center of those 9 trees. It's the largest and also the most powerful one. Its dark golden branches are long enough to cover all of the other willow trees. Because of that, I couldn't even attack the other willow trees." Catalan examined closely. "Where are the dark golden branches?" "Look, they're tied around the trunk," pointed Liao. Oh, Catalan also felt that this willow tree king was unusual. This willow tree only has one type of attack: it strangles its target to death with its branches. Its tree trunk can't move and its roots are absorbing nutrients underground, so they can't attack, said Liao, same as that willow tree that had the 1,000-year willow heart from back then. Catalan nodded. There are 2 ways to kill this willow tree king. The first way is to get rid of all of its roots. The second way is to cut apart the trunk. Liao also nodded as he heard this. Yeah, but its dark golden branches are 200 to 300 meters long and can sink into the ground to protect its roots. And such a large willow tree probably has tons of roots, so getting rid of all of them is probably harder than cutting down the trunk. 200 to 300 meters long? Catalan slightly frowned. Catalan stayed silent for a bit. Hua! Catalan's black robe instantly disappeared and revealed a black battle uniform set within. Many daggers were placed on the trousers of his battle uniform set, 12 of them in total. And on his back was javelin after javelin. There were 6 javelins on his back, as if he was wearing a shield made out of javelins. He has a black god set? Luo Feng, who was observing from afar, was shocked. There's only explanation for Catalan's black robe's sudden disappearance. The black robe was made out of a transformed black god set. The black god set can transform into all sorts of different shapes based off of the user's will. His weapons are the javelins and daggers? Luo Feng slightly frowned. At the moment, Catalan's face was ice cold. The sight of the silver javelins and the black daggers caused one to shiver. Even Liao slightly squinted his eyes on the side. "Leave the willow tree king to me." Catalan's voice was cold as he commanded, "I'll attack the willow tree king. Liao, Kata, Ethan, you 3 go in from the side and attack the other willow trees. Remember, your safety is the most important thing. After I get the willow tree king's full attention, you guys give everything you have and cut down the other willow trees." Understood. The savage brute licked his lips. Okay, Ethan slightly nodded. Alright, Liao nodded. Catalan slightly smiled in response. Chi. His entire body was swiftly covered in a black coating. Instantly, the black coating instantly covered his entire body, including his face. In other words, Catalan's face was completely black too. His eyes, nose, and mouth were all sealed. You can say that Catalan isn't afraid of any piercing attack from anyone below the level of existences surpassing the war god level. Spirit readers don't even need their eyes to fight Li Yao's side as he witnessed this scene. Alright, let's begin. Catalan's voice carried out. Whoosh! Catalan rushed towards the Willow Tree King like lightning. He was so fast that he was within 10 meters of the Willow Tree King in a blink of the eye. The Willow Tree King started angrily attacking. The large number of willow tree branches that virtually covered the sky and ground crazily swarmed around Catalan, and the dark golden willow tree branches quickly joined the battle. Whoosh! 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 Vulture Li Yao, Blood Shadow Ethan, and Great Bear Kata left behind afterimages as they teamed up and charged towards a willow tree that had a diameter of around 1.8 meters. A black, flowing light extended on Li Yao and Ethan's bodies, covering them completely. Clearly, the both of them had black god sets. Because they had black god sets, the two of them didn't use any shields. 3 of the 4 have black god sets? Luo Feng was shocked as he watched from a distance. It's not that black god sets are common on Earth, but that the war gods who dared to come here are all at the top. Even Li Yao was heavily injured, so would anyone inferior to Li Yao dare to come? There are barely any people on this earth that own black god sets, and each of them have astonishing strength. Is that Catalan a spirit reader? Luo Feng's eyes were completely widened. All that could be seen was a dagger in each of Catalan's hands, and, at the same time, there were 9 daggers hovering behind him. Chi. The branches were breaking quickly. The flying daggers easily cut through branch after branch. Soon enough, large amounts of dark golden willow tree branches covered Catalan. Catalan, whose entire body was covered by the black god set, didn't use his eyes to fight. Rather than his eyes, he uses his spiritual force that was spread out to a 100-meter radius to observe his surroundings. The dark golden branches aren't easy to mess with, thought Luo Feng to himself from afar. Indeed. Chi, the hovering 9 daggers struggled to cut through the dark golden branches. Poof! Catalan used the daggers in each hand and his extraordinary speed, pu, and cut a few dozen dark golden branches in one breath. Right when he did that, he instantly charged out of the encirclement. This scene shocked Vulture Li Yao, and completely and absolutely stunned Luo Feng in the distance. Those dark golden branches are extremely tough. After I cut through one, I immediately retreated and went underground. Luo Feng was stunned. He knew exactly how tough those dark golden branches were because he fought with them before. Even Li Yao can't cut through a few dozen in a moment. How powerful are those daggers in his hands? Oh yeah, the daggers controlled by his spiritual force seem to struggle with those dark golden branches. It looks like his spiritual force isn't much stronger than mine, thought Luo Feng to himself, but those 2 daggers in his hands are way more powerful. This shows that he probably can bring out an astonishing amount of strength through his force exertions. Advanced war god levels, especially those at the peak of the advanced level, have fist strengths of around 400,000 to 500,000 kilograms. With force exertions of 2x to 3x multipliers, their fist strengths can reach 1,000,000 kg. And what if the multiplier reaches 5x to 6x? His fitness level is probably at the advanced level war god level, and his force exertions are high. Adding his spiritual force to that, Luo Feng nodded to himself. With his body's power and his spiritual force added together, stunning results can be produced. At the exact instant he charged out the encirclement and approached the Willow Tree King. Open! The daggers in his hand cruelly slashed into the trunk of the Willow Tree King. Chi, the daggers were only able to slash through 6 to 7 cm before stopping. Little drops of green fluid slowly seeped out of the trunk's wound. Boom! The originally spread out dark golden branches that were after the other people were finally enraged. Nearly 10,000 willow tree branches crazily danced as they surrounded Catalan from every direction. Whoosh! Catalan ferociously charged outwards as he swung his hands at the same time. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two black arms suddenly enlarged, giving Catalan a pair of 7 to 8 meter long black arms. Both of his black hands held daggers as they swung towards the willow branches. As if they were opening a door, the 7 to 8 meter long black arms directly split apart the willow tree branches into two sides. Whoosh! Catalan instantly dashed out. Even though the dark golden branches immediately wrapped around the black arms instantly slipped out of the large amounts of dark golden branches like noodles. Alright, the trunk is quite tough. Catalan stood around 100 meters away from the willow tree king. He walked around the other willow trees and, while doing so, a silverish gray javelin appeared in his hand. Break through! Catalan's face was fierce as he let out a roar. He held the silverish gray javelin with one hand and his entire body instantly turned into the shape of a bow. His right arm's biceps bulged through the black skin. On the tip of the silverish gray javelin were some screw threads. He then threw it like lightning while sprinting. Whoosh! A stream of lightning, dot. A rotating stream of lightning. That javelin was indeed rotating as it flew. The large amounts of dark golden branches wanted to block it, but the javelin was way too fast, probably surpassing Mach 10. Only 3 dark golden branches managed to touch it, and then the stream of light stabbed into the willow tree king's trunk. Buzz as if drilling through a wooden plank, it blew up ferociously. Chi-chi! The entire javelin sank into the willow tree king's trunk, and a little bit of the tip of the javelin even popped out of the other side. Catalan's Phantom Eye and Phantom Strike, just what you'd expect from his two world-famous ultimate moves. Liao couldn't help but to tremble a bit, combining his body's power and his spiritual force to create an attack like a phantom demon. Incredible! The power of this attack might even barely reach the level of the existences surpassing the war god level. Luo Feng gasped as he watched from afar. He never would have thought that such powerful war gods could exist. Catalan's slash with his dagger just now couldn't even cut through 10 centimeters, and the willow tree king's diameter is 3 meters. But now, Catalan's javelin actually managed to pierce through the entire trunk. Messed up. Too terrifying. Rumble! The entire willow tree king started shaking crazily and, at the same time, the dark golden branches started crazily dancing as they surrounded Catalan. Attack the other willow trees, roared Catalan. Okay. Vulture Liao, Great Bear Kata, and Blood Shadow Ethan all surrounded a willow tree on the side. Without the help from the willow tree king. This willow tree with a diameter of only 1.8 meters had no chance against these 3 powerful fighters. Only after a few seconds, boom, the gigantic willow tree fell. Take the 1,000-year willow heart! Liao, Kata, and Ethan simultaneously smashed the trunk. Boom! Wood chips flew up and a heart-moving green piece flew up with them. It's the 1,000-year willow heart! Liao and the others were overjoyed. Luo Feng also saw that green thing. Since Liao and the others weren't attacking the trunk anymore and were charging at the green thing, one could conclude that's the 1,000-year willow heart. Furthermore, Luo Feng had already seen a photo of the 1,000-year willow heart on the war god discussion boards. A 1,000-year willow heart that can raise fitness level and regeneration, and it's a spirit of nature from a willow tree with a diameter of 1.8 meters. Luo Feng's eyes let out a light that has never been let out before. That's mine. Whoosh! The formless spiritual force instantly extended. It extended so quickly that its speed was comparable to teleportation. The spiritual force instantly wrapped around the 1,000-year willow heart. As it wrapped around, Luo Feng's spiritual force naturally invaded the area where Catalan's spiritual force was spread out, so Catalan found out. Whoosh! With the spiritual force, it instantly retracted. The green thing instantly flew towards Luo Feng. Spirit Reader. Catalan's spiritual force discovered Luo Feng's spiritual force. However, it still took him a very short time to react to the fact that there's a spirit reader here. And right in that short instant, the green light was only 80 meters away from Luo Feng. Retract Catalan also tried to pull it back using his spiritual force. Pang! The two formless spiritual forces collided. Whoosh! The green light immediately flew into the bush where Luo Feng was, and Luo Feng immediately dug underground as fast as possible. 1,000-year Willow Heart. Li Yao, Keita, and Ethan all charged over. Catalan also flew over. The four powerful fighters stood on the grass as they looked at the inconspicuous hole in front of them. The 1,000-year Willow Heart was stolen. Keita and Ethan were enraged. How come there are still people here? Catalan looked towards Li Yao with anger, and he's a spirit reader. His spiritual force is probably nearing the advanced level war god level. It's Luo Feng, followed Li Yao. Luo Feng, he's that Luo Feng from the elite training camp? Asked Catalan. Yes, it's him. He has a grudge with me. Truthfully, I came here to chase after him, but I didn't think I would be able to discover all of these spirits of nature, replied Li Yao. Catalan's face wasn't looking good at all. Catalan, you're a spirit reader too. You can probably catch him. Go underground to chase after a spirit reader who's basically an advanced level war god? Catalan sneered as he glanced at him. You think that spiritual force is that easy to train? All these years, my body fitness level has been at the peak of the advanced level war god level, but my spiritual force has been improving extremely slowly. When Catalan was young, he had his growth period as a spirit reader. When Catalan reached the beginner war god level spirit reader level, it stopped. After that, he had to train by himself. Sadly, training spiritual force is many times harder than training the body. After all these years, Catalan's fitness level has already reached the peak of the advanced level war god level, but his spiritual force is only at the peak of the intermediate level war god level. However, his spiritual force and his strength combined gives him incredibly horrifying strength. Which is how he got the name Phantom Demon. Go underground to chase a advanced level war god level spirit reader? Even existences surpassing the war god level won't say such a thing, Catalan commanded. Now, Keita, patrol the area and don't allow that person to come near again. Li Yao and Ethan, you two and me will swiftly get rid of these spirit of natures. Yes. Everyone nodded, and Li Yao could only clench his teeth as he held his anger in. Not good. Catalan's face changed. That Luo Feng must have heard what we said before, so he knows that these are all spirits of nature. He'll definitely contact the Dojo of Limits. Dojo of Limits? Everyone's face changed dramatically, and Catalan glanced at Li Yao with anger. Hurry, the Dojo of Limits will probably need at least 3 hours to get here. But to be safe, let's all hurry up and gather the spirits of nature and leave within 2 hours, commanded Catalan. No matter how many we get, we definitely have to leave within 2 hours. Yes. At this time, Li Yao didn't dare to say anything more. Everyone was in a panic. Luo Feng, who was digging underground with astonishing speed, continued to dig past the rocky layer, but 1,000-year Willow Heart. Luo Feng grasped the 1,000-year Willow Heart with extreme passion and excitement. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 54, The Dark Golden Ball, Shattered. Volume 5, Chapter 54, The Dark Golden Ball, Shattered. Luo Feng pierced through layer after layer of rock as he continuously dug down, completely surpassing the depth of the original cave where he originally rested. He kept digging down as if his life depended on it. After Luo Feng digs past an area, the dirt and rock that was separated will automatically close itself. Because of this, it was hard to discover Luo Feng's tracks. That Catalan is extremely powerful. I should keep digging deeper so it'll be harder for him to find me. Luo Feng kept digging down. Wait. When I fought over the 1,000-year Willow Heart, my spiritual force met with Catalan's spiritual force. His spiritual force seemed to be slightly weaker than mine. After Luo Feng thought of this, his speed unconsciously slowed down.
Ping.
Around 2,000 to 3,000 meters underground above an underground river, an image broke through the boulders and directly fell into the dark, underground river.
Pu.
Luo Feng leaped up and landed on a rock beside the dark river.
There's actually a river like this so deep underground. Luo Feng stood on the rock as he looked around the dark river. It was quite black and turbulent.
The river was around 15 to 20 meters wide and there was basically nowhere to stand on in this entire tunnel where the river flowed.
There doesn't seem to be any water-type monsters in this underground river. Luo Feng didn't find any. I wonder where this river leads to.
Luo Feng stood on the rock as he looked around and then shook his head. He then smashed into the rocky wall beside him. To Luo Feng, those rocks were as soft as tofu. After smashing open a huge hole, 3 black throwing knives led the way in front and Luo Feng quickly opened up a cave that was around 20 to 30 meters away. This cave was only 20 to 30 meters away from the underground river.
Thousand-year willow heart. Luo Feng opened up his clenched left hand and looked at the green egg-shaped crystal.
This green crystal structure was quite odd. It seemed as if there was a green liquid rippling inside the crystal. The sight of this thousand-year willow heart was stunning. Luo Feng felt refreshed as he held this crystal. The 1,000 willow heart can increase regeneration and fitness level. For Luo Feng right now, this is probably the best treasure.
Even if you give him something even better, it'll be a waste to Luo Feng, because Luo Feng isn't that far away from the peak of the war god level. Even if you give him a 10,000-year willow heart, Luo Feng will still stay at the peak of the war god level. From the peak of the war god level to an existence surpassing the war god level. To cross over this one step, extremely difficult.
This is also why quite a few people are stuck at the advanced level war god level.
How do I use this 1,000-year willow heart?
Thought Luo Feng to himself. That post said you eat it, but
is that really true?
Maybe that post was lying. The 1,000-year willow heart itself was extremely tough.
Even a sharp blade would have trouble destroying it. You can eat something like this?
If you consume dragon blood, you'll die.
And what about this 1,000-year willow heart?
Luo Feng slightly frowned. It's a good thing he got this treasure, but he at least needs to know how to use it. If he uses it incorrectly, then he might bring about a disaster instead of a blessing.
After hesitating,
Luo Feng lowered his head and looked at his tactical communications watch and then called a number.
Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, hello, a low voice rose.
Hello, I am Luo Feng from the elite training camp, replied Luo Feng.
This number is indeed the number he used to contact the insides of the Dojo of Limits.
Whether to just contact them or to ask for his rewards, he used this number.
And now that he doesn't know how to use the 1,000-year willow heart, after thinking a bit, he decided to ask.
After he uses it, his strength will fly up, so the dojo will definitely know he used it. If so, then there's no need to hide it, since he stole it from someone else anyway.
What do you need? Asked the low voice.
I want to ask, how are you supposed to use the 1,000-year willow heart?
Asked Luo Feng.
The other side went silent.
Luo Feng couldn't help but to worry.
After a while, the sound came. The crystalline outside of the 1,000-year willow heart is extraordinarily tough.
The liquid inside is the thing you want.
To use this, you pierce through the outside and then drink the liquid inside.
Beware. Do not swallow the crystal part.
Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. Good thing he asked. The post in the War God discussion board only said consume it, but didn't say how to consume it. If he foolishly swallowed the entire crystal, he would have been in trouble. You'll feel extremely comfortable while consuming it and there will be no pain at all. As for how much your strength improves and how long it takes to improve, it's different for everyone, the low voice slowly continued. Anything else? No, thanks mister, said Luo Feng.
Mister? The low voice let out a rare laugh. Beep. The call ended. Yay! Under the weak light coming from the tactical communications watch under the dark cave, Luo Feng's eyes were flashing like never before. My current strength isn't too far away from Li Yao with his black god set. However, after using the 1,000-year willow heart, Luo Feng was extremely excited. Ever since his astronomical bounty was released, he never dared to relax. The pressure caused him to bitterly train, and he never relaxed for even a bit in the elite training camp. Maybe, the vulture-scorpion couple is one of the reasons why he was able to get into the elite training camp and receive a gigantic reward like a portion of dragon blood. If they didn't give him any pressure, why would Luo Feng train so hard? Vulture, Scorpion, in the future, you two will fear me like I once feared you. With a thought from Luo Feng. Who? The green egg-shaped crystal floated in the air in front of him. At the same time, Luo Feng's SS-grade throwing knife drew across an arc as it directly stabbed into the surface of the green egg-shaped crystal. Poochie! The tough crystalline outside was directly pierced through under Luo Feng's deliberate attack. Goo goo! The liquid inside slowly flowed out from the crystal. However, this green liquid that was full of life was controlled by Luo Feng's spiritual force and made to hover in front of him. Come! Luo Feng opened his mouth, whoosh. This heart-moving essence of the 1,000-year willow heart that was filled with limitless vitality directly flew into Luo Feng's mouth under the control of his spiritual force. Even though the entire crystal was about the size of an egg, the essence inside could probably only fill up a small cup. He swallowed it all in one gulp. The essence flowed down his esophagus, which brought about a cool, relaxing feeling around his entire body. It felt so good that it even seemed like his soul was shaking. Feels good, . The mysterious guy from the phone call said that there won't be any pain at all when consuming the 1,000-year willow heart and will instead feel great. Looks like it's true. Luo Feng lay in the rocky cave without moving as he clearly felt the changes undergoing in his body. Luo Feng definitely won't be able to forget the pain he went through when using the dragon blood. Of course, Luo Feng would be extremely happy when he can raise his strength without going through a painful experience. So comfortable. I can feel the changes in all the tendons, muscles, and bones in my body. Luo Feng lowered his head and, using the small amount of light coming from his tactical communications watch, saw the small yet startlingly fast vibrations on his skin with his naked eye. During this vibration, black stuff seeped out of the pores of his skin. This feeling was quite magical. His entire body felt cool. At the same time, it felt like all his skin and muscles have left their bones and went out of control. He could only feel the slight, incessant vibrations, as if it was a massage. And in Luo Feng's body, the limitless vitality in the essence of the 1,000-year willow heart virtually instantly combined into every single part of Luo Feng's body. This vitality caused amazing changes in the cells of Luo Feng's bones and muscles. It was as if a small seedling was growing into a tree that could reach the sky. At this moment, the countless number of cells in Luo Feng's body were undergoing startling changes. His genes were soaring to perfection as they abandoned the useless parts and recombined themselves. This process was extremely fast, and the genes that absorbed a bit of the 1,000-year willow heart changed in a special way. Their liveliness was increasing rapidly. With this liveliness, Luo Feng's entire body was improving extremely quickly. His tendons seemed to have completely transformed, and his skin and muscles were still changing dramatically. And yet, this process didn't give Luo Feng even the slightest bit of pain. Luo Feng only felt relaxed, very relaxed, as if he was receiving a massage. In his realm of consciousness. In his limitless realm of consciousness, the dark golden ball was currently rotating rapidly as it let out energy. The realm of consciousness was filled with mist and, in this never-ending mist, large amounts of liquid were being produced, as if they were drops of dew. This rate of improvement has never been heard of before. Luo Feng's fitness level was improving. And, as a result,
His spiritual force crazily increased as his body was able to handle more. Luo Feng's fitness level went from the lowest level of a beginner-level war god level, fist strength of around 64,000 kilograms. Average beginner-level war god level, fist strength of around 96,000 kilograms. Peak of the beginner-level war god level, fist strength approaching 128,000 kilograms. Intermediate level war god. Going up step by step. Right when his fitness level reached the intermediate war god level, the dark golden ball in Luo Feng's realm of consciousness rapidly expanded, and then crack, the entire dark golden ball cracked open. Countless amounts of spiritual force directly flowed out as it filled the entire realm of consciousness. A fitness level of intermediate level war god level can practically withstand the maximum amount of spiritual force available to war gods. His spiritual force increased rapidly. Luo Feng's fitness level continued to rise. After his transformation finally ended, Luo Feng quietly lay in the cave beside the underground river that was around 2,000 to 3,000 meters below the surface. The dark golden ball shattered. Ever since his awakening, his future as a spirit reader was limitless. He has always been worrying about how long his dark golden ball will last for. Keep in mind that many spirit readers end their growth period when they reach the advanced level warlord level or the beginner level war god level. Spirit readers with growth periods that can sustain them to the advanced level war god level can practically be counted on one hand. My realm of consciousness. Luo Feng sank into his realm of consciousness. Before, when he was barely an advanced level war god level spirit reader, his realm of consciousness were filled with a few droplets. And now, in the infinite realm of consciousness, the mist spread all the way to the horizons. A raging liquid current was flowing in Luo Feng's realm of consciousness like a galaxy. The amount of spiritual force contained within it was absolutely amazing. A few dark golden pieces could be seen within this spiritual force liquid galaxy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 55, War God Luo Feng. Volume 5, Chapter 55, War God Luo Feng. In the cave that was 2,000 to 3,000 meters below the surface, Luo Feng opened his eyes as he lay. This transformation only took around half an hour. Luo Feng lowered his head and checked the time on his tactical communications watch. His face full of filth couldn't help to let out a smile. Half an hour ago, he was an extremely powerful fighter in the circle of war gods, but there were still people like Phantom Demon Catalan who were more powerful than him. But now... Boom! Luo Feng randomly threw out a punch and caused the air to explode. A random punch is comparable to my punches in the past with force exertions. My body fitness level is at least intermediate level war god level right now, and maybe even advanced level war god level. Luo Feng could only rely on his hazy feeling. He's sure that he's at least an intermediate level war god, but would need a machine to test whether or not he's at the advanced level war god level. He can't be too sure about his fitness level. But he can be absolutely and positively sure about his spiritual force. Peak of the war god level. A spirit reader at the peak of the war god level. Luo Feng didn't doubt this at all. His flowing, roaring galaxy in the realm of consciousness contained way more spiritual force than he had before. Keep in mind that he was already at bottom of the advanced level war god level before. After improving so much, of course he'll be at the peak of the war god level. Powerful. A feeling of unrivaled power. One thing that's known by all is that spirit readers at the peak of the war god level are invincible in the war god level. Luo Feng let out a smile. Alright, I'll wash up first and then check out Liao, Catalan, and the others. I'll also end my grudge that I've been having with Liao all these years. Whoosh! Luo Feng went along the tunnel as he charged towards the rock beside the underground river. He used his spiritual force to float a gigantic ball of water in front of him as he swiftly cleaned his entire body and his battle uniform set. Time to go.
In just 3 minutes, Luo Feng ferociously soared up. Rumble he broke past layer after layer of rock as he swiftly charged towards the surface. It was still nighttime in the misty island, mist emanated everywhere. Pu. After charging out the surface. There are sounds of people fighting over there. Luo Feng smiled as he walked over step by step. He was indeed headed towards the direction of the 9 willow trees. Who would have thought that they still haven't been able to cut all the willow trees down in half an hour? The place where he popped out of was at least 1,000 meters away from the 9 willow trees. However, on the extremely silent island, the crazy attacks of Catalan, Li Yao, etc. produced sonic booms, which made it easy for Luo Feng to find them. Oh! Luo Feng looked closely. As of now, 8 out of 9 willow trees have fallen and the 1,000-year willow hearts have been taken out of their split trunks. The only one remaining was the willow tree king. The willow tree king with a trunk that's over 3 meters in diameter. There were already 6 javelins stuck in the main trunk of the willow tree king. The willow tree king had hundreds of dark golden branches surrounding the 6 javelins. Catalan's 6 javelins are all inside the willow tree king's trunk. Luo Feng watched from afar. After his transformation, his sight improved by a lot, at least 2x better than before. The javelins are stuck in the trunk and are wrapped around by the dark golden branches, so it'll be hard to retrieve them. And the 3 people with black god sets, Catalan, Li Yao, and Ethan, were currently crazily attacking. The willow tree king's trunk is damaged and weakened. Hurry! Catalan, who had some traces of blood on the side of his mouth, yelled. The daggers in his 2 hands crazily danced. The dark golden branches were much slower than before, so Catalan slashed through a huge amount of dark golden branches. However, there were just too many. Break! Roared Li Yao. Yeah. Ethan crazily howled. As if a whirlwind was closing into the willow tree king, large amounts of dark golden branches broke. The trunk was damaged and the speed and power of the branches were clearly weakened by around 60 to 70%. Only their toughness remained. After weakening so much, Catalan, Li Yao, and Ethan just need time to break all of those dark golden branches. Even though these branches are long, liquid will leak out of them once they're cut. When this happens, their power lowers and become even weaker than regular branches. Hurry, while we still have time. Catalan's eyes flashed as he yelled in a hurry. After cutting down this willow tree king, we still need to go get the other spirits of nature. Okay. Understood. Li Yao and Ethan were giving all they had as they cut down branch after branch. As for Keita, he was still patrolling the area. But because of the night and the mist, Keita had a difficult time discovering Luo Feng, who was hiding in a bush over 200 meters away. Ha, broke them all. Ha ha. There was lots of laughter. Even though there were so many dark golden branches, they couldn't stand against the crazy attacks of 3 advanced level war gods. Finally, all of the dark golden branches were broken, liquid leaking out of each of them. The damaged dark golden branches were weakened greatly, so they no longer posed a threat to the advanced level war gods. Attack the trunk. Cut it down. Catalan, Li Yao, and Ethan crazily charged. Keita, come, yelled Catalan. Coming the savage brute. Keita also excitedly charged over to help. The gigantic willow tree king with a trunk of over 3 meters in diameter couldn't fight back at all. Since it couldn't move, it could only let the 4 humans attack it. After pulling out the 6 javelins, Catalan started crazily cutting at the places the javelins pierced. Clearly, attacking from the inside makes it easier. After they cut over and over again, the toughness of the willow tree king's trunk seemed to lower. Chi-Chi, the large amounts of willow branches started withering swiftly. The entire trunk of the willow tree king started rapidly losing its vitality. Even the naked eye could see how quickly it was losing its life. As it lost its life, its defensive capabilities clearly weakened. Boom! The entire willow tree king slowly fell over. The gigantic willow tree king smashed into some trees and plants beside it, and with a rumble, it fell onto the ground of the misty island. Ha, finally succeeded.
Hurry, find the 10,000-year willow heart. Catalan and the others were extremely excited. They spent over 10 times more effort to cut down this one willow tree king than to cut down all the other 8 willow trees combined, but Luo Feng has already observed for over 10 minutes in the distance. He. Good thing my transformation only took 30 minutes so I could see them cut down the willow tree king in time. Luo Feng let out a smile. The people from the Dojo of Limits haven't arrived yet, but no problem. After his transformation underground, Luo Feng's strength improved greatly. Right now, he desperately wanted to test his skills. The rumbling wouldn't stop. Those group of people were currently slashing at the trunk of the willow tree king. Hurry and find it. Catalan and the others wanted to find the 10,000-year willow heart in the trunk. Catalan's spread out spiritual force felt someone enter. He couldn't help but to be shocked as he turned his head. What was seen 100 meters away was Luo Feng in his battle uniform carrying his shield and holding a ghost blade. He slowly walked out of the mist of the night as he headed towards them. Keita, Ethan, and Li Yao also discovered this. Luo Feng. Li Yao's eyes immediately bursted with ferocity. Long time no see. Luo Feng smiled as he looked at Li Yao. Catalan looked at Luo Feng as he sneered. With his accented Chinese, Luo Feng? If you hid underground, with your abilities as a spirit reader, even I wouldn't be able to catch you. And yet you surfaced, how foolish. Great Bear Keita and Blood Shadow Ethan also sneered. Nobody in Catalan's trio is weaker than Li Yao. The 3 of them with Li Yao, would this combination of 4? Fear Luo Feng. Or could it be that you used the 1,000-year willow heart and became a spirit reader at the peak of the advanced level war god level? Sneered Catalan. He was a spirit reader, so he was clear, spirit readers were rare in the first place, and most spirit readers' growth period only lasted them to the advanced level warlord level. It would be quite good to last until the beginner level war god level. Intermediate level war god level spirit readers were quite rare. As for advanced level war god ones, they could be counted on one hand. A spirit reader that rapidly grew until the peak of the war god level? Even if you look across the entire world, you would find one? Or 2? Nobody knows. Thanks for helping me cut down the willow tree king, smiled Luo Feng. That saved me a lot of effort, but... Boom! He left behind an afterimage as he charged towards the willow tree king. Kill him! Roared Catalan. Luo Feng! Li Yao roared as he charged first with his blades in both hands. There seemed to be a burning fire in his eyes. Whoosh! 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 6 throwing knives. Like 6 black lightning bolts, even Li Yao couldn't dodge them under this distance. But why would Li Yao dodge? He was completely covered in black and only his eyes and nose were slightly revealed. With his ability, he definitely wouldn't allow anyone to hit such a small target. The Black God set. Even Emperor-level monsters have difficulty piercing through the Black God set. The only way to kill a war god wearing a Black God set is with impacts. Even if you can't pierce through the Black God set, the force of impact can shatter the target's organs. Rumble. 6 throwing knives all hit Li Yao. Luo Feng, who was at the peak of the advanced level war god level, possessed incredible and horrifying strength. After using the dragon blood back then, the fist strength testing machine displayed that his throwing knives had a force of impact of around 220,000 kilograms. And now, the force of impact of one throwing knife surpassed 500,000 kilograms. One throwing knife, over 500,000 kilograms. 6 throwing knives. Added together, is over 3 million kilograms. Spirit readers' advantage reside in their peculiar attacks. However, at the peak of the advanced level war god level, just the pure force of impact has reached an incredible point. This is basically the strength of someone with a fist strength of 500,000 kilograms with a 6x multiplier of a fighter at the peak of the war god level. Boom! Li Yao was blown off his feet and flew backwards at a startling speed. At the same time, he smashed into Blood Shadow Ethan behind him and even tumbled a few times in the air as he flew a few hundred meters away. Whoosh! 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 The 6 throwing knives that were as fast as lightning and as heavy as mountains smashed Phantom Demon Catalan, whose face was full of shock, away. Humph! Luo Feng landed beside the willow tree trunk and his 6 throwing knives crazily smashed the trunk. The trunk already lost most of its vitality and was extremely weak, so it quickly blew up. A green thing with hints of gold flew up and was immediately wrapped around by Luo Feng's spiritual force as his spiritual force retrieved it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 56, Attacking a Turtle. Volume 5, Chapter 56, Attacking a Turtle. This was an oval-shaped crystal that was as large as a fist. Inside the crystal flowed some green stuff with hints of gold in it. Just looking at it would move one's heart. 10,000-year willow heart. Luo Feng slightly smiled as he swiftly put the 10,000-year willow heart into the pockets of his battle uniform. Li Yao! You're not getting away. Luo Feng laughed loudly. Boom! The sound of a sonic boom rose, and Luo Feng charged at an incredible speed towards the place where Li Yao landed. As of now, Luo Feng's maximum speed was around 500 meters per second. Once he adds his spiritual force that's at the peak of the war god level, Luo Feng's speed can reach up to 700 meters per second. In the distance, Li Yao, Catalan, Keita, and Ethan were running like mad. That Luo Feng is chasing after us. Catalan's face changed. Luo Feng. Li Yao was extremely regretful. He never would have thought that Luo Feng, who he could have squished like an ant in the past, would grow to such a point so quickly. Li Yao hurriedly said while sprinting, Catalan, the 4 of us can cooperate and get rid of this Luo Feng. Sorry. Catalan slightly smiled and then signaled with his eyes towards Keita and Ethan. The 3 of them have been through who knows how many battles together, so of course they understood what Catalan meant. Whoosh! 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 Phantom Demon Catalan, Blood Shadow Ethan, and Great Bear Keita. These 3 powerful fighters made a sharp turn to the left at virtually the exact same time as they sprinted away. They split up with Li Yao in an instant. Keep in mind that their speed is over 600 meters per second. So by the time Li Yao even reacted, the distance between them was already over 500 to 600 meters. And Luo Feng was already coming. Bastards, bunch of idiots, Li Yao cursed in his heart. And Luo Feng was approaching extremely quickly. This Luo Feng's speed is actually a bit faster than mine. Li Yao grieved as he clenched his teeth. Catalan and the others started slowing down after splitting up with Li Yao. Phew! Catalan let out a sigh of relief. That Luo Feng really did go after Li Yao and not us. Catalan looked behind him and spoke in English. His spiritual force strived to release to a distance of 150 meters and discovered nothing. Blood Shadow Ethan sneered on the side, that Li Yao was looking for it. The sonic booms in the quiet night were especially obvious. Catalan, how come we aren't helping Li Yao? Frowned Great Bear Keita. Help him? Why would we help him? Scoffed Catalan. After that, he became serious. Keita, even if we wanted to help him, we can't. You need to understand that Luo Feng is definitely a spirit reader at the peak of the advanced level war god level, an invincible existence in the advanced level war god level. Great Bear Keita and Blood Shadow Ethan looked at Catalan with surprise. Ethan couldn't help but to say, Catalan, even you aren't his opponent? For my phantom strike, a spirit reader just has to slightly push my javelin to the side with his spiritual force, thus breaking the move.
As for my phantom eye, this is a type of attack using spiritual force. Luo Feng's spiritual force is stronger than mine, so not only will I not be able to injure him, I'll just end up injuring myself. Catalan's face wasn't looking good. Then if we work together? Followed Great Bear Kata. Yeah, let's all go for it. Ethan's gaze turned cold. Against a spirit reader, numbers don't mean anything. Catalan slightly shook his head. I've already confirmed that this Luo Feng is a spirit reader at the peak of the advanced level war god level. Don't mess with him in the future. Okay, Kata and Ethan slightly nodded. Let's use our time to get some more spirits of nature and then leave with our fighter jet, said Catalan quietly. Remember, we don't have to walk too quickly. Don't make too much noise, or else Luo Feng might come after us when he hears us. Kata and Ethan nodded seriously. Catalan sighed to himself. Another invincible war god has appeared in the circle of war gods. An invincible war god is a special title given to a powerful fighter in the circle of war gods. Catalan's position in the circle of war gods is extremely high, much higher than Li Yao's. However, he hasn't received the title of invincible war god. And even though Vulture Li Yao has a black god set, that's only good for defending. If your attack power is lacking, you don't have the right to be named invincible war god. Rumble plants shattered in the places Li Yao passed, who was sprinting as fast as he could. Escape. There was only one word on Li Yao's mind: escape. Ever since he suffered the attack of Luo Feng's 6 throwing knives, Li Yao was clear of the distance between him and Luo Feng. Even Phantom Demon Catalan ran away from Luo Feng, so what can Li Yao do other than run? Li Yao! Luo Feng's body was like a mirage and his eyes were like lightning. Die! 6 black lights instantly shot out from Luo Feng and flew way faster than Luo Feng and Li Yao's sprinting speed. These 6 black lights instantly covered the distance between them, which was less than 50 meters. Before Li Yao even had the chance to dodge, the 6 throwing knives smashed into him. Each throwing knife was like a small mountain. Each throwing knife had an astonishing amount of piercing power. The black membrane on Li Yao's body slightly sank, but wasn't pierced by the throwing knives. However, the horrifying force of impact from the 6 throwing knives wasn't to be taken lightly. Rumble Li Yao was blasted away but swiftly started sprinting away again. He actually used this force of impact to increase the distance between him and Luo Feng. What's going on? Seeing how the distance between them just increased, Luo Feng's face changed, adding, the first time I attacked him, this is the 3rd time. 3 attacks. How is this Li Yao not dead? Or at least on the ground from his injuries? 6 throwing knives, each one with a force of impact of over 500,000 kilograms. 6 throwing knives, over 3 million kilograms in total. And he attacked Li Yao with this horrifying force 3 times. Even the most powerful war gods would turn into a pile of meat after getting hit with such a force 3 times. Yet, Vulture Li Yao was still sprinting as fast as he could, his speed not even dropping in the slightest. Could it be? Could it be because of his black god set? Is the black god set that great? Luo Feng frowned. Thankfully I have my black god set, or else I would have died already. A bit of blood could be seen at the side of Li Yao's mouth as he sprinted as fast as possible. However, his powerful body was swiftly recovering. Li Yao only needs a bit of time to recover most of the injuries he receives from Luo Feng's attacks, so all the way until now, Li Yao only spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. The defensive capabilities of the Black God set is incredible. No wonder even Emperor-level monsters can't pierce through it and can only rely on impacts, thought Li Yao to himself. The Black God set was extremely mysterious. The material it's made out of is extremely tough. Its toughness means that no matter how sharp a weapon is, it'll never be able to pierce through. And not only this. Any force of impact, after being transferred through the Black God set, will weaken by 90%. In other words, after going through the Black God set, only 300,000 kilograms of the original 3 million kilograms actually hits Li Yao's body. And this 300,000 kilograms is spread out across Li Yao's entire body.
If a force of impact of 300,000 kilograms was focused on a single spot, it would gravely injure an advanced level war god. But once it's spread out across the entire body, then Li Yao doesn't care anymore.
There is a saying.
Other than existences surpassing the war god level, emperor level monsters, and laser cannons, there is nothing that can kill a war god wearing a black god set. This is praising the miraculous defensive capabilities of the black god set.
Of course, there are some exaggerations here. For example, Li Yao almost died when he was stuck under the lake because he couldn't breathe.
In conclusion, the defensive capabilities of the black god set is incredible.
The 6 throwing knives hit Li Yao once again. This time,
Li Yao didn't use the force of impact to run in a straight line, but used it to make a sharp turn instead. And Luo Feng, who has been chasing for a while, thought that Li Yao would keep running in a straight line, so he continued to charge forward. By the time he came back, the distance between the two of them has already surpassed Luo Feng's spiritual forces range because of their amazing speed.
Humph. Luo Feng was mad. But Luo Feng was clear.
He landed 6 blows on Li Yao but wasn't able to kill him.
This black god set sure is amazing.
Even though I can beat this Li Yao, killing him is trouble, thought Luo Feng to himself.
I'll make a net when I go back. ASS grade net.
I'll use my spiritual force to control the net and catch this Li Yao. If I can't kill him, then I'll tie him up. When that happens, I won't give him anything to drink or eat. I'll even throw him into water and kill him like that,
thought Luo Feng to himself. There was no other way.
He could only rely on this simple method. Tie him up and either starve him to death or suffocate him. As for killing a war god with a black god set up front, even Luo Feng can't do that unless they take off their black god set. This Li Yao sure is sneaky, not making any sound at all. Luo Feng listened carefully and tried to find his tracks via sound.
Whoosh, dot.
Luo Feng leaped into the air and stepped onto his shield. He instantly flew up to an altitude of 100 to 200 meters. He looked down from above and spread out his spiritual force while listening closely.
Boom! A weak sound carried from afar. HM? There's a sound.
Luo Feng's eyes flashed and, with a thought, instantly flew over there. He drew across an arc as he landed. At this moment, Phantom Demon Catalan, Great Bear Kata, and Blood Shadow Ethan were currently surrounding 2 golden yellow weeds as they swiftly dug the dirt beneath them.
Hey, what are you guys up to?
A sound rose. Phantom Demon Catalan and the others' faces changed. They turned their heads. Luo Feng, who was standing on his shield, slowly descended as he smiled at Catalan and the others.
Phantom Demon Catalan and the others cursed in their hearts. Wasn't this Luo Feng supposed to be chasing that Li Yao?
Even if they made some sounds, they shouldn't have attracted Luo Feng.
They didn't want to make any sounds at all, but how can you not make any sounds when fighting with spirits of nature? Go! Howled Catalan. The 3 of them immediately sprinted away.
That Li Yao has a black god set, so I can't attack a turtle with its head tucked in. 2 out of the 3 of you have black god sets, but after all, one of you don't. Luo Feng's gaze locked onto the savage brute, Great Bear Kata, and let out a smile. Whoosh! He directly chased after Great Bear Kata.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 57, Existence Surpassing the War God Level. Volume 5, Chapter 57, Existence Surpassing the War God Level.
Luo Feng, Luo Feng.
This large, savage brute Kata yelled in his accented Chinese. Whoosh! Luo Feng also stopped out of surprise as he stood beside him. He looked at this famous Great Bear Kata with interest. You're not going to run away? Great Bear Kata laughed helplessly as he said in his accented Chinese, Luo Feng, my strength is incomparable to yours.
I admit defeat. I am willing to give all the spirits of nature to you. Luo Feng smiled out of surprise. This Great Bear Kata sure is interesting. But Great Bear Kata was laughing bitterly inside. When he talked with Phantom Demon Catalan, he learned that Luo Feng was already a spirit reader at the peak of the advanced level War God level, a fighter worthy of the title Invincible War God. A fighter at this level can shake the higher-ups of any area with just one word? And if he wanted to kill Kata? 6 throwing knives can instantly blast Great Bear Kata into mush. Kata didn't have a black god set. Good, I know that you have 2 spirits of nature in your bag. Hand them over, smiled Luo Feng, I won't kill you. Okay, Great Bear Kata wasn't shocked that Luo Feng knew how many spirits of nature he had. With his spiritual force, could Luo Feng not know what treasures Great Bear Kata had? Catch Great Bear Kata took out the 2,000-year willow hearts and directly tossed them towards Luo Feng. Good. Luo Feng smiled as his spiritual force wrapped around both 1,000-year willow hearts and placed them next to his 10,000-year willow heart. In the pocket of his battle uniform. Great Bear Kata slightly smiled, then I'll be going first. If you ever go to Europe and need something, you can come find me. We better have some drinks next time in the Virtual Spaces Palace of War Gods. After saying that, Great Bear Kata swiftly left. Quite passionate, aren't you? Luo Feng laughed. The Virtual Spaces Palace of War Gods? Luo Feng knew that anyone with the title of War God on Earth can join the Palace of War Gods. This Palace of War Gods was built by fighters like Hong and Thunder God back then. Now he learned that the Palace of War Gods is actually in the virtual space. Wise Kata handed him both of the 1,000-year willow hearts he had, so Luo Feng was in quite a good mood. Above the misty island, Luo Feng stood on his shield at an altitude of 200 meters in the sky as he looked down on the entire misty island. At the same time, his spiritual force extended and tried to find Li Yao. This Li Yao sure can hide carefully. He isn't making any sound at all. My spiritual force can't find him either. Luo Feng frowned as he stood on his shield, his face was quite helpless. Suddenly, Luo Feng turned his head over. In the distance, a blazing red light swiftly flew over from the horizon, as if it was an asteroid. In the dark night, this blazing red light was quite conspicuous. Whoosh! The blazing red light stopped in front of Luo Feng, and it turned out to be a white man with curled, brown hair and a battle uniform set. While this white man hovered in the air around him seemed to twist. A bit of fire was burning on his body. The man in fire looked at Luo Feng and spoke in English. Who are you? Luo Feng was shocked. Fire on his body? Flying? This is definitely an existence surpassing the War God level. I'm Luo Feng, from the Dojo of Limits. Luo Feng stood on his shield and slightly bowed in midair to show his respect. Luo Feng? This man in fire slightly nodded and then ferociously yelled, Catalan, the 4 of you come out. His vigorous voice swiftly carried around the entire island. Whoosh! 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 A bunch of sonic booms immediately sounded around the entire misty island. Soon enough, Luo Feng's spiritual force discovered the 4 people gathered below: Phantom Demon Catalan, Vulture Li Yao, Blood Shadow Ethan, and Great Bear Kata. Representative Far. Representative Far. The 4 people below respectfully gave their greetings. Phantom Demon Catalan and the others looked towards the fighter coated in flames in the night sky and were startled. Right after Luo Feng stole the 1,000-year willow heart, Phantom Demon Catalan immediately contacted his teacher. His teacher contacted existences surpassing the War God level. But who would have thought that someone would arrive so quickly? I just happened to be training myself in the continent of Australia. Right when your teacher contacted me, I rushed here as fast as possible. Representative Far, who was coated in flames, smiled as he said, How goes your spirit of nature harvest? Representative Far. Li Yao yelled in English,
the most valuable 10,000-year willow heart we found was stolen by this Luo Feng. He also stole 3,000-year willow hearts. In the night, Luo Feng's face slightly changed as he hovered in midair. Luo Feng Representative Far looked towards Luo Feng and his eyes became cold. Hand over the 10,000-year willow heart and the 3,000-year willow hearts. Whoosh! Luo Feng turned and ran. Want to run? Representative Far instantly turned into a flowing red light as he chased. Even though Representative Far was an existence surpassing the war god level, all war gods and existences surpassing the war god level were members of the Palace of War Gods. There are rules in the Palace of War Gods. One of those rules is that, unless they have a good enough reason, existences surpassing the war god level are not allowed to kill war gods. Furthermore, Luo Feng comes from the Dojo of Limits. Existences surpassing the war god level all over the world wouldn't easily mess with the Dojo of Limits. Even though he won't kill anyone. Representative Far definitely needs to retrieve the 10,000-year willow heart. The face of Representative Far, who transformed into flames, suddenly changed as he accelerated. However, the distance between him and Luo Feng didn't shorten, but lengthened instead. As I thought. Luo Feng couldn't help but to let out a smile as he rapidly flew forwards and turned his head back. This Representative Far's flying speed isn't as fast as mine. When he flew over here just now, I felt that his flying speed was around half of my maximum speed. And now, it seems that even when he goes all out, he's still slower than me by quite a bit. Boom! Representative Far, whose body was surrounded by flames, rapidly descended to the misty island. Li Yao and the others were shocked. Looks like Representative Far wasn't able to catch Luo Feng. Hurry, we'll split up and search for spirits of nature. If you can't deal with something, contact me immediately, yelled Representative Far. Yes. Catalan and the others immediately sprinted into the depths of the misty island. While sprinting, Li Yao couldn't help but to ask, Catalan, how come Representative Far couldn't catch up to Luo Feng? Existences surpassing the war god level are way more powerful than war gods, said Catalan lowly. However, in midair, they have nowhere to use their power. If they sprint on the ground, they are astonishingly fast. As for flying, even though existences surpassing the war god level can fly, their flying speed is way slower than their speed on land. Li Yao, Keita, and Ethan came to a realization. Back when Luo Feng stole the first 1,000-year willow heart, Catalan has already said. Even existences surpassing the war god level wouldn't chase an advanced level war god level spirit reader underground. Indeed. Existences surpassing the war god level are extremely powerful. But within reason. If they were on land, they could catch Luo Feng in an instant. But in the air? Their powerful legs have nothing to run on, so they can only rely on their special ability to fly. Even though they fly quickly, even faster than some spirit readers, they're still slower than spirit readers at the peak of the advanced war god level. Luo Feng turned back and hovered at an altitude of 300 to 400 meters above the misty island, his spiritual force spread out. Boom! The air suddenly shook and a purplish red light stopped in the air above Luo Feng in a blink of an eye. It was indeed a purplish red triangular fighter jet. In terms of appearance, this streamlined triangular fighter jet was virtually the same as the one Hong rode on last time, only the color differed. Voila! The hatch opened automatically. Two shadows flew out and the fighter jet's hatch automatically closed as it just hovered in midair. The Dojo of Limits fighter jet Luo Feng's face let out some joy. You're Luo Feng? The two shadows hovered beside Luo Feng. One of them had long, flowing hair and always had a smile on. He gave off a feeling of a calming, nice breeze. As for the guy hovering beside him, he was as cold as ice and as steady as a mountain. He had a golden mask on. Luo Feng greets the two investigators. Luo Feng bowed. How's it going down there? Asked Investigator Lu.
Luo Feng replied, "Investigator, one of the existences surpassing the war god level from the HR Alliance, Representative Far, just arrived a few minutes ago. As for the willow tree heart, there are 9,000-year willow hearts and one 10,000 willow heart. 6 of the 1,000-year willow hearts are in their possession. I consumed a 1,000-year willow heart earlier and took 2,000-year willow hearts and one 10,000-year willow heart." Investigator Lu let out a smile as he slightly nodded. 10,000-year willow heart? Not bad. Boom! At this time, a flowing red light approached from below. It was indeed Representative Far. Representative Lu Far looked at Investigator Lu. When he saw the golden masked man on the side, he let out a face of surprise. "Representative Far, all the spirits of nature on this misty island will go to the Dojo of Limits. You don't have any objections, right?" said Investigator Lu calmly. The flames on Far's body bursted ferociously as he yelled with anger, "Investigator Lu, don't cross the line. We discovered this misty island first. You guys didn't discover it first, I did." Luo Feng cut in. "You can ask Catalan, Li Yao, and the others to confirm." Indeed, Luo Feng was actually the first one to come to this misty island. After that, he purposefully turned on his tactical communications watch to lure Li Yao here. If Li Yao didn't come, then Luo Feng wouldn't have recognized those treasures. "Haha, hear that?" smiled Investigator Lu. "Our side discovered it first." Investigator Far sneered, "Nobody owns this misty island. Why would we hand it over to your Dojo of Limits? If you guys aren't all talk, then let's fight over them fairly. Whoever finds the spirits of nature gets to keep it." Investigator Lu smiled at Representative Far as he heard this. He went silent for a moment and then nodded, "I accept." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 58, Huge Commotion. Volume 5, Chapter 58, Huge Commotion. Representative Far froze. Luo Feng was surprised too. Keep in mind that this entire misty island was full of mist and visibility was low here. And for things like spirits of nature, there are times where it would be hard to recognize one even if it was right in front of you. Whoever finds more gets to keep more? Why would this Investigator Lu accept such conditions? It's up to you. Investigator Lu looked towards the golden masked man. Okay, the golden masked man slightly nodded. Whoosh. He flew into the distance and hovered above the misty island. Afterwards, the mysterious golden masked man extended both of his hands and closed his eyes. A formless, special power spread towards every direction with him at the center, as if a radar was emitting radio waves. This process lasted about 5 to 6 seconds. Whoosh! Like a bolt of lightning, the mysterious golden masked man directly flew into the misty island. This scene shocked Luo Feng and Representative Far, who were still in midair. Usually, searching for spirits of nature with all this mist was an extremely difficult task. If the spirits of nature don't attack, then they would be hard to recognize even if they're right in front of you. So there isn't much of an advantage for existences surpassing the war god level in searching for spirits of nature. But why? Does Investigator Lu seem so confident in letting this mysterious golden masked man take action? Representative Far, just keep me company here. It'll be easier for you and it'll be easier for me. Investigator Lu glanced at him. Representative Far just sneered as he continued to hover in midair. Representative Far didn't have any special methods to help him search for spirits of nature, so it would be better for him to just stay here and keep Investigator Lu with him. Suddenly, four shadows raced below and one of them even soared into the air. Luo Feng observed carefully and saw that the one who flew up was indeed Phantom Demon Catalan. A black light extended below Catalan's feet and seemed to take the shape of a petal. Phantom Demon Catalan's feet stepped on those black petals as he hovered in midair. Representative Far Catalan said out of anger and resignation,
we were digging up an unknown spirit of nature, but it was stolen right at the most important moment.
The opponent was too fast and powerful. He was probably an existence surpassing the war god level, so the four of us couldn't fight back at all. Representative Far's face changed as he heard this. As for the spirits of nature that Li Yao discovered earlier, they were already taken by the time we arrived, yelled Catalan again.
Ha! Investigator Lu laughed loudly as he heard this.
Representative Far's face turned green as he heard this. And Luo Feng was absolutely flabbergasted. Damn, that mysterious golden masked man has an ability where he can easily find spirits of nature in all this mist?
Usually, spirits of nature are extremely hard to identify if they don't attack.
Investigator Lu, I wonder which of the 3 royal guards he is. Ice Mountain? Representative Far's face was green. Who would have thought that the head of the dojo's 3 royal guards have such special abilities?
You're quite smart. He is indeed Ice Mountain.
Investigator Lu slightly smiled. However, is this worth getting surprised over?
Everyone has different abilities after breaking through the war god barrier and becoming an existence surpassing the war god level.
Your ability is just fire.
An Ice Mountain of the 3 royal guards has an ability you would never even dream of.
There are 5 big investigators under Hong of the Dojo of Limits. But, other than the 5 investigators, few people know that Hong has 3 royal guards. These 3 royal guards have been following Hong with all their body and heart since a long time ago. They are absolutely loyal. Hong also guides these 3 royal guards and assists them as much as possible.
All 3 royal guards are existences surpassing the war god level.
People say that the 5 big investigators are horrifying.
But more fighters are afraid of these 3 royal guards.
Other than Hong, nobody knows who they are.
People only know their nicknames, which are Beast, Ice Mountain, Allure.
Royal guards? Luo Feng was stunned. Not investigators?
Young man investigator Lu smiled as he glanced at Luo Feng. Hong is not as simple as you think he is. The 3 royal guards below him are all existences surpassing the war god level. And each of the royal guards, under Hong's teachings, have extraordinary strength.
Otherwise, why would the world's powerful countries and organizations all fear Hong so much? Luo Feng froze.
One person, single-handedly raised 3 existences surpassing the war god level.
Holy rumble. Who? It was all black below. Sonic boom after sonic boom carried from the mist-covered island below.
The sounds of attacks landing on a plant. Clearly, these sounds were caused by that royal guard.
In midair,
a shield created out of a breeze covered Luo Feng and Investigator Lu.
Investigator? Luo Feng looked at Investigator Lu with shock.
Just a small trick so Representative Far won't be able to hear us, smiled Investigator Lu. Let me introduce myself.
I'm Lu He. The head's rating of you is quite high, saying that you're one of the top spirit reader geniuses on Earth. After consuming 1,000-year willow heart, what level did your spiritual force reach? Luo Feng hesitated.
Peak of the advanced level war god level, said Luo Feng.
Investigator Lu took in a breath as he looked at Luo Feng with disbelief on his face. He couldn't help but to say, "How old are you?" 19 years old. Answered Luo Feng. 19 years old, peak of the advanced level war god level spirit reader?
Investigator Lu couldn't help but to shake his head as he started laughing. I've always heard how powerful the geniuses from the legends are. During the Grand Nirvana period, the head and chairman Thunder God only took a few years to become existences surpassing the war god level. I've also seen a few that only took a short 2 to 3 years to become war gods at the peak of the advanced level war god level. But it's my first time seeing a 19-year-old peak of the advanced level war god level spirit reader. Investigator Lu's gaze towards Luo Feng softened quite a bit.
Why is the Dojo of Limits powerful? Unity.
Raise up geniuses to strengthen the dojo and not worry about the young ones surpassing the old ones.
On Luo Feng's path of a fighter.
He's been taught and helped by instructor Jiang Yan, chief instructor Wu Tong, envoy Yang Wei, teacher Zhang Feng, and others. They tried their best to guide and advise Luo Feng, which was why he was able to grow so successfully. His talent is important, but so is his environment. Very good. Investigator Lu smiled as he nodded. With your strength, you can already be nicknamed Invincible War God. A spirit reader at the peak of the advanced level War God level. This is quite a challenge. They seem to fly quickly and are quite peculiar underground, making it hard for people to chase after them.
Luo Feng couldn't help but recall the scene that previously unfolded. Representative Far couldn't catch him in midair. But don't get too cocky.
You're invincible within War Gods, but once you encounter an existence surpassing the War God level,
it won't be so easy.
Every existence surpassing the War God level has a special ability. Investigator Lu lightly smiled, and everyone has different strengths.
For example, I fly much faster than Representative Far. Luo Feng nodded.
That mysterious golden masked man is one of Hong's 3 royal guards, Ice Mountain Nut. He's actually able to easily find large amounts of spirits of nature. Investigator Lu carefully reminded Luo Feng that he can't let his guard down.
There are tons of existences surpassing the War God level that can get rid of Luo Feng. Show me the 10,000-year willow heart, said Investigator Lu. Investigator Luo Feng took out the 10,000-year willow heart. Investigator Lu took it and looked at it. The flowing green essence with hints of gold inside the oval-shaped crystal caused Investigator Lu to squint.
He nodded. This 10,000-year willow heart is definitely something special. I have a feeling that this one 10,000-year willow heart is more important than 10,000-year willow hearts.
Luo Feng let out a smile as he heard this. Isn't that right?
Cutting down 9 willow trees is who knows how many times more easier than cutting down a willow tree king. The 10,000-year willow heart in the willow tree king is definitely something special. But a treasure like this cannot be consumed without care. We have to show the head to figure out how to use it properly, said Investigator Lu seriously. If a treasure isn't used properly, it'll take lives. One year there was a guy who consumed a certain treasure and his body directly blew up because of it.
Luo Feng nodded. You can die from eating too much food.
This 10,000-year willow heart is much better than a 1,000-year willow heart, so, without absolute confidence, Luo Feng wouldn't foolishly eat it. Anyways, Luo Feng, you've done something big this time, said Investigator Lu. Reporting the location of the Misty Island gets you 10%. And you also obtained the 10,000-year willow heart, so that counts as helping us get the treasure.
When the time comes, we'll give you more. And now you're a
spirit reader at the peak of the advanced level War God level.
The head will probably organize something for you.
There's no need for you to stay in the elite training camp, smiled Investigator Lu. Why would the head not use someone as talented as you?
There might be a huge reward for you. The head isn't a stingy person. Investigator Luo Feng was a bit worried.
Investigator Lu looked at Luo Feng. Speak.
I just want to ask the investigator.
I don't know if the head would be willing to reward me with a black god set, asked Luo Feng.
Investigator Lu froze. This kid sure doesn't hold back.
After the battle on this misty island, Luo Feng really wanted a black god set. The effect of this black god set is too amazing, way better than a SS grade battle uniform set. Actually, Luo Feng still hasn't officially obtained the title of War God. The law says he still isn't a War God. Technically, Luo Feng can continue to stay in the elite training camp and get first place over and over again.
Wouldn't he obtain gigantic rewards this way? And also obtain the Black God set?
If I stay in the training camp, I'll have a chance to get it, clowned Luo Feng.
You kiddo, you're already invincible in the War God level and you still have the face to fight over with those kids? Investigator Lu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, I really can't decide over the Black God set. We'll have to see what the head says when we return. Investigators rarely interact with students. Investigator Lu took the initiative to introduce himself and to talk to Luo Feng. He wanted to get to know Luo Feng. Who would have thought that Luo Feng would act like a kid even though he's an invincible war god, a figure that can shock an area of the earth? Oh wait. Luo Feng is only 19, so he actually is a kid. Boom. In the night, the entire Misty Island shook, which shocked Luo Feng, Investigator Lu, and Representative Far. Let's hurry up and go. A loud sound rang. The golden masked man came back in a rush, whoosh. In the distance, a black purplish vine that had a diameter of 20 centimeters shot towards him. With just a glance, you couldn't tell how long the vine was. With just the light coming from Representative Far's fire, the naked eye could see a length of 500 to 600 meters. There was still an unknown length in the distant mist. As if a vine that stretched across the heavens and the earth. This vine was like a tentacle that stretched across hundreds of meters, and was still rapidly extending as it wrapped towards the golden masked man. The golden masked man's bag was completely bulged up as it clearly held large amounts of spirits of nature. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 59, Return to the Headquarters City. Volume 5, Chapter 59, Return to the Headquarters City. This vine. Luo Feng was absolutely shocked when he saw it. The black purplish vine that extended from the distant mist seemed infinite. It was like a rumbling, gigantic python that chased after the escaping golden masked man. Pu. Pu. The golden masked man had blades that were as thin as a cicada's wing in each hand, as if they were transparent ice blades. They cruelly collided with the approaching black purplish vine. Immediately, shockwaves visible to the naked eye flew in every direction. The trees below that seemed to touch the sky were all smashed into pieces by these shockwaves. Even Vulture Li Yao, Blood Shadow Ethan, and Great Bear Kata were running in a panic. If they accidentally get caught up in this fight, they'll instantly die. What? Luo Feng was shocked. Under the attack of the two ice blades, the black purplish vine that had a diameter of 20 centimeters was barely cut open a depth of 1 centimeter. However, this wound instantly healed in virtually a blink of an eye. Let's go. Investigator Lu pulled Luo Feng. Luo Feng didn't resist and immediately flew into the distance with Investigator Lu. As for that black purplish vine, it was busy chasing after the golden masked man with everything it had, so it didn't have time to chase after Luo Feng and the others. Get on the fighter jet, yelled Investigator Lu. Whoosh! The purplish-red triangular fighter jet that was hovering in the distance directly flew over and opened its hatch. Whoosh! Whoosh! Investigator Lu and Luo Feng flew into the triangular fighter jet like two lights. Inside the triangular fighter jet was darkness. Luo Feng and Investigator Lu looked out the hatch while the fighter jet flew away, creating distance between them and the black purplish vine. Voila! The hatch closed. Display Ice Mountain's battle, ordered Investigator Lu. Chi. A video instantly appeared in the dark cabin, which was indeed displaying the battle that was currently happening above the Misty Island. This video was much more clear than what the naked eye could perceive. In the video, the golden masked man was the only person left in the air above the Misty Island. And he was still being chased by that vine. The golden masked man was as fast as lightning as he escaped. Pa! A sky-shattering sound. The vine actually whipped like a whip. That dark purplish vine that was over 1,000 meters long whipped ferociously. When it retracted and then extended, it caused an amazing sonic boom. Even after the sound went through the hatch of the plane, Luo Feng felt like a bomb just blew up next to his ears. Such a long vine can whip people? Investigator Lu couldn't help but to sigh. If Ice Mountain gets whipped, it's over. Investigator Lu, are we just going to watch? Asked Luo Feng. They're all part of the Dojo of Limits. Are they just going to watch their ally get attacked? Luo Feng, Royal Guard Ice Mountain's strength is even a bit higher than mine. And his escaping abilities are much better than mine. He's a Royal Guard of the Head, so the head has taught them various methods to keep their lives. If I go? I'll just make things worse. Investigator Lu wasn't in a rush at all. Don't worry, this one vine still can't, not good. Investigator Lu's face changed dramatically. Luo Feng also took in a deep breath as he stared at the display. Rumble. In the video, the entire Misty Island rumbled. Another black purplish vine that you couldn't see the end of swiftly extended out of the mist. Now there are 2 black purplish vines. No! The entire Misty Island rumbled as a third black purplish vine that seemed to stretch across the land extended out of the mist. A 4th vine. A 5th vine. The naked eye couldn't tell how long each vine was, but they were definitely over 1,000 meters long. And each vine had a black purplish color and had a diameter of 20 centimeters. They were all extremely tough. Even existences surpassing the war god level. Can't do anything against them. Big Trouble Investigator Lu's face turned green. Above the Misty Island, the vines that pierced through the heavens were like the tentacles of the Misty Island. They crazily danced from every direction as they surrounded the Golden Masked Man. The Golden Masked Man was extremely fast. One movement of his body could move him across a distance of a few hundred meters. With this, he should be able to shake off the vines easily. However, the vines themselves were too peculiar. They could freely twist and move. They moved so quickly that they left behind tons of afterimages, not allowing the Golden Masked Man to escape at all. At this moment, in the video, the 6 vines crazily danced in the air above the Misty Island. The Golden Masked Man barely dodged each of their attacks. According to the computer's calculations, each of these vines has a length of over 1,600 meters. Their extending, retracting, and moving speeds are over 1,000 meters per second. Investigator Lu's face wasn't looking good. Their toughness is comparable to an average Emperor-level monster. The worst part is, they have extraordinary regeneration capabilities. Their wounds can heal instantly. Luo Feng silently watched. The 6 vines in the video were working together perfectly. As they attacked over and over again, they naturally and quickly forced the Golden Masked Man into a corner. Boom! What Luo Feng and Investigator Lu were both flabbergasted. Under the attacks of the 6 black purplish vines, the extremely tiny Golden Masked Man instantly transformed into a white light. He was extremely fast, and virtually instantly escaped the area where the 6 vines were attacking. This white light was currently flying towards the triangular fighter jet with amazing speed. Voila! The hatch opened. The white light slowed down and became a human's image. It charged into the hatch, which closed right after. Return to HQ, yelled Investigator Lu. Whoosh! The purplish-red triangular fighter jet immediately turned into a purplish-red light as it disappeared into the horizon. The only things left were the black purplish vines that were crazily dancing above the Misty Island, as if they were enraged. Inside the cabin. Ice Mountain, are you okay? Investigator Lu assisted the Golden Masked Man. The Golden Masked Man sat on the chair with his eyes closed, his breath was weak. He said lowly, "No worries, Luha, I'm not going to die yet. I just used my Forbidden Essence move, which damages the body too much. I need to go back and rest for a while this time." Investigator Lu finally let out a sigh of relief. Ice Mountain, what forbidden move, can you teach me? Investigator Lu couldn't help but to ask. It's not that he doesn't understand the rules, but the speed Royal Guard Ice Mountain displayed when escaping was just too startling. Even though he doesn't have any strength to fight back afterwards. This move is definitely a lifesaver. You?
I spent nearly 5 years giving various treasures and wealth to the head. Only after that did the head spend quite a bit of time creating a life-saving move for me based off of the characteristics of my essence. Ice Mountain glanced at Investigator Lu. The characteristics of your essence isn't the same as mine, so you can't learn it. Investigator Lu shook his head helplessly. He understood too. If you supply enough wealth and treasure to the head will help his subordinates create a special move. However, something like that takes up a lot of energy and time, so the payment required is also startling. I just got this universe-level autojet, which costed me quite a bit of money. Investigator Lu couldn't help but to shake his head. Autojet? Luo Feng couldn't help but to say, this fighter jet doesn't need any crew members and can move by itself? Way too advanced, he's never seen any fighter jet like that. Furthermore, Luo Feng completely experienced how advanced this fighter jet's AI was just now. Yeah. This is the universe-level autojet. Just the materials required to build this is uncountable. Investigator Lu couldn't help but to get a bit proud. During crucial times, I can control it to block Emperor-level attacks. Even an Emperor-level monster can't destroy this fighter jet. The materials it's made out of are way better than the ones in a SS-grade weapon. Luo Feng was dumbfounded. Isn't that too much? A fighter jet's materials are better than a SS-grade weapons? Luo Feng has finally experienced for himself how extravagant the existences surpassing the war god level are. However, that vine attacks by wrapping around its target, so my autojet won't be able to do much against that. Investigator Lu shook his head. After that, he smiled as he glanced at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, according to you've done this time, you'll definitely receive a huge reward, which would be enough to buy a universe-level autojet. Maybe. You can even buy the highest level, prehistoric level autojet. A prehistoric level autojet, got that? That's the jet that the head rides on. Its defense is incredible and it even has a laser cannon on it. Luo Feng remains silent. He's not that dumb. This time's harvest is clearly gigantic. 1,000-year willow heart is more valuable than a portion of dragon blood, and what about a 10,000-year willow heart? Adding to that, Royal Guard Ice Mountain has a huge bag of spirits of nature. He'll definitely receive an incredible amount of money. Would he waste all of that money to buy a fighter jet? Ice Mountain, how's this time's harvest? Investigator Lu couldn't help but to ask. As if he's feeling slightly better, Ice Mountain opened his eyes and took a glance. Huge, very huge. Investigator Lu couldn't help but to ask, I count as a contributor this time too, right? Humph, all you did was hold back that representative far, said Royal Guard Ice Mountain lightly. The harvesters of a Spirit of Nature mission only receive 30% of the total wealth. If I sugarcoat it, you'll barely be able to get 5%. Luo Feng got the 10,000-year willow heart and 2,000-year willow hearts, so he'll barely get 5% too probably. I get 20%. Investigator Lu said nothing. He indeed didn't really do anything. A 10,000-year willow heart and 2,000-year willow hearts only gets 5%? Investigator Lu couldn't help but to ask. What do you know? Royal Guard Ice Mountain laughed lightly. Just from what I harvested, there are 92 spirits of nature. Over 6 of them are more valuable than the 10,000-year willow heart. Luo Feng and Investigator Lu both took in a breath. That amount of wealth is staggering. This misty island sure is a treasure island, giving birth to so many spirits of nature. The most valuable thing is that Vine. Royal Guard Ice Mountain brought his voice down. I first sensed how much energy that vine had before attacking it, but who would have thought that I only sensed a small portion of it? The entire vine is over 2,000 meters long. Furthermore, I estimate that the vine is only a part of a certain spirit of nature, since there were 6 vines chasing after me in the end. So, there is an incredible spirit of nature on that misty island, said Royal Guard Ice Mountain quietly. That's where the largest treasure is. When I ran away, I sent the scene of battle to the head. The head will probably personally move out for this. The head will personally move out?
Investigator Lu and Luo Feng both nodded.
Indeed, if those 6 black purplish vines were merely a part of a certain spirit of nature, then the Misty Island's most powerful spirit of nature
isn't a presence that's easy to mess with. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 60, Hong and the Long Vine. Volume 5, Chapter 60, Hong and the Long Vine. On the wasteland beside the lake surrounding the Misty Island, Vulture Liao, Phantom Demon Catalan, Great Bear Kata, and Blood Shadow Ethan. The 4 of them looked towards the Misty Island with a bit of fear in their hearts. Representative Far, who was hovering in midair beside them, also looked towards the sky above the Misty Island where the 6 black purplish vines that pierced the heavens danced crazily. Just what are those things? How are they so powerful? Way too horrifying. Even an existence surpassing the war god level can't beat it. Vulture Liao and the others talked quietly. They were all stunned and scared. If Representative Far didn't bring them away, and if the black purplish vine wasn't only concerned with chasing after that Royal Guard Ice Mountain, the 4 of them probably wouldn't have been able to escape. Whoosh! Representative Far landed. Thank you, Representative Far. Liao came up and thanked. The other 3 also thanked him. Representative Far looked towards the 4 and commanded without emotion, "Give me the spirits of nature you guys found." Catalan, Liao, and the others froze. Hand over the spirits of nature? Catalan and the others worked hard to get these spirits of nature together. However, since they were afraid that Luo Feng would call the people from the Dojo of Limits, they also requested for existences surpassing the war god level. Once they ask for help, the spirits of nature they obtain will naturally be divided. Just like how Luo Feng handed over his 10,000-year willow heart and his 1,000-year willow heart. However, one difference is that Royal Guard Ice Mountain basically got all of the spirits of nature on the island. And Representative Far didn't even get one. This way, Catalan and the others are at a disadvantage. Representative Far frowned. Bring them out, commanded Catalan. Even though they didn't want to, Liao and the others could only hand out the spirits of nature they had. 6,000-year willow hearts and 2 spirit herbs. Don't worry, I'll redistribute them based on contribution, said Representative Far coldly. The fighter jet you guys came in is over there. Are you guys going to go back to Europe or wait here for the other representatives? Catalan invited quite a few representatives through his teacher. All existences surpassing the war god level are representatives of the Palace of Wargods Committee. We're not in a rush, smiled Catalan. Yeah, no rush, followed Liao. How could they miss a chance to watch a few existences surpassing the war god level battle against spirits of nature? After a long time, a flowing light finally appeared in the sky as it swiftly approached. It hovered in the air not too far from Representative Far. This was a disc-shaped fighter jet that was completely black, and its hatch just opened. Whoosh! 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 3 images flew out. Judging from their skin color, 2 of them are American or European, while one of them had slightly darker skin, like someone from South America. The 3 of them smiled as they flew towards Representative Far. The 4 of them were indeed 4 existences surpassing the war god level. Teacher Catalan flew over. Look, behind. Behind. Liao, Catalan, and Kata, who were still on the ground, were all shocked as they pointed towards a blood-red-colored triangular fighter jet that was hovering behind the disc-shaped fighter jet. Voila! The hatch opened. What dot? The 4 existences surpassing the war god level were all stunned as they looked at the person who arrived. The stars scattered across the night sky seemed to have all disappeared. In this point of time, only one person seemed to exist, a man with black, short hair, a black jacket, and black trousers. After meeting his gaze, one's heart completely freezes up and gives up all thoughts of resisting.
He is the only deity in this entire world. Including Representative Far, the hearts of these four existences surpassing the war god level were all shaking.
We greet the first chairman.
Representative Far and the three others slightly bowed as they hovered in midair. The person who came was indeed Hong. The world's strongest fighter, the first chairman on the Palace of War Gods.
The indisputable number one on Earth.
I discovered your fighter jet previously and guessed you guys were coming here, so I didn't rush to get ahead. The black-haired man's voice was calm. I won't bully you guys.
I'll give you guys one chance.
You guys can attack that misty island however you want and keep what you get. If you guys fail, then hurry up and leave.
Hong's voice was cold.
It had a sense of superiority in it.
But indeed, Hong's position since the Grand Nirvana period has been at the indisputable peak.
If the presidents and leaders of the 5 great countries get their power from the country themselves, then Hong's power comes completely from himself. Just him is comparable to an entire country, and maybe even more. His authority has already surpassed the restrictions of the normal world. So, he was glorified. All the countries on Earth cooperated with him and helped him expand his Dojo of Limits.
Truthfully, Hong actually can count as a deity-like existence. One huge reason why humanity has been able to last until now is because of Hong's uncoverable efforts.
Thank you, First Chairman. The 4 existences surpassing the war god level slightly bowed.
And then,
whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 4 of them turned into 4 flowing lights as they flew towards the distant misty island. The black-haired man just hovered in midair as he silently waited.
This is Hong?
Catalan, Liao, Keita, and Ethan all looked towards Hong with passion. The existences surpassing the war god level they so praise, like Representative Far and the others, remain completely calm, and even a bit prideful, in front of the chairman of the HR Alliance.
However, in front of Hong, these 4 representatives become extremely respectful and behaved like children.
Praise. Catalan, Ethan, Liao, and Keita adore Hong from the bottom of their hearts.
Hong represents the limits of humanity, the peak. 5 minutes later.
The rumbling noises sounded continuously on the misty island. 4 flowing lights swiftly flew back as they hovered below Hong. Each of the 4 of these existences surpassing the war god level seemed to have been slightly injured. Either that, or their face was pale, or had a bit of blood trickling out the side of their mouths. All of them were scared. If they didn't listen to Representative Far describe how horrifying those vines were and, as a result, carefully went along the edge of the island, then 1 or 2 of them might have died instead of just receiving some small wounds. First Chairman, the 4 of them slightly bowed. The black-haired man glanced at them. The 4 of them bowed again and then directly flew towards the disc-shaped fighter jet.
No matter what, they won't approach that misty island anymore. That vine's vitality is too much.
Whoosh! The black-haired man directly flew towards the misty island. The blood-red-colored triangular fighter jet behind him also followed.
Above the misty island.
The black-haired man looked down from above like a deity. The 8 endless vines that were just ambushed by the 4 existences surpassing the war god level were dancing in fury, causing the entire misty island to shake, as if an earthquake was happening.
Oh!
The black-haired man's eyes flashed. Whoosh! He directly descended, which caused the black-purplish vines to sweep towards him, hoping to strangle the black-haired man to death. The black-haired man extended his right hand, his powerful right hand.
Pu. As if someone was grabbing onto a pair of chopsticks, the black-haired man actually grabbed onto the endless vine.
Even though the vine had a diameter of 20 centimeters, it couldn't escape the black-haired man's grasp no matter how much it twisted and turned. Buzz, the gigantic black-purplish vine crazily turned.
Sadly. To no avail.
Black-purplish, with such power, the black-haired man's left hand took the shape of a blade and lightly drew across. A wound with a depth of 10 centimeters was instantly cut open on the black purplish vine, but just after 2 or 3 seconds, the wound completely disappeared.
Rumble. It couldn't escape, so the entire misty island shook ferociously.
Vine after vine extended out of the mist, each of them over a length of 2,000 meters.
1, 2, 3, 8, 9.
There should be 16 total. The black-haired man let out a smile. He let all the black purplish vines charge at him. The surrounding 100-meter radius of the black-haired man suddenly sank into an infinite darkness. Once the black purplish vines entered this dark area, movement became extremely difficult, as if they were in mud.
Yep.
The black-haired man grabbed a vine and observed it like a studying scientist. It matches the information in the archaeological ruins perfectly, the cloud contact vine.
Our Earth actually has cloud contact vines too?
The black-haired man let out a smile. This Luo Feng sure is a star of luck.
I've earned a ton this time.
I guess I'll give him some good stuff when we're giving him a portion of the spirits of nature.
Paris headquarters city.
In a quiet bedroom, Li Yao grabbed a bottle of red wine and lay on the sofa as he gulped it down. Soon enough, over half the bottle was finished.
Yao, you don't have to be so depressed just because of this time's failure, anxiously said Vanina in Chinese on the side.
Li Yao ignored her and finished the bottle in one breath. After that, he grabbed towards another bottle of red wine.
Yao, Vanina hurriedly took away the bottle of red wine.
There's no hope, no hope. Li Yao glanced at Vanina and then laughed at himself like he was drunk.
What do you mean no hope?
You just failed this time. Failed to harvest the spirits of nature, failed to kill Luo Feng. Stop yelling about no hope. Vanina was enraged. Yao, we've been through so much together, but I've never seen you lose your morale like this.
How come this time you've become like this? Li Yao's voice was low as he said powerlessly, that Luo Feng, he's already a spirit reader at the peak of the advanced level war god level.
What?
Vanina was shocked. Vanina only knew that this time's operation was a complete failure from the phone call.
She didn't know that Luo Feng became so powerful. Peak of the advanced level war god level, so what? Vanina clenched her teeth. We've been through more difficult situations.
As long as you can become an existence surpassing the war god level, wouldn't dealing with him become an easy task? It's not the same. It's not the same. Li Yao shook his head. The Dojo of Limits has earned a ton of spirits of nature.
I personally saw the golden masked man carrying a bulging backpack.
Luo Feng will definitely get quite a bit.
At that time, he can exchange the spirits of nature for some treasures.
Adding the Dojo of Limits support to that.
Barely any people on Earth are willing to help us deal with him. As for killing him, he can just dig underground with his spiritual force. Even if I become an existence surpassing the war god level, I might not be able to catch him. Furthermore, am I even able to become an existence surpassing the war god level?
Li Yao's face was looking bad. Authority, power. He's going to be completely surpassed by Luo Feng.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 61, Reward.
Volume 5, Chapter 61, Reward.
Hongning Headquarters City, Elite Training Camps, Jiangnan Pagoda.
Dawn, the day was bright. Luo Feng was standing on the balcony and facing east.
A few days ago I was on the wastelands of the continent of Australia and being chased after Li Yao. Now I'm casually waiting here alone, awaiting the summons of the head. Luo Feng let out a smile. After Luo Feng came back with Investigator Lu, Investigator Lu arranged for Luo Feng to live at the training camp. All the other students in the training camp were undergoing their life and death adventure, so Luo Feng was the only official student left in the training camp.
What Luo Feng had to do now
was wait for the head's summons and receive his gigantic reward.
The Dojo of Limits had a very startling harvest this time.
Even Investigator Lu was quite excited just to get 5%, so one could imagine what a startling amount of wealth Luo Feng would receive.
Towards the sun, Luo Feng looked east. Right now, the clouds in the sky were colored in a fiery red.
Even though the sun hasn't shown itself yet, the rays of light shining through the clouds were heart-movingly beautiful. I thought I could live here for up to 2 or 3 years, or maybe even longer. Luo Feng leaned against the railing of the balcony as he sighed. Looks like I'll be leaving.
Evening. A man and a woman in black swiftly arrived at the courtyard of Jiangnan Pagoda. Knock, knock, knock. They knocked. Who is it? Luo Feng came out of his room and opened the door.
The man and woman in black outside seemed to be around 30 years old. Both of their eyes were full of life, and the slightly short woman with layered hair smiled. Student Luo Feng, the head has summoned.
Please follow us.
The man on the side looked towards the youth in front of him with curiosity.
A personal summons from the head is quite rare. The head? Luo Feng was joyful.
So fast, he just came back for a day and the head already wants to see him.
Looks like it's time to receive his reward.
Okay, let's go. Luo Feng nodded and followed the two. They quickly arrived at the main entrance of the elite training camp as they walked along the familiar road. A black, elegant limousine with a length of over 6 meters was parked there. A woman in black went forward and opened the car door. Student Luo Feng, please get on.
Luo Feng got in the car.
The car's interior was as spacious as a space shuttle. It was extremely elegant and comfortable.
The car slowly moved.
The people in the car could barely feel any shaking. The man in the black uniform sat beside the driver's spot while the woman in the black uniform sat next to Luo Feng.
20 minutes later.
Xie.
The car stopped. Student Luo Feng, we have arrived at HQ, smiled the woman in the black uniform.
Luo Feng got off the car and couldn't help but to take in a breath as he looked at the building in front of him.
Holy!
What was in front of him was a gigantic spaceship-like structure that was at least 10,000 meters long. It was around 100 meters high and there was a huge door that was a few dozen meters wide for people to go in. And surrounding this gigantic spaceship structure were large amounts of armed forces.
Security here was clearly strict. This is the real headquarters of the Dojo of Limits?
Luo Feng gasped as he looked at the spaceship in front of him.
Very few people have seen the Dojo of Limits HQ and there aren't any relevant photos online either.
A blue light shot out from the spaceship and surrounded Luo Feng.
Beep. Student Luo Feng, please enter, rang the electronic sound.
The woman in the black uniform beside Luo Feng said, Student Luo Feng, only the higher-ups with huge amounts of authority are authorized to enter.
If you do not have permission, you will be killed by the defense system. Student Luo Feng, you should hurry and enter. Luo Feng nodded as he walked over.
The huge door to the spaceship that was a few dozen meters long was silverish white.
How come I feel like this spaceship-like structure is an actual spaceship? Thought Luo Feng to himself, but a spaceship that's over 10,000 meters long? I really haven't heard of anything like this before.
Without thinking any further, he swiftly passed through the door and entered the interior of the headquarters. In the hallway, a man and a woman both in blue robes smiled as they greeted, Student Luo Feng, please follow us. Basically everyone in the interior of the headquarters were wearing blue robes while a rare few were in red robes.
This is the resting area. Student Luo Feng, please rest here for now.
The head will summon you later, smiled the white woman in the blue robe as she spoke fluent Chinese. After that, she obediently left.
There were already 2 people in the resting area.
I greet Investigator Lu. Luo Feng slightly bowed, Mr. Ice Mountain.
Ha, Luo Feng, sit, smiled Investigator Lu. The Royal Guard Ice Mountain glanced at Luo Feng.
He was cold and said nothing.
The head has returned from the Misty Island and immediately summoned the 3 of us.
It's probably about dividing the profits from the Misty Island, smiled Investigator Lu. Luo Feng, looks like your reward this time isn't going to be small.
In terms of reward, Investigator Lu probably isn't going to get as much as Luo Feng. Luck, I just happened to come across that misty island, followed Luo Feng.
Luck is also a part of skill, smiled Investigator Lu.
Royal Guard Ice Mountain stayed silent on the side. Suddenly,
Ice Mountain, the head calls. A sound rang from a black man in a red robe standing out the door.
The summons have begun. Luo Feng and Investigator Lu's spirits were brought up. Okay, Ice Mountain stood up. He still had his golden mask on as he followed the black man in the red robe away. Ice Mountain sure is going to earn a ton this time, Investigator Lu couldn't help but to sigh.
After that, he looked towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng, your reward isn't going to be small this time either.
At that time,
the head will probably give you a chance to exchange for some treasures. You better grab onto that chance and exchange for some treasures you need.
Exchange for treasures? Luo Feng froze. Yeah.
Investigator Lu nodded as he smiled. A lot of spirits of nature were harvested this time.
Technically, some of the spirits of nature will be given to you. But who would need so many spirits of nature? The best treasure is the one that suits you the most.
You can use the spirits of nature to exchange for some rare treasures from the head.
These treasures can't be bought with money. Oh? Luo Feng's eyes flashed.
You'll know at the time, Investigator Lu slightly smiled, but who knows whether or not the head would be willing to bring out the truly valuable treasures. After saying that, Investigator Lu didn't say another word.
Momentarily, Investigator Lu, the head calls. It was the same red-robed black man.
Luo Feng, I'll be going first. Investigator Lu slightly smiled as he followed the red-robed black man away.
Luo Feng was the only person left in the resting area. Luo Feng waited silently.
10 minutes later, the red-robed black man came back to the door. Luo Feng, the head calls.
It's finally my turn. Luo Feng took in a deep breath and then stood up.
He followed the red-robed black man as he walked through the hallway. Soon enough, he arrived outside a quiet room. The red-robed black man slightly bowed and then left.
Luo Feng, come in, an ice-cold voice rang.
Yes, had Luo Feng met Hong before, so he knows his voice.
The guest room was empty and black. There were only 2 cushions in there.
The black-haired man sat cross-legged on a cushion as he pointed towards the cushion in front of him. Sit.
Yes. Luo Feng went forward and sat on the cushion.
In front of Hong, the formless pressure caused one to lower one's head subconsciously, unable to bring up the slightest thought of resistance. This is probably what an ant does in front of a legendary dragon. When faced with the difference in power, there's nothing else to do but to lower your head. The black-haired man's gaze toward Luo Feng had a bit of warmth to it as he spoke. You have played a large role in reporting the Misty Island's location. Reporting the information gives you 10% of the spirits of nature. And when harvesting, you also played a role, so you can get another 5%. In other words, you can get 15% total. It's really 15%, thought Luo Feng to himself. Keep in mind that the golden masked man harvested a full 92 spirits of nature. With Luo Feng's 10,000-year willow heart and 2,000-year willow hearts, there's a total of 95 spirits of nature. 15% of this number is definitely an incredible amount of wealth. The 1,000-year willow heart can only count as an average thing in that group. And 1,000-year willow heart is more valuable than a portion of dragon blood. It's entirely imaginable how much money 15% is worth. So, the black-haired man waved his hand. Sheishi. A 3D hologram suddenly appeared in the black guest room. In this 3D hologram appeared the images of 12 spirits of nature. Some of these 12 spirits of nature are more valuable than others, but in total, it's about 15% of the 95 spirits of nature. The black-haired man's voice was cold as usual. These 12 spirits of nature are yours. 12? Luo Feng looked towards the 3D hologram. Within the 12 was a 1,000-year willow heart,
which Luo Feng recognized. As for the 11, he actually wasn't able to recognize a single one.
You can carefully examine the value of these 12 spirits of nature. Right when the black-haired man's voice finished, a huge amount of words appeared beside each spirit of nature, which explained the uses of each spirit of nature. Luo Feng had extremely good eyesight, so he could read them clearly. 1,000-year black crow root, boil it into 3 kilograms of medicine and drink 100 grams every day. After drinking, your body fitness level will soar up and your skin will become extremely tough.
100 dew grass.
No matter what kind of injury or poison, you can immediately recover after chewing and consuming it. Each spirit of nature had a special function. The most absurd spirit of nature out of the 12 could actually raise one's body fitness level 6 to 10 times, with a limit of peak of the advanced war god level. Some of them stunned Luo Feng.
But Luo Feng was also quite curious. How could the head easily know the usage and effects of each type of spirit of nature? And they even have all sorts of names. Head, did the 1,000-year black crow root actually grow for 1,000 years? Luo Feng couldn't help but to ask out of curiosity. Dumb. The black-haired man couldn't help but to smile a bit. I just named them randomly.
I'm Chinese, so I just gave them names that Chinese people would like.
How long has it been since the Grand Nirvana period?
I haven't even lived that long, so names like 1,000-year and 10,000-year are just exaggerations, just to let people know how amazing the effects of these spirits of nature are.
Luo Feng nodded.
Spirits of nature, for someone like you who has reached the peak of the advanced war god level, aren't that effective, said the black-haired man, so I'll give you a chance to use those spirits of nature to exchange for treasures you need. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 5, Chapter 62, Exchange Table. Volume 5, Chapter 62, Exchange Table. A chance to exchange for treasures? Luo Feng's eyes flashed. He previously received Investigator Lu's reminder. In the black room.
The black-haired man waved his hand.
Beside the original 3D hologram that displayed the 12 spirits of nature appeared an even larger 3D hologram.
There were many categories in this 3D hologram like instruction manual, autojet battle uniform weapon, spirit medicine, and many others.
Under each category were many 3D holograms. All sorts and types of treasures could make one dizzy.
On this exchange table are 62 different treasures for you to exchange, said the black-haired man.
Spirit medicine category. Luo Feng didn't look at anything else as he stared at the spirit medicine category.
He looked down and saw many different types of spirit medicine, at least 10 different kinds.
Each of them had amazing effects. There's no elixir of life?
What Luo Feng cared about the most was an elixir of life, the elixir of life that could let his brother stand up again.
Elixir of life? The black-haired man, Hong, looked at Luo Feng with shock after hearing this.
He shook his head. Luo Feng, every single thing on this exchange table would sell for an astronomical price if put in human society. Many powerful countries and organizations can't get these treasures no matter how much money they are willing to spend.
How could the elixir of life enter this exchange table? Luo Feng froze. The elixir of life doesn't have the right to be in this list. You want the elixir of life to let your brother stand up again?
The black-haired man pointed at the 12 spirits of nature in the hologram. Did you see the effects of the 100 dew grass within the 12 spirits of nature you received?
As long as you chew it and consume it, it can cure any type of injury. Naturally, your brother would be able to stand up again. Luo Feng looked carefully. 100 dew grass. No matter what kind of injury or poison, you can immediately recover after chewing and consuming it.
Okay, Luo Feng's eyes were shining.
Don't tell me you plan to give this 100 dew grass to your brother? Said the black-haired man in shock. Yeah, Luo Feng nodded.
Ha, the black-haired man laughed.
He hasn't laughed like this for a very long time. Luo Feng, in terms of value, this 100 grass is worth 10x more than the elixir of life. If you used the 100 grass to exchange for elixirs of life from the American government, they'll probably be willing to give you 10 elixirs of life in exchange. And you were thinking of using 100 grass just to let your brother's legs grow out again? What a waste of the effects of the 100 grass. The black-haired man shook his head. The 100 grass was such a valuable spirit grass. Good steel should be used on the edge of a blade. The 100 grass shouldn't be wasted like this. In another 1 or 2 months, the American government will hold an auction for the elixir of life. At that time, just join the auction, commanded the black-haired man. Don't waste spirits of nature. Luo Feng blinked twice. The 100 grass was worth 10x more than an elixir of life? Look clearly. The black-haired man waved his hand. Beep. A price label immediately appeared beside the hovering hologram displaying the 12 spirits of nature. They were 2 stars, 2.5 stars, 3 stars, respectively. Each spirit of nature had a price. The lowest one was 1.5 stars and the highest one was 5 stars. In total, they were 36.5 stars. This is... Luo Feng was a bit confused. This is the value of the spirits of nature you received. The black-haired man's face was calm. On this earth, many treasures cannot be valued with money. Nobody would foolishly sell a treasure for some Chinese or American dollars. That's dumb. If you want to exchange, then you exchange for goods. Luo Feng nodded. Indeed, he has never seen a place that sells almost any of the items on this exchange table that Hong has given him. In other words, you can't buy them even if you have the money. For example, there isn't any place that sells the Black God set. Stars are a unit that I randomly set, said the black-haired man. Luo Feng nodded. Their value is set by my confirmations. Look again. The black-haired man pointed beside the hologram's exchange table. Suddenly, prices appeared beside every item on the huge hologram's exchange table: 1 star, 1.5 stars, 3 stars, 2 stars. The prices were different, but most of them were around 2 stars. The black-haired man had a mysterious smile on as he looked at Luo Feng. You have 36.5 stars worth of spirits of nature. You can exchange for any item here as long as your total doesn't exceed 36.5 stars. After that, the black-haired man remained silent as he let Luo Feng examine carefully. On the exchange table, Luo Feng saw the autojet category in a glance. Emperor level autojet, 2 stars. Universe level autojet, 15 stars. Prehistoric level autojet, 60 stars. The prehistoric level is actually that expensive. Luo Feng thought that he was extremely rich after receiving this times reward, but he couldn't help but to curse after seeing the prehistoric level autojet. Holy, this price is way too incredible. No wonder Hong is the only person in the Dojo of Limits with a prehistoric level autojet. Time to look at the battle uniforms. Luo Feng didn't look at anything else. He first examined the battle uniforms. The best one was the Black God set. Black God set, 5 stars. The Black God set is quite expensive, thought Luo Feng to himself. But at least it was within an acceptable range. Head, I'll buy this Black God set. Luo Feng looked towards the black-haired man. The black-haired man looked towards Luo Feng and said, the Black God set is very special. There aren't that many Black God sets on Earth. Only those who succeed in entering an archaeological ruin can receive a Black God set. And everyone only has one chance to enter, so even I can't get more than one Black God set. Because of this, there aren't that many Black God sets on Earth. Luo Feng, my Dojo of Limits has a rule. Those who directly receive a Black God set must go to an archaeological ruin after some period of time to get another Black God set. And they must sell that Black God set to my Dojo of Limits, said the black-haired man, Hong. Luo Feng understood in his heart. Everyone only had one chance to receive a Black God set.
So if the Dojo of Limits uses the Black God set as an award, then once they give it out, their stock lowers. Naturally, they'll need to get another one to make up for it. This way, they can keep the supply flowing. If you want to buy this Black God set, I'll give you two choices. 1. Spend 5 stars to purchase the Black God set. Your mission is to enter an archaeological ruin in the future and obtain another Black God set. After that, sell it to our Dojo of Limits. We won't change the price. 2. Receive a Black God set for free now and then enter an archaeological ruin in the future. Receive another Black God set and give it to our Dojo of Limits for free. Luo Feng's eyes flashed as he heard this. I pick the second option, said Luo Feng without hesitation. If he can get it for free now and make it up later to the Dojo of Limits, it's like a loan without interest. Only dumb people won't pick that option. Ha, how smooth. The black-haired man let out a smile. Luo Feng, you're extremely talented. Our Dojo of Limits always rewards the talented. However, you've earned a lot this time, so I didn't give you any extra rewards. Giving you the second option for the Black God set should count as a small extra from me. Luo Feng smiled. Even though he has to get another Black God set in the future to return, he at least has more stars to spend on more treasures. Head, all of these treasures are making me dizzy. I hope the head can recommend one of them for me, said Luo Feng. How can his judgment compare to the head's? The head understands these treasures very well. Ha ha. The black-haired man, Hong, couldn't help but to laugh cheerfully. He was being kind to Luo Feng not only because of Luo Feng's talent, but also because of the cloud contact vines. The cloud contact vines, to Hong, are even more valuable than prehistoric level autojets. Hong talked to Luo Feng so much because he was in a cheerful mood. Very well, the black-haired man looked at the exchange table. Most of the instruction manuals are ultimate moves for existences surpassing the war god level, so there's no point in buying them now. I recommend you purchase the Spirit Reader Basics, which costs 3 stars. I'll buy it, nodded Luo Feng. Luo Feng was a bit shocked when he initially noticed that the Spirit Reader Basics costs 3 stars. Why is it so expensive? Keep in mind that a portion of dragon blood is only worth 1 star in this exchange table. As for spirit medicine, there's no need for you to buy that either. Your body has consumed a portion of dragon blood in 1,000-year willow heart, so a lot of their effects are hidden in your body. You just have to train and your strength will rise. The black-haired man Hong continued, as for the other treasures, there is one that is extremely suitable for you. As for the rest, just randomly pick some. Luo Feng's eyes flashed. He bought a Black God set and the Spirit Reader Basics, and according to what Hong said, there is another item that is extremely suitable for himself. Which one? Luo Feng couldn't help but to say. If you are able to pick it, then you have good luck. If you can't, then that's that. The black-haired man, Hong, didn't give any more tips. Luo Feng mindlessly stared at the exchange table. Who knows which one is suitable for himself? A treasure that's suitable for himself? Treasure? If Hong isn't willing to give any more hints about it, then it must be very valuable. Yeah, it's probably an expensive one. Luo Feng looked carefully, not at the goods, but at the prices. The most expensive thing on the exchange table was the prehistoric level autojet for 60 stars. After that is an instruction manual that teaches the ultimate move Phoenix Wing Strike to existences surpassing the war god level, which costs 36 stars. The third most expensive one is a weapon called Soaring Shuttle, which costs 30 stars. The one in fourth is also an ultimate move, called the Lightning Spark Flint, priced at 25 stars. According to what the head said, those ultimate moves aren't of any use to me right now. And according to the conversation between Investigator Lu and Royal Guard Ice Mountain, ultimate moves are based off of the characteristics of an individual's essence. I can't afford the most expensive one, the prehistoric level autojet. Then, this soaring shuttle? Luo Feng carefully examined the introduction to the soaring shuttle. The introduction was short, it was simply: Soaring shuttle, a weapon suitable for spirit readers to control, since it conserves spiritual force. Most of the weapons in the weapons category were for spirit readers, since Hong provided all these treasures for Luo Feng to exchange. The introductions were simple. If it wasn't for the price, one wouldn't even notice the soaring shuttle. So expensive, 30 stars. Luo Feng was a bit unwilling, since his 12 spirits of nature are only 36.5 stars in total, and just a soaring shuttle is 30 stars. Had Luo Feng clenched his teeth as he looked towards the black-haired man. Hong, I'm going to purchase the soaring shuttle. The black-haired man, Hong, let out a face of shock. It was actually chosen by you. Tell me, how did you pick it? The head wasn't willing to tell me anything, so it must have been a unique treasure, which means that it would be expensive. So I looked at the most expensive items one by one. When Luo Feng said that, the black-haired man, Hong, beside him couldn't help but to start laughing. I was a bit stingy. Looks like you were meant to be with this soaring shuttle. The true value of this soaring shuttle is way more than 30 stars. One day, when you become an existing surpassing the war god level, its true power will become clear. However, even for you right now, it's the most suitable weapon. Hong, because he got the cloud contact vines, decided to add the soaring shuttle into the exchange table. Or else, why would he add the soaring shuttle in there? And considering the fact that Luo Feng's spirits of nature add up to a total of 36.5 stars, he decided to price the soaring shuttle at 30 stars. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 63, Examiner. Volume 5, Chapter 63, Examiner. Thank you, head, said Luo Feng. The head personally said that the true value of the soaring shuttle is way greater than 30 stars. Keep in mind that a portion of dragon blood, worth 80 billion, is only 1 star. With that, one can imagine how valuable the soaring shuttle is. Of course, you can't actually compare the two like that. Because, once it gets to a certain point, money is just a number. Powerful fighters like Hong and Thunder God definitely wouldn't exchange treasures for money. They would only exchange such treasures for other treasures. Use it properly. I hope it will be able to shine in your hands. Okay, until now, you've picked a soaring shuttle for 30 stars, the Spirit Reader Basics Instruction Manual for 3 stars, which comes to a total of 33 stars. Your spirits of nature are worth 36.5 stars, which is to say, you have 3.5 stars left to exchange. The black-haired man, Hong, pointed towards the hologram with the exchange table. Tell me, which one will you pick? Luo Feng looked carefully. For armor, he has the Black God set. For a weapon, he has the soaring shuttle. As for Spirit Reader training, he has the Spirit Reader Basics, so he isn't really missing anything. The prehistoric level autojet is good, but sadly, it's too expensive. Luo Feng sighed. As long as you're a fighter, who doesn't want a cool fighter jet? When Luo Feng glanced over the autojet category, his eyes flashed Emperor level autojet 2 stars. This is pretty good. It's not too expensive, just 2 stars. And the armor of the Emperor level autojet is quite powerful. It even has AI, which makes it way better than those regular disc-shaped fighter jets. Even though it's just 2 stars, an astronomical amount of money is still required to buy it. Very few war gods can afford this lowest level autojet. Its capabilities. Luo Feng looked at the screen carefully. Beside the Emperor level autojet was a basic explanation. The Emperor level autojet, the AI system controls the jet, and the jet itself can defend against any Horde leader level monster's attack. Its maximum speed is Mach 10.6. Not bad. Luo Feng nodded to himself. Most airplanes wouldn't say they are able to defend against any Horde leader level monster's attack.
Saying this means that the airplane's toughness nears the level of an Emperor-level monster's defense level. However, that investigator Luo's universe-level autojet is able to defend against Emperor-level monsters' attacks. His jet is not as powerful. But it's still powerful. A maximum speed of Mach 10.6 means that it can travel over 10,000 kilometers in an hour. Most Emperor-level monsters probably won't be able to catch up to this autojet. Most importantly, this thingy has AI, which means you don't even need to get a pilot. Quite convenient. I'll buy this, the Emperor-level autojet, said Luo Feng. Okay. The black-haired man took a glance and then nodded. You've exchanged 35 stars, what else do you want? Luo Feng looked a bit and then smiled as he shook his head, nothing else. Out of my 12 spirits of nature, the cheapest one, the 1,000-year black crow root, is only worth 1.5 stars. I'll just keep that for myself. As for the other 11, I'll exchange those this way. Luo Feng is only left with the 1,000-year black crow root spirit of nature. Of course, he also has the 4 things he exchanged for: Spirit Reader Basics, Black God Set, Soaring Shuttle, and the Emperor-level autojet. And he even got the Black God Set for free. Okay, the black-haired man, Hong, waved his hand, which caused the 2 big 3D holograms to completely disappear, making the room dark once again. Had asked Luo Feng respectfully, I want to ask something. This 1,000-year black crow root is supposed to be boiled into 3 kilograms of medicine. After that, we consume 100 milligrams every day. I want to know. Is it okay if we give some of it to regular people? They aren't fighters, so should they drink a smaller portion? The black-haired man, Hong, looked at Luo Feng deeply before saying, it's okay if you split it for others to drink. However, the effects of the medicine won't be as great that way. As for regular people, they can consume 100 milligrams every day without a problem. Luo Feng was overjoyed as he heard this. What do we boil the medicine with? Does it make a difference? Continued Luo Feng. No difference. It's okay to even use water, said the black-haired man, no need to ask anymore. The 1,000-year black crow root comes with an in-depth manual. Luo Feng nodded. The room became quiet again. The black-haired man, Hong, stared at Luo Feng. While being stared at by Hong, Luo Feng felt like he didn't have any more secrets, as if the gaze can see through his soul. The black-haired man, Hong, said coldly, Luo Feng, with your peak of the war god level strength, there's no need to stay in the elite training camp anymore. Yes, nodded Luo Feng. I'll give you 2 paths, the black-haired man Hong said without pausing. Ever since he signed the contract at Investigator Wang's, it showed that. From then on, Luo Feng is a member of the Dojo of Limits. Of course, the higher-ups are arranging a job for him. 1. Stay in Hongning City and enter the Special Ops Squad. Or maybe in the future you could apply to become a teacher in the training camp too, or some other position. 2. Go to another headquarters city and become an examiner. The black-haired man, Hong, quietly looked at Luo Feng. Your choice. Luo Feng froze. Pick seriously. These 2 choices are extremely important to you, said the black-haired man, Hong. Seriously, staying to defend and being sent off to missions are the 2 paths of a war god in the Dojo of Limits. Once you choose, it'll be extremely difficult to change your choice in the future. Unless you have a breakthrough and become an existence surpassing the war god level. You'll have special rights when you become an investigator. Just like a job in an enterprise, it'll be hard to switch after choosing between 2 jobs. Staying? Being sent off? Luo Feng paused for a bit. Once he chooses, he'll be stuck in a certain place for quite a while. I wish to return to Jiangnan headquarters city and take the position of examiner there, said Luo Feng respectfully. Jiangnan headquarters city? The black-haired man, Hong, nodded. The current examiner of Jiangnan City isn't a local, so according to the rules of the Dojo of Limits, those from their hometown have priority. The position of examiner is a position with a lot of authority.
The number of examiners in the Dojo of Limits of each headquarter city can be counted on one hand. Usually, one must receive the title of Advanced War God and be quite famous to have the right to become an examiner. To become a chairman, beginner war god and intermediate war god would be enough. The minimum requirement is beginner war god. To become a chief instructor, the minimum requirement is advanced warlord. From the requirements, one can tell the differences in the three positions. In Jiangnan City, the chairman and the three chief instructors of the Dojo of Limits Limit Hall are the big heads on the surface. Examiners control the weapons, and examiners with a lot of authority can even fire a chief instructor directly and assign a new chief instructor. Or they can request the Dojo of Limits to fire the chairman. Of course, examiners don't have the right to fire a chairman directly. And examiners take direct orders from the highest level in the Dojo of Limits. Just one investigator doesn't have the right to fire an examiner. They'll have to go through a round-table conference to decide on that. At a certain point, examiners have a gigantic amount of authority and are one of the strongest people in an area. To become an examiner, your title has to at least be Advanced War God, said the black-haired man. Hong, what you need to do now is to receive an Advanced War God title. Yes, said Luo Feng. From his battle score, Luo Feng is still a beginner warlord. Of course, in terms of actual strength, he's already an invincible war god. When you achieve the title of Advanced War God, you'll automatically become an investigator, said the black-haired man. Hong, I want you to go to Jiangnan headquarters city and take up your position. Yes, answered Luo Feng. Dojo of Limits, World Headquarters. From the entrance of the mysterious, gigantic space shuttle-shaped structure, Luo Feng walked out with a red-robed white man. Mr. Luo Feng, smiled the red-robed white man, look there. That autojet over there is yours. Oh? Luo Feng turned his head and saw a deep blue-colored triangular jet on the empty area beside them. The surface of the entire jet plane was beautiful and was practically a work of art. The length of the plane was around 20 meters long and the width was around 10 meters long. The entire plane seemed quite sturdy and tough. This autojet is mine. Luo Feng couldn't help but to feel a bit prideful. Which man of this age doesn't want to have their own fighter jet? And fighter jets are extremely expensive, so even within the circle of war gods, only a select few have purchased them. Mr. Luo Feng, since you haven't used this autojet before, there'll be a system confirmation process in the beginning, smiled the red-robed white man. Please follow me. They arrived next to the jet. A dreamy, blue light shot down as it enveloped Luo Feng. Suddenly, voila, the hatch swiftly opened and only let out a small sound. Mr. Luo Feng, only you can enter now. I cannot enter. The red-robed white man stood beside and had trouble hiding the admiration in his eyes. After entering, the confirmations are automatically done by the AI system. Mr. Luo Feng just has to stay inside the plane. After a while, Mr. Luo Feng will understand everything. Luo Feng nodded. He stepped into the plane. The seats in the plane were extremely elegant. Sitting inside a plane like this was a pleasure. Voila! The hatch closed. Various lights lit up the interior of the entire autojet, making it quite dreamlike. At the same time, an electronic sound rang. Hello, Master. I will immediately display the controls of this Emperor-level autojet. After saying that, a hologram appeared at the front of the cabin. In the hologram appeared diagram after diagram that were all easy to understand. They explained in detail how to control this plane. Beep. A red light shot towards the tactical communications watch on Luo Feng's left wrist. As it connected with the tactical communications watch, it began to install the long-distance autojet control system in the watch. A moment later. That was quite simple. It's all done by the AI, so I don't have to worry about anything at all. Luo Feng let out a smile. Only knew, number 1. Luo Feng randomly gave a name. Yes, Master, rang the electronic sound. At the same time, a silver, locked case popped out of the floor of the cabin.
After it completely appeared, the hole on the ground completely closed again. The electronic sound continued. This case was left for the master by the Dojo of Limits. After hearing this, Luo Feng's eyes flashed. This must be the case where the Black God set, soaring shuttle, and the other items were placed in. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 64, Soaring Shuttle. Volume 5, Chapter 64, Soaring Shuttle. Luo Feng's fingers drew across the locked case and it opened automatically. On the very top was a manual. Luo Feng opened it up and couldn't help but to smile. This manual is quite detailed. The Black God set, Soaring Shuttle, Instruction Manual, and Spirit of Nature all have detailed explanations. There are only 3 of those items here. The Spirit Reader Basics Instruction Manual isn't here. Luo Feng lowered his head and started looking through the items in the case. Indeed, there were only 3 packaged goods: the Soaring Shuttle, the Black God set, and the Spirit of Nature. There wasn't even a Spirit Reader Basics Instruction Manual here. How come there's no instruction manual? Luo Feng carefully read through the manual. The manual explained that the Spirit Reader Basics Instruction Manual was top secret, so the physical instruction manual won't appear. If you want to learn it, there's only one way: enter virtual space and read the instruction manual in there. Holy. He has to enter virtual space just to learn from his own instruction manual. This is being way too careful. It must be extremely important, or else the head wouldn't resort to doing such a thing, thought Luo Feng. After that, he yelled at the air, "Hongning Headquarters City Map." After Luo Feng spoke, a hologram suddenly appeared in front of him, which displayed a detailed map of Hongning City. The map size could be freely adjusted by Luo Feng. Soon enough, he found a spot on the map. Besides confirming locations via the map, he could also use his voice. As long as the AI system can confirm the location. Destination: Elite Training Camp. Luo Feng tapped with his finger. Whoosh. The dark blue-colored triangular fighter jet swiftly ascended, which attracted the attention of quite a few people at the Dojo of Limits headquarters. Quite a few of them were admiring the jet. However, they couldn't tell that this was an autojet just from its appearance. In fact, many people on Earth don't even know about autojets. The price difference between an autojet and a regular fighter jet is extremely huge. The sky was dark and the elite training camp was very quiet. All the War God teachers in the elite training camp didn't have much to do, since all the students were undergoing their life and death adventure. So many War God teachers left the training camp to go back home or to walk and relax themselves near scenic locations. Only a rare few of them stayed here. The Students' Life and Death Adventure Month was also the month where the War God teachers are on break. Silence. Whoosh. A deep blue-colored triangular fighting jet descended like a phantom. While it descended, the hatch opened and Luo Feng carried the silver case as he leaped out like lightning. As for the triangular fighter jet, it slowly descended and then shut its hatch. After that, it didn't move again. How come there's a fighter jet here? No idea. Where'd it come from? Two workers at the elite training camp looked at this triangular fighter jet in shock. To be able to enter this training camp, they must be someone with special rights, or an advanced level war god, or even an existence surpassing the war god level. The two workers couldn't handle it and started observing this fighter jet from the side for quite a while. Even the family members of the war god teachers still remaining in the training camp noticed this fighter jet. But nobody knew whose it was. Since the fighter jet descended too suddenly and Luo Feng dashed out too quickly. Only the patrol squad at the front gate was barely able to see a shadow fly out the plane. Jiangnan Pagoda, second floor, study room. The silver case was already opened, and inside was just the packaged Black God set and the soaring shuttle, but as for the Spirit of Nature, Luo Feng left it in the autojet, since he'll be returning to Jiangnan headquarters city soon.
The autojet is a very safe place to leave his spirit of nature.
Using the black god set sure is simple. Luo Feng looked at the manual.
After a human wears the black god set, it'll automatically seep into your skin and absorb some of your fresh blood. After it absorbs some fresh blood, the black god set will undergo a transformation, causing the black god set to become extremely synchronized with the human body.
Like the skin on your body, it'll follow your every thought.
The black god set was placed in a case that was only 20 centimeters long that was made out of a pure white plastic material.
Rip!
Luo Feng tore off the plastic. Inside the case was a black glove that seemed sturdy. If I didn't read the manual, I definitely wouldn't be able to imagine that this thing is the black god set. Luo Feng let out a smile. The black god appears in all types of forms. It might appear as a glove, or a vest, a hat, pants, or even a ring. However, no matter what it looks like, there's no difference, since you can freely transform it after you wear it. The black god set. Luo Feng picked up the black glove, took in a deep breath, and then fit it onto his left hand.
Luo Feng waited silently.
At first, he didn't feel anything at all. After a full 30 seconds, his left thumb seemed to have been pierced by a needle.
The entire black glove started boiling like water. The black droplets were shaking.
At the same time, Luo Feng's 5 fingers, palm, and the back of his hand were all in pain. Thankfully, the pain wasn't too intense.
The naked eye could see the red color seeping into the black droplets. Countless black droplets wrapped around Luo Feng's left hand. When the red color merged into the black droplets seemed to have undergone some transformation.
This entire process lasted for about 15 minutes before it stopped.
How magical!
Luo Feng could feel the wind blow past with his left hand. Yes. This black glove was like the skin of his body, just like a part of him.
Change.
Luo Feng stared at the black glove. Instantly, the black flowing light swiftly spread out as it continuously covered Luo Feng's entire left arm. At the same time, parts of the black flowing light broke off and directly covered his right arm. And it spread out towards his 2 feet, legs, neck, and every part of his face.
Too amazing! Luo Feng walked to the mirror nearby and looked at himself.
Beneath his clothes, his entire body was covered in a layer of black skin.
Even his face became black.
Only his eyes, nose, and mouth were revealed.
Throwing knife.
Luo Feng picked up a SS-grade throwing knife and slashed at his own arm. However, as if he just slashed against an extraordinarily tough piece of leather, not even a mark was made.
Change. With a thought from Luo Feng. A black cape appeared on his body, and then a black suit.
Change.
A black hat appeared on his head, and then it turned into a helmet, and even a black tie. During the night.
In the wilderness around 300 kilometers away from Hongning headquarters city, the night wind blew and a black flowing light pierced the sky.
Feels good.
Luo Feng was in midair and was standing on a shuttle asterisk-shaped object. It was a silverish gray color in stripe shape with 2 pointed ends.
The middle was slightly wider and thicker.
Its length was 81 centimeters and its 2 pointed edges were extremely sharp. The wide center was 27 centimeters wide. The entire object was a bit thin and had very densely packed markings all over it.
Whoosh whoosh.
While he rapidly flew, the horrifying currents in the air actually went along the packed markings, forming streams of air. The streams of air formed by the countless markings oddly merged together. They went along Luo Feng's body, forming a streamlined shield visible to the naked eye. This was a shield completely made out of air. When flying, the faster you go, the more air resistance you encounter. But the soaring shuttle that Luo Feng is riding on creates currents of air that form a perfect streamlined shield, causing the resistance to lower to a startling point. Whoosh! Like a flash of black lightning, Luo Feng flew above the wilderness with no worries at all. This soaring shuttle sure is a great treasure. Luo Feng was extremely excited. After riding on the soaring shuttle, my speed more than doubled. Luo Feng compared the time it took to fly the same distance on his shield and on his soaring shuttle. It took him 2 minutes and 32 seconds on his shield but only 1 minute and 12 seconds on his soaring shuttle. After that, Luo Feng went out of his way to find a place that was around 10 kilometers long to test his speed. According to the results of my tests just now, my maximum sprinting speed is around 720 meters per second. If I don't use any spiritual force and only rely on my 2 legs, I can sprint at 561 meters per second. And if I fly on my shield, my speed is around 618 meters per second. Spirit readers or existences surpassing the war god level usually sprint faster than they can fly. When sprinting, 1, you can still use your spiritual force to assist you, and 2, you can use the power of your 2 legs. Existences surpassing the war god level fly via special abilities. On the ground, they can still use their special abilities and also their 2 legs. If I fly on the soaring shuttle, my speed reaches an astonishing 1,300 meters per second. Tonight, Luo Feng came to the wilderness to, first, hunt for a high-level horde leader-level monster. Before, he already hunted a golden ape, so now he just has to hunt one more high-level horde leader monster. That way, with the materials of 2 high-level horde leader-level monsters, he'll be able to attain the title of Advanced War God. And his second objective is to test the power of his soaring shuttle in the wilderness. He has already tested one part of the soaring shuttle speed. Even if I fly on my shield, some existences surpassing the war god can't catch up to me, like that representative Far Luo Feng was in high spirits, and on my soaring shuttle, my speed reaches an astonishing 1,300 meters per second. Increasing one's speed by just a bit is extremely difficult. With his legs, he can go up to 561 meters per second. With his spiritual force working on his shield, he flies at 618 meters per second. But even if you combine the 2, it only becomes 720 meters per second. Clearly, the faster you go, the more air resistance you encounter. And now, Luo Feng's speed shot up to 1,300 meters per second in an instant. Even existences surpassing the war god level can only reach such speeds if they are on the ground. Once they fly, first not mentioning 1,300 meters per second, just reaching the speed of 1,000 meters per second? Probably difficult. Difficult. Thankfully, Hong isn't a spirit reader and also got the cloud contact vines. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't be willing to give such a treasure to Luo Feng. Now to test its attack power. Luo Feng descended and then landed on the ground. The flying shuttle hovered in front of him. With a thought dash. Whoosh! 6 blade shards detached themselves from the soaring shuttle. Each of these blade shards were curved and extremely thin. According to the manual, each of these blade shards are quite powerful and are extremely suitable for spirit readers to use. Oh yeah! The manual also said that the entire soaring shuttle can disassemble with a thought. Luo Feng tried doing so. Suddenly, whoosh, the soaring shuttle instantly spread out into pieces. The densely packed thin and small blade pieces hovered in midair. 365 blade pieces in total. The entire soaring shuttle was made out of this special material. The soaring shuttle was forged via special means using these 365 blade pieces. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 65, Palace of War Gods. Volume 5, Chapter 65, Palace of War Gods. Dawn of the second day. The cars weave through the busy streets of Hongning headquarters city. Inside a 6-wheeled Hummer. There was lots of space inside and, other than the front row, the back row was like a resting lounge. There were soft couches and a refrigerator. Yet, a super gigantic backpack took up an enormous amount of space in this car's resting lounge, and Luo Feng sat alone on the couch. After spending an entire night in the wilderness, Luo Feng became more familiar with the soaring shuttle. At the same time, he also found a high-level horde leader-level monster and killed it.
Maybe.
For the usual advanced level war god, hunting a high-level horde leader is extremely difficult, since the high-level horde leaders escape too quickly.
There are also countless monsters following the horde leader.
However, Luo Feng's speed on his soaring shuttle greatly exceeds the high-level horde leader's speed. With no chance to escape, Luo Feng killed it directly.
The monster materials are all prepared.
I'll first go get the title of Advanced War God. Luo Feng looked at the tactical communications watch on his wrist. Hello, Luo Feng dialed.
Hello, Mr. This is the Limit skyscraper. Would you like to make an appointment?
A soft sound rose.
Chinese was used first, and then English was used to repeat the sentence.
Luo Feng said directly, I want to speak to one of your directors.
I want to sell monster materials.
Usually, the managers handle the business, explained the receptionist. The price of this business will exceed 10 billion Chinese dollars. After saying this, the other side slightly paused.
Soon after, Mr., when will you arrive? 15 minutes later, answered Luo Feng. I still don't know your name?
The receptionist started making records.
Luo Feng.
I have made an appointment for Mr. Luo Feng to meet Director Zhang in 15 minutes. The receptionist's attitude clearly changed by quite a bit, since the price of the monster materials exceeded 10 billion Chinese dollars.
Keep in mind that this is the Dojo of Limits, not the HR Alliance.
The HR Alliance usually has high prices compared to the Dojo of Limits. Even though the Dojo of Limits prices are lower by quite a bit, you receive contribution points. On the Dojo of Limits side, usually only high-level horde leaders sell for over 10 billion Chinese dollars.
For someone to sell monster materials of this level, could they be normal? Limit skyscraper, a skyscraper that was 88 floors tall.
It was one of the signature buildings of Hongning City.
As the headquarters of the Dojo of Limits, Hongning City has many fighters from the Dojo of Limits.
Of course, the flow of people in the Limit skyscraper is also gigantic, and tons of them were drinking and hanging out at the bar in the lobby of the first floor.
Mr. Luo Feng.
Two women wearing suits greeted Luo Feng at the door. Let's go. Luo Feng was wearing his black battle uniform and was holding a backpack that was around 2 meters tall with one hand. With the two receptionists guiding him, he passed the lobby and went inside an elevator. What a guy, that backpack was at least 2 meters tall.
Just how many monster materials were stored in there? Languages of all types sounded. The backpack of a fighter was indeed layer by layer.
If you unlock all of them, then the backpack could store a ton. However, very few people store that many materials.
Inside the elevator. Backpack? Luo Feng held onto that black backpack with one hand and couldn't help but to smile.
This actually wasn't the backpack that he purchased before, but a backpack formed by the Black God set.
Like Phantom Demon Catalan, he's too lazy to use a backpack or battle uniform since he has a Black God set. Ding! The elevator door opened, floor 32.
Under the guide of the female receptionist, they entered a spacious living room. Inside the living room sat a woman who seemed to be around 40 years old.
Hello, Mr. Luo Feng, my family name is Zhang, smiled the female named Zhang.
Voila! Luo Feng directly pulled open the lock on the backpack and poured all the monster materials inside into a pond beside him. This caused the female named Zhang to freeze a bit, but after she saw the materials that poured out, she couldn't help but to take in a deep breath, because there were 3 obvious sharp spikes that stood out from the pile. There were still some hints of blood on those spikes.
Komodo T.Rex**. The woman named Zhang couldn't help but to gasp. You leave first. The woman named Zhang waved her hand at the receptionist.
The receptionist works here, so of course she knows a lot about the different types of monsters. After she heard Komodo T.Rex, she couldn't help but to look at Luo Feng with shock. Yes,
Director, the receptionist responded and then left. The spikes of a Komodo T-Rex? From its color and size, it's probably a high-level horde leader. The woman named Zhang couldn't believe this. The Komodo T-Rex is one of the most horrifying high-level horde leader-level monsters. Most people on Earth called it T-Rex because they could find traces of it from the Komodo. The Komodo T-Rex is probably one of the various mutations of the Komodo dragon from before the Grand Nirvana period. And it's one of the most horrifying mutations. Those 3 spikes are the spikes on the Komodo T-Rex's spine, its most valuable part. Any monster with the name dragon in it is not to be trifled with. Most advanced level war gods cannot kill a high-level horde leader level Komodo T-Rex. Deal with the materials here. Luo Feng frowned. I still have things to do. Yes, Mr. Luo Feng. Soon enough, the woman named Zhang started using her apparatus to examine each of the materials. After examining, the woman named Zhang was flabbergasted. She never would have thought that the 2 high-level horde leader-level monsters would be the Komodo T-Rex and the golden ape. Both of them are considered to be extremely horrifying within the high-level horde leader level. Help me reset my battle score and reconfirm my title, reminded Luo Feng. I killed those 2 high-level horde leader-level monsters by myself. To become an advanced level war god, you have to hand over 2 of the most important materials of 2 high-level horde leader-level monsters. And you have to kill those monsters by yourself. Barely any war gods would lie about this, since lying does them no good. There isn't any benefit in attaining a powerful title if you don't have the strength to back it up. For example, your true strength has to be recognized by the higher-ups of the Dojo of Limits to attain the title of Examiner. You can't just get the title of Examiner from your own title. Okay, the woman named Zhang nodded, but was filled with amazement at the same time. Too crazy. Even if he wanted to get the title of Advanced Level War God, he could just go for a weaker high-level horde leader-level monster. He actually got a Komodo T-Rex and a golden ape. The woman named Zhang was stunned. Mr. Luo Feng. The woman named Zhang said respectfully, the golden ape is 8 billion Chinese dollars and 4 million contribution points. And the Komodo T-Rex is 12 billion Chinese dollars and 6 million contribution points. So in total, Mr. Luo Feng will receive 20 billion Chinese dollars and 10 million contribution points. Luo Feng nodded. Actually, selling the materials to the Dojo of Limits doesn't net him a good price. For example, the golden ape would be worth 12 billion if sold to the HR Alliance. And the Komodo T-Rex can rival the steel-armored dragon, so it could reach a price of 18 billion. In other words, he could get a total of 30 billion if he sold the materials to the HR Alliance. And here, he only gets 20 billion. Of course, he gets 10 million contribution points, making Luo Feng reach a 4-star contribution rank in an instant. Since I've become an examiner and have lots of authority now, I can't let my contribution rank be too low. A 4-star contribution rank should be able to get me through, thought Luo Feng to himself. As for 10 billion? Maybe money is hard for other advanced level war gods to make. Even Luo Feng had a very hard time killing the golden ape back in the continent of Australia. As for the other horde leaders, he failed to kill them many times. At that time, he was already a spirit reader nearing the advanced level war god level, which could count as an invincible war god. If he didn't have his soaring shuttle, then Luo Feng's kill rate would be lower. And now, invincible war god with the soaring shuttle. Killing high-level horde leaders is really easy. However, on the manual was also head's reminder. Luo Feng still remembered that there was a phrase on the manual in the box that contained the soaring shuttle, black god set, and the spirit of nature. Do not kill too many high-level horde leader-level monsters in the same area, for it could cause that area's emperor-level monster to go after you. Mr. Luo Feng,
20 billion Chinese dollars has been transferred to your fighter account, and your contribution rank also rose to 4 stars. The woman named Zhang sat in front of a notebook and tapped on the wireless keyboard. After that, she smiled towards Luo Feng. After becoming a war god, people usually join the Palace of War Gods and receive a consciousness sensor. However, the people from the Palace of War Gods will send some people to test Mr. Luo Feng's strength.
Luo Feng glanced at the display. On the display was Luo Feng's information.
On the row of rank was War God level, advanced. There was also a popped-up box at the bottom, which contained the words, Palace of War Gods application, evaluating. In just a few seconds, the woman named Zhang remained smiling. Mr. Luo Feng, people from the Palace of War Gods will come today.
It will not be long. Beep. An ear-piercing sound rang. Luo Feng and the woman named Zhang looked over. On the display of the notebook appeared another pop-up, Palace of War Gods examination qualified. How did he pass without anyone coming to assess him? The woman named Zhang was shocked. She has been a director for a long time but has never witnessed anything like this before. However, she has heard that some powerful fighters are recognized by the Palace of War Gods Committee and will pass without having to take the test. However, such cases are rare. The recognition of the committee, what does that signify? Every representative of the Palace of War Gods' highest committee is in existence, surpassing the War God level. Mr. Luo Feng, someone will bring all the stuff to this skyscraper, smiled the woman named Zhang. Okay, Luo Feng wasn't in a rush. Moments later, the room to the living room opened automatically. 3 men in suits walked in, and one bald man of Asian descent carried a metal box as he handed it over to Luo Feng respectfully. War God Luo Feng, welcome to the Palace of War Gods. You shall receive a consciousness sensor helmet for free. With this consciousness sensor helmet, regardless of location, anyone who puts this helmet on can directly enter the virtual space. Consciousness sensor helmet? Of course, Luo Feng was familiar with it. He used it during his time at the training camp. After becoming a war god, everyone receives their own helmet. As a member of the Palace of War Gods, you will have many special rights. Of course, with these special rights come special responsibilities. The bald man in front handed over the metal box. After War God Luo Feng enters the virtual space via the consciousness sensor, you will understand all the special parts about the Palace of War Gods. Thank you. Luo Feng smiled as he took it. His finger drew across the lock. Beep, the metal box directly opened, revealing the dark blue helmet within. How nostalgic, thought Luo Feng to himself. Goodbye, everyone, smiled Luo Feng as he put the metal box into the black backpack that he was carrying with his left hand. He carried the backpack and directly walked out. As he walked out the door, he quietly said to his tactical communications watch, #1, come pick me up at Limit Skyscraper. Time to go home. Jiangnan Headquarters City. Luo Feng headed towards the elevator. At the same time, that dark blue jet flew away from the elite training camp and headed towards Limit Skyscraper to pick up Luo Feng. Asterisk in Chinese T.Rex is literally explosive/raging dragon. So T.Rex still has the word dragon in it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 66, Return to Jiangnan. Volume 5, Chapter 66, Return to Jiangnan. Above the Limit Skyscraper was a descending, dark blue autojet, which surprised quite a few fighters who were entering and exiting the skyscraper. Whoosh. Luo Feng easily and swiftly leaped into the air, as if he was a relaxed bird. This one leap was a few dozen meters high. Of course, his spiritual force aided him in this. Under the gazes of the fighters at the Limit Skyscraper whose jaws have dropped, Luo Feng, who was around a few dozen meters high, flew inside the automatically open hatch. Voila! The hatch closed. Luo Feng sat comfortably inside the plane.
The light reflecting off of the various components inside the plane appeared quite dreamy.
#1, return home, said Luo Feng. Luo Feng already told the AI system that home was Mingyue sector in one of the 8 parts of China's Jiangnan headquarters city, Yangzhou City. 3D hologram, activate, said Luo Feng. Whoosh, dot.
Suddenly, a 3D hologram appeared in front of Luo Feng, which portrayed the skies outside. Luo Feng could see the weather and whether or not there was a flying monster horde.
Jiangnan headquarters city, Yangzhou City, Mingyue sector.
Even though it was dawn, Mingyue sector was extremely lively. A lot of people were gathered in front of Limit Hall.
Old Luo, your son's really coming back today? Didn't old Luo's son head over to the Dojo of Limits headquarters and say that he wouldn't be back until New Year's? Why would I lie to you guys? My son just called me not too long ago and said he would be home in about half an hour, laughed Luo Honghua. As of now, Luo Honghua's face was extremely red and seemed to be way more energetic than before.
Since he used to be a laborer, he always had to lower his head in front of other people.
Now, he's a lot more confident.
And also has a lot more free time.
Not right, shouldn't Luo Feng be undergoing his life and death adventure right now? Wu Tong was confused, maybe there was a mistake. No. My son never lies, bragged Luo Honghua. Gong Xianlan was also chatting with a group of housewives.
In Mingyue sector, no matter whose family's fighter returns, there will usually be a lot of people to welcome them.
Because
a fighter's path is a dangerous path where your brain hangs on your belt, who knows when you would lose it.
For example, if Luo Feng let his guard down in the continent of Australia, he would have been blown away by Li Yao's laser cannon. So,
whenever a fighter returns, everyone in the sector is extremely happy.
Luo Feng's parents told a few people they were on good terms with about Luo Feng's return.
Not right, Wu Tong was confused. As a chief instructor, he knows quite a bit about the training camp. August is the month of the life and death adventure, so students shouldn't be returning home. There are only 2 possibilities: 1, the student was expelled or disqualified. 2, the student graduated early. But Luo Feng only went for half a year. How come he's back already?
Hello, Luo Honghua picked up his phone and let out a face of joy. You'll be here soon, 5 minutes? Alright, your family is all waiting here.
There are quite a few uncles and aunts here in the sector too.
Luo Feng should have notified us earlier about his return, laughed a housewife. Our family's old Chen is always talking about Luo Feng.
If he knew that Luo Feng was coming, he and brother Zhang wouldn't go to class today.
Shen Gu and Zhang Ku are brothers that have experienced life and death with Luo Feng.
They've been through grave situations together. Watch the cars at the gate, he'll probably be here soon, smiled Gong Xianlan. For Luo Feng to arrive so quickly, he probably took a plane during the night, a group of people were discussing. A lot of people thought that Luo Feng rode on a passenger plane to the main city sector, and then rode a train from there to Yangzhou.
After that, he transfers again to a car. And returns home. Suddenly, everyone looked. What's that in the sky?
Quite a few people awaiting Luo Feng in the small sector looked towards the sky with shock.
A dark blue light drew across the sky and stopped above Mingyue sector.
Since it was quite high up, the naked eye could only see a tiny spot.
They could barely make it out, a triangular-shaped dark blue fighter jet. Descend.
The dark blue triangular fighter jet slowly descended.
As it descended, its size naturally increased and became clearer to the naked eye. How come this fighter jet is over here?
I saw one last time at the main city sector, a disc-shaped one.
This one is quite weird. Mingyue sector's fighters discussed with their families.
And Wu Tong, whose position is the highest here, watched carefully. Suddenly, his face changed. It's a fighter jet from HQ.
Whoosh!
The dark blue triangular fighter jet slowly descended onto a grassy area deep within the sector. With a length of over 20 meters, one could only see its beauty, luster,
and curves up close. A disc-shaped fighter definitely can't hold a candle to this. Voila! The hatch opened.
A youth wearing jeans and a casual shirt stepped out the hatch while carrying a huge backpack.
Luo Feng. It's Luo Feng.
It's actually him. Suddenly, the various families in the sector that were staring at the mysterious fighter jet rushed over.
Luo Feng immediately spotted his parents within the crowd and couldn't help but to smile as he walked over. A group of people passionately greeted. Dad. Luo Feng walked over.
Feng Luo Hongwa grasped Luo Feng's hand, but looked towards the fighter jet to the side. Hurry, they brought you all the way here.
Hurry and let them off so we can thank them. Chief Instructor Wu Tong also smiled as he walked over. He lowered his voice as he said, Luo Feng, they spent all their time and effort to bring you here, so don't just carelessly make a scene as you walk out alone. Hurry and tell the person who brought you here and the pilot to come out and sit for a bit. Even if they don't, we still have to thank them. To Wu Tong, not just your average person could call out a fighter jet from HQ. Thank them? Luo Feng froze. How would he thank them? Should he tell Uncle Wu and his parents that there's nobody inside? Many people on Earth don't know about the existence of autojets. This is a plane I bought, said Luo Feng. Bought? The surrounding crowd was shocked. Luo Feng's parents and his brother Luo Hua all froze. As of now, buying a private jet is at least 100 times harder than it was before the Grand Nirvana period. Keep in mind that even many rich people can't afford to ride on a large-scaled commercial plane. One can imagine just how few people can buy a fighter jet. Only an extremely small amount of war gods can do such a thing, and they usually buy regular disc-shaped fighter jets. Uncle Wu, I'll treat you to some drinks later, Luo Feng smiled as he greeted the surrounding people. After that, he returned home with his parents and brother. Soon, the news of him becoming an examiner will spread. So even if he says he bought this plane himself, nothing much will happen. The various families of Mingyue sector, including Wu Tong, were frozen for quite a bit. Holy shit! A kid like Luo Feng bought a fighter jet? And not the common disc-shaped fighter jet? Quite a few people couldn't get their heads over this information for quite a while. Not right, if the plane is parked here, how come the pilot isn't coming out? After quite a while, someone finally reacted. And by that time, Luo Feng already returned home. Jiangnan headquarters, main city sector, inside the Dojo of Limits headquarters. Chairman Zhou Zhangyan was sitting on a couch in a room. A cup of tea was placed in front of him. Examiner Lu Zhou Zhangyan smiled as he held his cell phone. I bothered you quite a bit during your stay here at Jiangnan headquarters city all these years. Thank you for all your help these years. Once you leave, the Thunder Dojo will probably be a bit more powerful than our Dojo of Limits here at Jiangnan City. You said the new examiner? Zhou Zhangyan laughed bitterly. How should I know how powerful the new examiner is? Whether or not he can compare to the one at the Thunder Dojo. The notification hasn't arrived yet. It'll probably come soon. Zhou Zhangyan smiled. I'm in the office. I'll know immediately when the notification arrives. Alright, when I go to headquarters in the future I'll definitely meet up with Examiner Lu. After that, Zhou Zhangyan hung up. Just yesterday, he learned that Examiner Lu was going to be sent back to World Headquarters. It's just that the notification of the new examiner isn't arriving. And just now, which is the dawn of today, Examiner Lu received the official notification. However, Examiner Lu himself already left on a passenger plane last night. Now that Examiner Lu is gone, I wonder who the new examiner is going to be, thought Zhou Zhangyan to himself. Knock. 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 The sound of knocking rang. Come in, said Zhou Zhangyan. The door opened and 3 people came in. They were precisely the 3 chiefs of the Dojo of Limits headquarters at Jiangnan City, Zhu Gutao and the others. Chairman, we just received notice of Examiner Lu's departure. I wonder who the new examiner is.
The shortest of the three chiefs, a skinny man who was wearing a white-collared shirt, frowned. I don't know either, the notification hasn't arrived yet. Zhou Zhangyang shook his head. That examiner Lu was quite comfortable here. He never even bothered with our matters and just devoted himself to his training, so everybody got along well.
And Examiner Lu is also extremely powerful. Once we run into some problems, he can easily deal with them. The government respects him too. This new examiner, Will the new examiner be like steel-faced Bao Zheng? Zhu Gutao couldn't help but to ask.
Steel-faced Bao Zhang was the nickname the chairman and chiefs of that time gave to the examiner at that time. When steel-faced Bao Zhang was an examiner, he fired 6 chiefs and even kicked out a chairman, which caused everyone who came after that to be filled with worry.
Don't know. Zhou Zhangyang shook his head.
The other 3 chiefs were filled with worry too. As for authority, examiners can easily fire chiefs in any position below that without even asking for the opinion of the higher-ups.
Once they actually get to it, they can even get rid of a chairman. Beep.
Zhou Zhangyang walked towards the notebook beside him. The notification arrived, yelled Zhou Zhangyang. The other 3 chiefs ran over too, their hearts filled with worry as they looked towards the notebook screen.
With a click, the notification opened. Luo Feng? Home is Jiangnan Headquarters City's Yangzhou City? Strength evaluation. Invincible War God?
The chairman and the 3 chiefs exchanged glances.
It's that little kid we sent to the elite training camp back then? Zhou Zhangyang couldn't help but to ask. He was still filled with disbelief. Invincible War God?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 5, Chapter 67, Meeting Luo Feng. Volume 5, Chapter 67, Meeting Luo Feng. How is that possible?
The 3 chiefs on the side couldn't believe this.
Look at his information, yelled the skinny man.
The big 4 of the Dojo of Limits headquarters stared. His ID is 4261232038060832211. Followed a burly, tall chief. He was born on June 8, 2038, which is to say, he's only 19 years old this year.
A 19-year-old examiner? 19 years old?
Chairman Zhou Zhangyang and Zhu Gutao and the others exchanged glances.
All of a sudden, everyone went silent.
If seeing Luo Feng and Jiangnan Headquarters City's Yangzhou City could make one suspect that it's just a person with the exact same name, everything was cleared up after seeing the identification number. Since everyone has their own unique ID number. This message came from the Dojo of Limits World Headquarters, so they must have went through a series of procedures. There's no way they accidentally wrote the wrong person's name.
It's really Luo Feng. It's really him.
The chairman and the 3 chiefs were all in different moods. Zhu Gutao had a bit of joy hidden in his heart right now. When he just found out about Luo Feng's talent, Zhu Gutao helped Luo Feng a bit. Originally, he was just randomly expanding his connections, but who would have thought that in just 1 year, Luo Feng would become his superior? He's only 19 years old. How did he become a war god, and an invincible war god at that?
The skinny man was quite confused.
Yusen, laughed Zhu Gutao, stop thinking about it.
There's definitely no problem with what's written here in the notice.
Now this is troublesome, frowned the burly brute. The new examiner is only 19 years old.
Since he's so young, he's probably not the calm and collected type. Young people act on their emotions.
Maybe one of us would get fired out of his rage if we accidentally offend him. Younger people indeed have a temper problem compared to older people.
Yeah, the others, including Zhu Gutao, nodded.
Don't worry too much, smiled Zhou Zhangyang. Young people having bad tempers isn't good for us, but young people aren't mature yet, so they aren't as adept with dealing with people and work.
If we just compliment him a bit, he'll be happy.
And those old people are sly as sly can be, so it's hard to make them happy. The other three chiefs nodded.
So everybody put your heart into this. This Luo Feng is from Jiangnan. Zhou Zhengyang's expression became serious as he said seriously, according to the rules, these positions give priority to locals. And this Luo Feng is an invincible war god and also a local, so after he becomes an examiner, he'll be staying in this position for a while. The other three chiefs understood that even if a new examiner appears at headquarters, they definitely won't be arranged to come to Jiangnan headquarters city. Because, this Luo Feng of Jiangnan headquarters city is a local and an invincible war god, so who has the right to take his spot? If this Luo Feng doesn't make a breakthrough, he'll probably stay in this position for a few dozen years, and once he makes a breakthrough, he'll become an existence surpassing the war god level, an investigator. His position will become even higher and can fire me, a chairman, with just a phrase. So we have to make him happy, said Zhou Zhengyang seriously. Whether or not Luo Feng makes a breakthrough, he'll always be above them. And since Luo Feng is a local, he'll probably be staying in Jiangnan headquarters city for quite a while. Since they'll be working under Luo Feng, of course the four of them have to make Luo Feng happy. Don't worry, Chairman. We understand.
None of us are dumb, said the three chiefs.
Very good, nodded Zhou Zhengyang. I'll give Yangzhou City's Mingyue sector a call. Hello. Zhou
Zhengyang took out his phone and dialed, Wutong, the Luo Feng from your sector.
What?
As Zhou Zhengyang listened to Wutong's recount, his face kept changing.
Shu Gutao, Yu Sun, etc. all listened carefully too.
They were barely able to hear the words fighter jet and Luo Feng.
After a moment, the call ended. What happened, Chairman? The three people looked at Zhou Zhengyang.
Chairman Zhou Zhengyang let out a smile. Luo Feng, just now, arrived at Mingyue sector in a triangular fighter jet.
And that Luo Feng even said
that he bought that fighter jet himself.
He bought it? He just became an examiner, how could he afford it?
The burly brute couldn't help but to say. Who cares how he bought it? Zhou Zhengyang's face sunk as he yelled, Old Wang, keep in mind that from now on, Luo Feng is an examiner.
He is the one with the most authority in our Dojo of Limits here in Jiangnan headquarters city.
So watch what you say and stop saying he. If you make Luo Feng unhappy, one word can make you lose your position. The burly brute was a bit shocked and then laughed. Chairman, I just didn't have time to process this yet. We still don't know about this Luo Feng's temper, so watch yourselves. Zhou Zhengyang commanded, everyone prepare yourselves.
20 minutes later, we'll ride on a fighter jet and meet the examiner in Yangzhou City.
Yes,
responded the three chiefs. Yangzhou City's Mingyue sector, Luo Feng's home. Luo Feng's family was happily eating breakfast around the dining table.
However, the originally lively scene changed because of one phrase from brother Luo Hua.
Bro, you said you aren't leaving anymore? How come? Asked Luo Hua.
The world headquarters appointed me as examiner of the Dojo of Limits headquarters at Jiangnan headquarters city. Luo Feng's words made his father, mother, and brother go silent.
Father Luo Hongwei couldn't help but to ask, Feng, this examiner position sounds like it's pretty big. How big is it? Even Mother Gong Xianlan was curious.
In the small sector, the positions they talk about the most are the chairman and the three chiefs. As for examiners, who everyone almost never sees, they are rarely talked about. Dad, Mom, Luo Hua just recovered from his shock on his wheelchair as he excitedly said, it's an extremely big position that has even more authority than the chairman. In all of Jiangnan headquarters city, on the Dojo of Limits side, they are number one.
Bigger than the chairman? Luo Hongwei and Gong Xianlan froze.
They were just regular civilians. Even though they had a son who was a fighter, the chairman of Jiangnan headquarters city's Dojo of Limits headquarters was definitely a figure with a lot of authority. Keep in mind that to become a chairman, you have to be a war god. You also need a ton of connections to be able to get into this spot.
And our son? Has more authority than such a figure? Feng? Luo Honghua and Gong Xianlan looked towards Luo Feng. Yeah, Luo Feng nodded. The fighter jet I brought back this time, said Luo Feng, costs more than 100 billion, and you can't buy it just with money. To help his parents clearly understand his current level of authority, Luo Feng directly told them the price of his fighter jet. Indeed, money isn't enough to get this emperor-level autojet. For example, the Home of Limits and the HR Alliance doesn't sell autojets. The special discounted price for high-ranking people in the Dojo of Limits, like examiners, still reaches up to a price of 180 billion. If other countries or powers want to purchase it, the Dojo of Limits wouldn't even sell it for 200 billion. Keep in mind that these autojet things can only be produced by the Dojo of Limits. Over 100 billion? Luo Honghua and Gong Xianlan were shocked again. Holy! How much money does the richest person in China have? Keep in mind that Vanina's astronomical bounty of 100 billion caused countless fighters on Earth to go crazy. One can imagine, even for the richest people in the world, how breathtaking an amount of 100 billion is. As for people who lived in rental homes like Luo Honghua and Gong Xianlan, astronomical number. Although usually, even an invincible war god can't afford such a thing. Luo Feng got lucky and made a killing out of the spirits of nature found on the Misty Island. Or else who knows when he would be able to afford it, and would be willing to pay such an amount of money for an autojet. Oh! Gong Xianlan and Luo Honghua blinked a couple times before they recovered. Feng, just how much authority do you have? And how much money? Luo Honghua asked a dumb question. Authority and money? Authority? How should I say this? Luo Feng didn't know how to explain. Invincible war gods, other than the existences surpassing the war god level, are the strongest fighters. They have an astonishing amount of authority. As for money, for someone who has a soaring shuttle like Luo Feng, hunting Horde Leader level monsters is extremely easy. Horde Leader level monsters are his money-making machines. The only problem is that he can't kill too many Horde leaders in the same area, or else he'll anger that area's emperor-level monster. Don't ask stuff like that. Can an old guy like you even spend 100 billion? Gong Xianlan scolded as she laughed. Gong Xianlan couldn't help but to say, I have something I need your help with, look. Mom, if you have anything, then just say it, followed Luo Feng. Gong Xianlan sighed. Back then, me and your dad went through the Grand Nirvana period. At that time, me and your dad were still young. During the Grand Nirvana period, human society rumbled and countless people died. Me and your dad became orphans at that time. Luo Honghua also recalled the events of those years on the side. The Grand Nirvana period. The saddest time of humanity. All human cities were attacked and entire countries were eradicated. I had so many cousins, said Gong Xianlan. Gong Xianlan and Luo Honghua were born while the one-child policy was still in effect, so they were both the only child. However, their parents had many brothers and sisters, which led to them having many cousins. When we were escaping, we couldn't worry about anything else. Who had the time to search for their relatives? Gong Xianlan shook her head as she sighed, and the Grand Nirvana period experienced unforeseen chaos. Tons lost their homes and identification. There were way too many who lost their parents and became orphans. Me and your dad's name were registered by ourselves. That period was way too chaotic. By the time the construction of a headquarters city and the rebuilding of the country stabilized everything, 10 years passed already. Me and your dad were living in rental homes, so of course we didn't have the time and money to search for our relatives. After becoming an orphan, their feelings towards their relatives strengthened. Luo Honghua and Gong Xianlan have always wanted to search for their relatives. They had so many relatives back then, so some must still be alive. However, without enough power, they had no way to search. Even a family with a fighter doesn't have that ability. Dad, Mom.
Luo Feng nodded seriously. Don't worry, I'll search for all our relatives. This is the first thing he's going to do as an examiner, and something he's going to do for his parents. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 68, The Helmet Safety Issue. Volume 5, Chapter 68, The Helmet Safety Issue. When Luo Feng, his parents, and his brother reunited, Mingyue sector became lively again, because the main city sector's chairman and 3 chiefs were about to arrive. Chief Instructor Wu Tong brought a few dozen fighters with him as he waited. How come the chairman and the 3 chiefs are coming? It's quite rare for the Big 4 to come to our sector together, these fighters were discussing. They're here. Wu Tong looked towards the sky. Everyone quieted down and looked towards the sky. A flowing light pierced the sky and then decelerated. The light formed into a dark blue disc-shaped fighter jet as it hovered above Mingyue sector. It started to slowly descend. Go, let's welcome the chairman. Wu Tong brought the few dozen fighters to welcome them. As for the family of those fighters, they were prohibited from coming near. They were welcoming the chairman and the 3 chiefs. How can they have a bunch of random spectators around? Voila! A hatch opened and a staircase extended out automatically. With Chairman Zhou, who was wearing black, in the lead, the 3 chiefs followed. All of them walked down the staircase. I greet the chairman, the 3 chiefs. Wu Tong bowed. We greet the chairman, the 3 chiefs. The group of fighters bowed. Quite a few family members of the fighters who were watching from afar were extremely excited as they quietly discussed amongst themselves. These people were the Big 4 of Jiangnan headquarters city. It's rare to see even one of them. Okay, Zhou Zhangyang nodded. The group of fighters held their breath. Back when Wu Tong brought Luo Feng to meet Chief Zhu Gutao, he was extremely respectful. Keep in mind that a chief instructor of a sub-city can't even compare with a chief of the entire headquarters city. And don't even talk about comparing him with the chairman. In front of the chairman and the 3 chiefs, all the fighters were extremely respectful. Is Examiner Luo home? Smiled Zhou Zhangyang as he asked. Silence. Wu Tong and the few dozen fighters froze. Examiner Luo? Who is this Examiner Luo? Luo. Examiner Luo? Wu Tong froze. Examiner Luo, as in Luo Feng, smiled Zhou Zhangyang. He didn't dare to boldly say that kid Luo Feng, since Luo Feng is his superior and Luo Feng's strength has been declared as invincible war god by the higher-ups of the Dojo of Limits. How could Zhou Zhangyang, an intermediate-level war god, mess with that? Luo Feng? Examiner Luo? Wu Tong and the group froze. Zhu Gutao smiled on the side. The world headquarters sent us a notice. War god Luo Feng has officially become the examiner of our Jiangnan headquarters city's Dojo of Limits headquarters. We came here this time to greet Examiner Luo. Luo Feng, oh, Examiner Luo is with his family at home. Wu Tong's responded the fastest as he replied, Chairman, 3 chiefs, should I notify the examiner? I'll contact him myself, smiled Zhou Zhangyang as he dialed. Wu Tong and the group of fighters stared at Zhou Zhangyang. The call went through. Oh, Examiner Luo, I am Zhou Zhangyang. Zhou Zhangyang's face was filled with smiles as he said respectfully, I have already arrived at Mingyue sector. The 3 chiefs are beside me. No rush, no rush. We'll wait here at Limit Hall for Examiner Luo. After hanging up, Zhou Zhangyang looked at Wu Tong as he smiled. Wu Tong, go, let's take a look at your Yangzhou city's Limit Hall. Yes, Chairman. Wu Tong quickly followed. Soon enough, the entirety of Mingyue sector went into an uproar. Luo Feng was the new examiner of Jiangnan headquarters city's Dojo of Limits. This news spread from one person to the next. Other than those who weren't in the sector, everyone already knew. Everyone was excited and shocked and only came to realization after connecting this fact to the fighter jet they saw earlier. No wonder Luo Feng can afford a fighter jet,
it's because he became an examiner.
Call him examiner, stop yelling Luo Feng Luo Feng.
The examiner is only 20 years old this year.
If you count his exact age, he's only 19 years old.
He hasn't even married yet. Does he have anyone in mind? Not that I've heard of.
Some people have started to try to get closer to Luo Feng's family while others searched for a potential wife for Luo Feng. Anyways, all sorts of things were going on.
Since an examiner.
To become an examiner, you first have to be an advanced level war god. And within the advanced level war gods, you have to be quite famous. Such a person, even across the entire world, means business.
If someone's family member can marry Luo Feng, then their entire family will have it easy.
Limit Hall, first floor's living room. There were a total of 5 people in the living room, the big 4 of Jiangnan headquarters city's Dojo of Limits, and Luo Feng.
And right now, Luo Feng was sitting on a chair.
After walking to Limit Hall from home, the attitude of a few neighbors and fighters in the sector confused Luo Feng.
They seemed to be too passionate, and some people even yelled Examiner Luo. Then Luo Feng realized his identity is out.
However, it was going to be revealed regardless, so Luo Feng had time to prepare. Examiner Luo, let me introduce to you Chairman Zhou Zhengyong smiled. These 3 are the 3 chiefs of our Jiangnan headquarters city's Dojo of Limits. This is Zhu Gutao, this is Wang Kefan, and this is Yu Sun. We greet the examiner. Zhu Gutao, Wang Kefan, and Yu Sun all stood up as they said.
Don't be so polite, relax. Everyone sit.
All of you count as my seniors, and Zhu Gutao even helped me out back then, so I am extremely grateful, said Luo Feng honestly. He has met a few existences surpassing the war god level and even met the world's strongest fighter, Hong, face to face. Now that he's with Zhou Zhengyong, Zhu Gutao, and the others, Luo Feng was quite calm and relaxed. After a few minutes of talking, Luo Feng's relaxed manner erased a bit of the Big Four's worries.
It seems like,
even though this young man's position is high, he isn't cocky and full of himself. The Big Four let out a big sigh of relief in their hearts. Chairman Zhou said, Luo Feng, of course, I'll do what an examiner is supposed to do.
As for the various things in the Dojo of Limits in Jiangnan City, we should probably keep them the same way.
I'm young and don't really understand this, nor do I feel like understanding this. After hearing this, Chairman Zhou and the others were overjoyed. However, I hope none of you step out of bounds. Luo Feng's expression became serious. Since headquarters gave me the position of examiner, I still have to be able to carry my duty out for the sake of the higher-ups.
Even though he said that.
Truthfully, Luo Feng hasn't even taken a look at the mail, which explained the duties of an examiner, sent to him from the Dojo of Limits headquarters yet. Do not worry, Examiner Luo, we definitely will not cause trouble for you, promised Zhou Zhengyong right away. If anyone steps out of place, I will punish them before Examiner Luo even says a word. Not that serious, smiled Luo Feng, I am still easy to talk to, although my temper rages a bit sometimes, since I'm young. Please take care of me, fellow seniors.
I have a favor to ask for, Chairman Zhou said. Luo Feng.
Please ask, Examiner Luo.
Luo Feng took in a deep breath and said slowly, during the Grand Nirvana period, my parents were separated from their relatives. I want to ask Chairman Zhou to help me search for my parents' cousins from back then, and find out whether or not my parents' seniors are still alive. Even though his parents were orphans. It was so chaotic back then. His parents were still young, so who knows whether or not his grandma or grandpa is still alive.
This, frowned Chairman Zhou, this is quite a difficult task.
Luo Feng frowned. Chairman Zhou continued, mainly because many cities from back then were taken over by monsters. Internet databases were paralyzed and lots of information was lost. Many people lost their identification. That is why our Dojo of Limits cannot investigate this matter.
We have to investigate through the Chinese government.
The Chinese government's civilian data is quite detailed. There's no problem with asking the government to help, right? Asked Luo Feng.
For the Chinese government, examiner Luo's words would hold way greater weight than mine, smiled Zhou Zhenyong. Yeah, but I will tell them when I get back. Once they know that examiner Luo wants a favor, they will definitely put their heart into it.
Invincible war god. It's attractive even for China, one of the 5 countries. Okay, nodded Luo Feng.
Since you just took up the position of examiner, according to the rules, we have to hold a gigantic welcoming ceremony for you. At that time, all the important people from the economic world, political world, fighters, etc. will participate. Even some important people within China will probably come, said Zhou Zhenyong. I don't know when the examiner hopes to hold this ceremony.
Luo Feng froze.
Becoming an examiner is something big, so of course he has to show himself, he can't just hide.
Luo Feng knew these were the rules.
How about this? I'll rest a bit at home first since I just returned, The first day of the next month, which is September 1st, will be a good day to hold the ceremony and welcome our guests, said Luo Feng.
He just returned, so today at Mingyue sector was extremely lively.
At night, Luo Feng gathered with Chen Gu, Zheng Ko, and other friends and they all enjoyed themselves.
Deep in the night, 11 p.m. Silence.
Luo Feng sat on the sofa in the listening room as he held a teacup. He read the email on the large display of the listening room, which described the various responsibilities he had after becoming an examiner.
Okay. This is quite easy, nodded Luo Feng. Beside him was a dark blue helmet that was currently sitting on the sofa. Luo Feng picked up the dark blue helmet.
When using this consciousness sensor helmet, the most important thing is to make sure to keep yourself safe.
Because once you put on the dark blue helmet, your consciousness will enter the virtual space. When this happens, it'll be a problem if someone wants to assassinate you.
However, within the fighter's sector of a headquarters city, nobody would dare to do such a thing.
However, the manual still reminded the user to keep themselves safe.
This consciousness sensor helmet also has a safety feature. It can detect whether or not someone enters within its detectable range.
Maybe others are concerned about their safety, but I'm not. Luo Feng smiled as a black membrane covered his entire body. With his black god set protecting him, what is there to fear?
Safety range, 5 meters x 5 meters. Luo Feng still set it anyway and the windows of the room were sealed.
Once someone enters the safety range, Luo Feng's consciousness will be automatically kicked out of the virtual space.
Whoosh!
Luo Feng directly put on the helmet. The black god set even extended over the dark blue helmet.
He sat there cross-legged, as if he was a black sculpture.
Enter virtual space.
The Palace of War Gods is in the virtual space, and he has to go in there to read his Spirit Reader basics. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 5, Chapter 69, Spirit Reader Basics. Volume 5, Chapter 69, Spirit Reader Basics.
This was an extremely large and quiet room. Luo Feng, who was wearing a simple white robe, suddenly appeared in the room.
What a large room! Luo Feng couldn't help but to gasp.
With a glance, the length of the room was over 50 meters, and the width was around 20 meters.
The ceiling was 5 meters high. In other words,
the area of this room exceeded 1,000 square meters. In the middle of the room was a large, circular bed with a diameter of 3 meters. In front of the bed was an indoor pool with a length of 20 meters and a width of 10 meters. A bed, a pool, desks and chairs, an elegant dining table, a relaxer chair, a training section with yoga mats. In this gigantic room with over 1,000 square meters of space, the space was neatly divided into several sections.
He. Luo Feng let out a smile.
Welcome, War God Luo Feng. An electronic sound suddenly rang, which shocked Luo Feng. This is your private room within the Palace of War Gods. Other than you, nobody else can enter the room. The electronic sound reverberated within the room. In the Palace of War Gods, you can order whatever you want to eat or drink. There are many delicious delicacies that don't exist in real life.
Luo Feng froze? Advertising food and drink. On your desk are two books.
One is the Palace of War God Rules and the other is the Spirit Reader Basics. I hope you enjoy your time on the Palace of War Gods. The electronic sound disappeared.
Have fun? Luo Feng laughed.
This Palace of War Gods is a place to provide entertainment for war gods? The desk was closer to the window, and the entire southern side of the room was a gigantic French window. Through the window, he saw the extraordinarily beautiful, phenomenal sights outside.
Paradise?
Through the window, Luo Feng looked outside. The outside world seemed limitless. Mist emanated around and refracted the unending beams of sunlight, causing the light of the 7 colors of the rainbow to shoot off. It was absolutely beautiful and stunning. Even though he knew this was virtual space, this 100% virtual modeling caused one to think it was real. One couldn't help but to be amazed at such beauty. Let's first take a look at the Spirit Reader Basics Instruction Manual. Luo Feng walked towards the desk where the two books were placed. One of the book's cover was black and had the 4 large words Palace of War God Rules on it. The cover of the other book was black with a bit of starlight flashing from within, as if it was as mysterious as the starry sky. It had 3 large words on it, Spirit Reader Basics. This one instruction manual is worth 3 stars, even more expensive than an Emperor-level fighter jet. Luo Feng picked up this instruction manual and started reading. Spiritual force comes from one's spirit, one's soul. The body is the foundation, the basis of one's spirit. Spiritual force can only grow, become stronger, in one's body. Because the relationship between the body and spiritual force is special, once spiritual force comes into contact with a person or animal, it'll automatically go through. So spiritual force cannot directly attack an enemy's body. It must attack via special means, like knives or other weapons. After reading this part, Luo Feng couldn't help but to nod his head. Indeed. Just like when he sprints, his spiritual force is working on an external object, like his shield, the bottom of his battle boots, his arm guards, etc., and not on his clothes. Why? Because, from the atomic perspective, there are many holes on the battle uniform. When the spiritual force works on the battle uniform, a lot of it will naturally pass through these holes and go through the person's body. It is still a bit effective, but only 1/10 of what it potentially could be. And when you use it on places like the shield, the bottom of the battle boots, etc., 100% of the effect is brought out. Spiritual force can have form and be formless. Form allows it to possess astonishing power. It can control objects and kill enemies over 100 meters away. Formless allows it to slip into one's heart without notice and kill them without making any sort of sound. It is absolutely silent, and never conforms to one state. All spirit readers are split into 3 categories. The first kind, controlling objects to kill enemies. The second kind, attacking an enemy's mind directly. The third kind, monster taming. Luo Feng continued to read. About half of the entire book was talking about controlling objects to kill enemies. The second half mainly talked about attacking an enemy's mind directly. As for the third kind, monster taming, not much was written about it. When Luo Feng continued to read about the first kind, controlling objects to kill enemies, a line caused his eyes to lighten up. Spirit readers that focus on controlling objects, once they become strong enough, have 3 categories they train: spiritual force, strength, weapons, technique. This book is mainly going to discuss technique. In terms of technique for a spirit reader, it is mainly about how many weapons a spirit reader can control at once while maintaining maximum power. For example, an intermediate-level War God-level spirit reader can reach up to 160,000 kilograms of impact power with one throwing knife. If he controls 5 knives, where each one has 160,000 kilograms of impact power, it will be 800,000 kilograms of impact power in total.
Then what if he controls 10 knives at the same time, or each one can reach its maximum?
That'll be 1,600,000 kilograms of impact power.
And what if he can control 20 knives at the same time, or each one can reach its maximum?
That'll be 3,200,000 kilograms of impact power.
Maintaining maximum power while controlling many weapons. The spirit reader will naturally be stronger that way.
The next part will introduce to you how to raise the number of weapons you can control at once while maintaining maximum power on each 1 inch. After reading this part, Luo Feng was stunned.
Yeah, the number of throwing knives he can control.
That phantom demon Catalan was only an intermediate level war god level spirit reader, and yet he could control 9 daggers at once, where each of the daggers were at maximum power. As for Luo Feng, even though he was already at peak of the advanced level war god level spirit reader, can only control 6 throwing knives at once.
The number of throwing knives he can control are too few.
I can maintain an impact power of 500,000 kilograms on my throwing knives. So 6 of them would be an impact power of 3 million kilograms.
If I can control 10 throwing knives, 5 million kilograms? 20 throwing knives would be 10 million kilograms, holy.
Even an existence surpassing the war god level probably can't block that. Luo Feng was extremely excited. As he kept reading, Luo Feng realized the difficulty of maintaining maximum power on each of the objects he controlled. Under no special training, Luo Feng could be considered as talented for being able to control 6 throwing knives at once. Phantom Demon Catalan trained for dozens of years and only reached 9 daggers. However, Phantom Demon Catalan doesn't have the Spirit Reader Basics instruction manual to guide him and had to figure things out himself. On Earth, the amount of spirit readers that can control over 10 throwing knives at once at maximum power won't exceed 5.
20 throwing knives? This is something that all the spirit readers on Earth look up to.
No wonder this instruction manual is worth 3 stars and can only be read in the virtual space. The more Luo Feng read, the more excited and happy he became. It seems like going up by 1 throwing knife is difficult.
However, as long as there's a way to train, then I'll improve eventually if I keep at it. After finishing the controlling objects section, Luo Feng's blood was boiling.
He continued to read the spiritual attack section.
Oh.
In your own consciousness, your spiritual force is strengthened by a level.
When your spiritual force enters someone else's, not only will it not become stronger, it will also be restricted by the enemy's consciousness, thus weakening it by a level?
Luo Feng mumbled to himself. In other words, if you want to kill someone with just your spiritual force, you have to be 3 levels higher. If an advanced level war god level spirit reader's spiritual force enters a beginner level war god level spirit reader's realm of consciousness, the advanced war god level's spiritual force will be restricted while the beginner level war god level's spiritual force will be strengthened, thus making them equal. Only when you're higher by 3 levels
can you kill them. What?
Regular fighters have powerful spiritual force too?
Luo Feng was shocked as he read the description.
Regular fighters don't have the ability of telekinesis.
But that doesn't mean they are spiritually weak.
In reality, powerful fighters with solid wills have powerful spiritual forces. For example, an advanced level war god has a very small amount of spiritual force in his realm of consciousness. In terms of quality, it isn't much weaker than the spiritual force of an advanced level war god level spirit reader. It's just that the quantity differs by too much.
Spiritual attacks are quite complicated.
Apparently, people on Earth aren't that good at it anyway.
There are 18 attacks recorded in total in the instruction manual. There are Illusory Dream, Phantom Eye, Spiritual All-Pierce, Soul Shaker. Quite a few famous techniques, and a full 18 of them. The way to kill people is: use these techniques to distract your opponent and then kill them with objects. First use this technique and then control an object?
Luo Feng sighed to himself, as he was a bit disappointed with this so-called spiritual attack.
However, Luo Feng was still preparing to learn those 18 techniques anyway. He continued reading the third section, Monster Taming.
In the book, your spiritual force is capable of taming monsters. As of now, there are 9 spirit readers who have succeeded in taming monsters. However, there was only one method of monster taming recorded: spiritual communication. A very delicate way of becoming friends with monsters. He closed the book. Luo Feng let out a deep breath and then walked next to the window as he gazed at the infinite sky and ocean outside. A price of 3 stars, how expensive? Luo Feng let out a smile, but worth it. Only after reading did Luo Feng understand why Hong treasures this instruction manual so much. You can say that after reading the Spirit Reader Basics Instruction Manual, Luo Feng completely understands how to train as a spirit reader. The book mentioned ways to raise the number of throwing knives you can control and also has the 18 spiritual attack techniques. Just these techniques are priceless. Who knows how Hong even gathered all of these? If I got this instruction manual 1 year ago, then I would probably have twice my current strength. Luo Feng gazed outside the window, his heart filled with extreme joy. Keep training hard, I guess. According to the descriptions in the book, once the number of throwing knives in advanced level War God level Spirit Reader reaches a certain point, he can even make a breakthrough and become an existence surpassing the War God level. I'll focus with object controlling and use a few spiritual attack techniques as support, thought Luo Feng to himself. Work hard. Now that he's an examiner, he can take it easy a bit and safely train this object controlling technique. Maybe he'll even be able to shoot past the War God level. Time to see the other War Gods. All the War Gods on Earth are in this Palace of War Gods. Who knows how many of them there are? Luo Feng was curious about just how many War Gods were on Earth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 70, 3516. Volume 5, Chapter 70, 3516. Luo Feng stood in front of his desk and opened the black cover of the Palace of War God Rules. There was only a single sheet of paper inside. Welcome to the Palace of War Gods. The Palace of War Gods was formed together by the first chairman Hong and the second chairman Thunder God to be the most powerful fighter organization. All the War Gods in existences surpassing the War God level on Earth are a member of the Palace of War Gods. Only existences surpassing the War God level have the right to become representatives of the administration of the Palace of War Gods, which is the Palace of War Gods Committee. And in the committee are the 5 big chairmen, divided into first chairman, second chairman, all the way until the 5th chairman. These 5 people are the 5 strongest fighters on Earth. Which is to say, the positions in the Palace of War Gods are split into 3 levels: regular member, representative, chairman. In the Palace of War Gods are stores, auction houses, competition plazas, training towers. Many functions that await for you to discover them. Just a short piece of paper. After reading this, Luo Feng laughed and then walked towards the cabinet. He put on some casual attire and then pushed the door open as he left the room. As he walked along the hallway, he naturally appeared at the external corridor of the Palace of War Gods' outer wall. This external corridor was 9 meters wide. He stood on the external corridor that was like a castle wall as he looked below. Below was a gigantic plaza of the Palace of War Gods, which had a full 9 arenas. What about outside the plaza? Rumble! Huge black waves smashed into the surrounding wall of the plaza over and over again. The gigantic Palace of War Gods was like a huge palace hovering above an infinite sea. Who designed this? One side of the Palace of War Gods is an infinite mist while this side is an infinite sea. Luo Feng shook his head. Hello, a voice appeared from behind. Luo Feng turned his head and looked over. The man speaking was a tall, white man, who was currently smiling as he extended his hand. My name is Vladi. Luo Feng smiled as he shook his hand and complimented, your Chinese is quite good. Thank you for the compliment. Vladi's face was all smiles. Mr. Luo Feng,
you seem quite young, and this is my first time seeing you. If it's the only thing I, Vladi, am good at, I know 99% of the war gods on Earth. So Mr. Luo Feng probably hasn't come here that many times. Luo Feng looked at the person in front of him with shock. 99% of the war gods on Earth? Maybe it's an exaggeration, but it still shows his confidence. This is my first time here, smiled Luo Feng. Oh, first time. Vladi's eyebrows raised and had a mysterious smile on. You're going to have a surprise later then. Surprise? While talking, Luo Feng and Vladi, the two war gods, have arrived at a spiral staircase leading to the first floor's lobby. Luo Feng was currently at the third floor, so he was probably around 10 meters away from the first floor. And yet, the ceiling of the first floor was around 30 meters high and over 100 meters in both length and width. This lobby is bigger than most schools' gymnasiums. In this gigantic lobby were large amounts of sofas and chairs, at least 1,000 of them. And now, there were nearly 1,000 people sitting with their friends and chatting as they drank. So many war gods. Luo Feng couldn't help but to hold his breath. You have to at least be a war god to enter the Palace of War Gods. And now, there are nearly 1,000 war gods in front of him. This was the first time he has ever seen so many war gods at once. Even at the elite training camp, there were only a few dozen war gods. And in Jiangnan City, meeting even one war god is a rare occurrence. Mr. Luo Feng, war gods are usually spread out, so they would rarely encounter other war gods. Because of this, many war gods frequently come to the Palace of War Gods to have some drinks and chat, which also counts as making connections, said Vladi. Yeah, Luo Feng couldn't help but to nod. This is where all the war gods on Earth gather. As he walked down the spiral staircase, Luo Feng looked around. Other than the many chatting war gods, there were quite a few absolutely stunning waiters in the lobby, whether in looks or in elegance. There were probably over 100 of them who were here just to serve the war gods. There was also a gigantic display on the wall of the lobby. There was a number on it, 3515. What does this 3515 mean? Luo Feng was full of questions. Pa! At this time, Luo Feng and Vladi got off the staircase and Luo Feng stepped on the extremely shiny floor of the first floor's lobby. When he did that, the entire lobby suddenly went dark. The originally smooth, comfortable light became dim. The relaxing music instantly disappeared. Luo Feng was extremely confused, and a smile appeared on Vladi's face. Whoosh! The originally chatting war gods virtually looked towards the staircase in unison. Their eyes glanced across Vladi and then stayed on Luo Feng. Ding! After a sharp sound that could make one's soul shake, the entire lobby rang with a ringing, passionate, and joyful music. This music reverberated around the entire lobby. The nearly 1,000 war gods in this extravagant lobby from all parts of the world stood up. Some of them even started clapping. Some of them work for the government. Some of them are special people hidden in the darkness. Some of them are mercenaries who live their lives killing. Some of them have peacefully retired and are enjoying their lives while teaching their students. They are the most elite group of people in all of human society. They are the most wealthy group of people who stand at the top of the pyramid of human society. Whoosh! A dim light shone on Luo Feng. The Palace of War Gods welcomes a new war god. His name is Luo Feng. A thundering voice rang as if it came from the heavens. After this voice rang, a 3D hologram appeared above the lobby, which displayed some huge words. Name, Luo Feng. Country, China. Level, War God, Advanced. Just a simple 3 lines. Each of them are 3D and seem to be carved out of stone as it hovered in midair. The number of war gods in human society increases by 1 more, it is now 3,516. The thundering sound echoed around the lobby. At the same time, the gigantic 3515 on the gigantic display on the wall of the lobby jumped to 3,516. Furthermore, the happy music started to quiet down until it couldn't be heard anymore. The light shining on Luo Feng also disappeared. Everything became silent again. Luo Feng didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. He looked towards Vladi beside him. This Vladi definitely knew about this, but just didn't remind him. The virtual space automatically introduces any war god that has come for the first time. Vladi's face was full of smiles. Who would have thought that Mr. Luo Feng, despite becoming a war god recently, would be an advanced level war god? This is quite respectable. In the Palace of War Gods, the near 1,000 war gods sat on their seats as they discussed with their friends. Quite a few people were talking about this Luo Feng. There were only a few hundred advanced level war gods out of the 3,516 war gods on Earth. It is indeed rare for a new war god to be an advanced level war god. Luo Feng! Luo Feng! A few voices sounded and 6 shadows approached from a few faraway seats. Luo Feng looked towards them with shock. He actually recognized all 6 of these people. These 6 people were teachers from the elite training camp. Even though he didn't see his teacher Zheng Feng, he recognized everyone else. Within them was the war god that originally brought him to the training camp, Yang Hui. "Teacher Yang, Teacher Wit," yelled Luo Feng. "Stop yelling, teacher. You've already graduated, and the one who actually taught you was Zheng Feng, so just call us by our names," laughed Yang Hui. The other teachers from the elite training camp also nodded as they smiled. No matter how powerful the student becomes, they have to respect their teacher. However, every student in the elite training camp only has one teacher to teach them. Luo Feng's teacher was Zheng Feng. Now that Luo Feng graduated and his position is high, only Zheng Feng deserves to be called teacher. Even though the others know Luo Feng, they haven't actually taught him, so there's no need for Luo Feng to do this. "Luo Feng, according to the old rules, I'll introduce you." Yang Hui smiled passionately. The other teachers also smiled as they stood to the side. "Everyone!" Yang Hui's voice instantly became loud, and it rang across the entire lobby. The near 1,000 war gods that were chatting and drinking in the lobby all turned their heads over and saw Yang Hui's group. Many of them watched on with interest. In this kind of place, war gods without a bit of background wouldn't dare to yell like this. "Let me introduce to everyone," smiled Yang Hui as he spoke loud and clear. "The one next to me is the new examiner appointed to Jiangnan City by the head of the Dojo of Limits himself." Uproar. A huge uproar. The Dojo of Limits is the world's most powerful organization. Just look at them. Other than the head, Hong, being the strongest fighter on Earth, he has 3 royal guards and 5 big investigators below him. That's a total of 8 existences surpassing the war god level. You can say that the Dojo of Limits elites are the most powerful. Usually, an organization would be decent if it even had 1 war god in it. And there are tons of advanced fighters in the Dojo of Limits. To become an examiner in a large headquarters city like Jiangnan City means you have to be a powerful figure within the advanced level war gods. Not only that, but the higher-ups gave Brother Luo Feng the title of Invincible War God. Yang Hui's face was full of smiles. "You all better get close to Brother Luo Feng." After saying this, the entire lobby was in an uproar. Invincible War God? There are only a few hundred advanced level war gods on Earth. Those at Yang Hui's level, probably around 100 people. And those at Phantom Demon Catalan's level, not more than 50 people. Finally, only a few dozen people have the right to be called Invincible War God. These people either have their blade technique trained to an alarming level, or technique, or spiritual force. Anyway, they have ultimate moves that are practically invincible. Each of them are huge figures on Earth. Luo Feng said Yang Hui quietly to Luo Feng as he smiled, "You won't blame me, right?" Luo Feng smiled. He knew the rules too. The Dojo of Limits usually take the initiative to advertise their powerful people. For example, the title Invincible War God helps get the name out. And nobody would doubt the strength rating of the higher-ups of the Dojo of Limits. Go, let's sit over there, smiled Yang Hui. Luo Feng, the food and drink here is absolutely amazing.
It's the best, said the other war god teachers as they walked. In the Palace of War Gods, the war gods from the Dojo of Limits naturally formed their own group. The lobby was filled with discussions. Quite a few people started to look at Luo Feng in a different way. Luo Feng, invincible war god? The news of his first appearance in the Palace of War Gods will definitely spread across the world like wildfire. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 71, Spirit, Resolve. Volume 5, Chapter 71, Spirit, Resolve. A corner of the lobby. Luo Feng, get whatever you want. Since it's your first time here, it's my treat, smiled Yang Hui as he handed over a menu from the waiter to Luo Feng.
Oh? Luo Feng accepted it with curiosity.
He opened up the menu and took a look. Every single dish and drink had English and Chinese descriptions. On the back, the prices were written in Earth dollars, Chinese dollars, US dollars, euros, rubles, Russia, and rupees, India.
One glass of wine is almost $100,000? What is this dragon liver? $880,000.
Isham, most of these dishes are fine, like 100,000 Chinese dollars for each 1 inch. Luo Feng was shocked and couldn't help but to smile towards the war gods beside him. He smiled as he said, "Everyone, this is my first time here at the Palace of War Gods, but I have to say that the prices here are quite expensive. All the food and drink in the virtual space is virtual, but who would have thought that they would cost more than their real-life counterpart? It is expensive, but there is no helping it." The war god teacher on the side, Brad, shook his head as he sighed in his twisted Chinese. "There is only one place that sells food and drink in the Palace of War Gods. There's no other place to buy this."
However, even though the food and drink in the virtual space is 100% virtual, it feels like you're actually eating it. As long as you aren't looking to fill your stomach and are eating it just for the taste, then it is worth it. Usually, when a few war gods randomly order some food and drink, the resulting bill is over $1 million Chinese dollars. If it's an extravagant meal, then it'll probably be over 10 million Chinese dollars. Only the most wealthy people on Earth, the war gods, can afford to spend like this. The usual rich person wouldn't dare to be so extravagant. For war gods, even if they are serving some organization, a yearly salary of 5 billion Chinese dollars is normal. For elite war gods like Luo Feng, they just have to hunt a monster on the level of a T-Rex or steel-armored dragon to earn 10 billion. Would they still care about some food? The taste is indeed. Luo Feng couldn't help but to compliment. As for taste, how can the real world compare to the virtual space, laughed Yang Hui. Luo Feng then asked the group, "I have always been curious about just how many representatives are in the Palace of War Gods? If you're a representative, you're in existence surpassing the war god level." A total of 52 representatives and 5 big chairmen, laughed Ji Tao on the side. 52 of them, so many? Luo Feng was a bit shocked. A lot? The war god teacher on the side, Wit, shook his head. Under the 5 big chairmen, there are only 52 representatives. With a worldwide population of 7 billion people, there isn't even one representative for every 100 million people. And our Dojo of Limits, 3 royal guards and 5 big investigators have already taken up 8 of them. And the Thunder Dojo. Even though they don't have as many as us, they also have 6 representatives. There are also those who aren't willing to work for others and have created their own mercenary groups. There are 7 or 8 people like them. 5 or 6 of them are at the HR Alliance. Just adding these together, 26 to 30 representatives are used up already. Wit's head shook a bit from speaking all this Chinese. After that are the 5 powerful countries and 23 headquarters cities to split up the remaining 20 or so representatives. And some of the representatives are prideful and prefer solitude, so they live a life hidden from the world, ignoring every organization. So how many representatives can those powerful countries receive? Luo Feng froze as he listened. The Dojo of Limits, the Thunder Dojo, the various mercenary groups, and the HR Alliance have already taken up over half of the representatives. As for representatives that are loyal and willing to serve their country, for example China, it would be nice if there were even 3 or 4 of them, smiled Yang Hui. Of course, a country's power cannot be underestimated. For example, some of our Dojo of Limits investigators are Chinese. Even though they are part of the Dojo of Limits, if China asks for help, they will definitely lend a hand. Luo Feng nodded. A representative could be in the HR Alliance or become a mercenary, but that doesn't mean that they won't help their native country when the time comes. Since it's their native country after all. So on the surface, a country has 3 to 4 representatives under its wing, but it can actually call up to 7 to 8 representatives when it has to. Luo Feng, how about we go to the stores of the Palace of War Gods in a bit? The things here in the Palace of War Gods are much cheaper than it is outside, suggested Yang Hui. Luo Feng's interest rose as he asked, "There's an auction house here, right?" "Of course. Ji Tao held his wine glass on the side as he said with excitement, "The monthly auction is quite interesting. Over 90% of the world's war gods will come on that day. Keep in mind that even the largest auction on Earth has trouble gathering people from every organization. Only the Palace of War Gods can do such a thing." Luo Feng nodded. Each of the large headquarters cities, especially on different continents, are separated by the ocean. The only form of transportation are the commercial airplanes, which is quite troublesome. However, the Palace of War Gods allows all the powerful fighters on Earth to gather together. The auction here can gather so many people, so there are many interesting things, explained Yang Hui. We can also set up our own things for auction. However, there are certain conditions. The objects you want to auction off must be worth at least 1 billion Chinese dollars. There's no upper limit. Is there an elixir of life? Asked Luo Feng directly. In the past 7 months, 5 of them had an elixir of life, introduced Yang Hui. If my memory serves me correctly, there will be an elixir of life in this month's auction too. Luo Feng was overjoyed, and then confused. How come there are so many elixirs? Didn't the American government want the elixir of life to appear to be rare? How come the American government is auctioning off so many elixirs? Asked Luo Feng in a confused tone. The elixir of life only seems valuable in the outside world, scoffed Yang Hui. In the second half of this year, there will be a public auction open to every fighter. And there will only be one portion of elixir of life. However, this is the Palace of War Gods. In the Palace of War Gods, there are huge amounts of valuables to be auctioned off every month. Things worth billions and tens of billions are common. If the American government only sold off one portion of elixir of life a year, how much money would they make? The outside world doesn't even know about the auctions in the Palace of War Gods, so if they sell off more portions, wouldn't they make more money? Smiled Yang Hui. Luo Feng nodded. In the previous auctions, around how much did a portion cost? Asked Luo Feng. The starting price was 10 billion Chinese dollars. It eventually sold off for around 20 billion Chinese dollars, laughed Yang Hui. Maybe it can reach 30 billion in the public auctions, but nobody in the Palace of War Gods is dumb. If the price goes any higher, nobody would want it. Luo Feng was extremely happy inside. Indeed, the way individual circles of society interact with things is different. The Palace of War Gods is the location where all the world's war gods gather, so it would indeed become a huge market. For example, if the American government wants to make money with its elixir of life, then it has to sell it within the Palace of War Gods. When does this month's auction begin? Asked Luo Feng. In a few days, August 15th, said Yang Hui. Auctions are every month, and they are always on the 15th of each month. Luo Feng nodded. On August 15th, his brother will finally be able to stand up. Just a few more days. In the lobby of the Palace of War Gods, people occasionally came down the staircase. Which one is Luo Feng?
A white-haired old man walked towards a group of friends and sat down as he asked quietly.
South, sitting with Yang Hui and the others, said a burly, bald brute quietly, "See that? The war gods of the Dojo of Limits are chatting with Luo Feng."
Ever since Luo Feng revealed himself, people from every faction notified their men.
That young man?
The white-haired old man looked carefully and nodded. His aura is indeed different. Look at those eyes. The eyes are the windows of the spirit.
If a regular person's spirit is good, their eyes will be bright. If their spirit is weary, their eyes will be dim. As for spirit readers,
when calm, their eyes are deep like a swamp that cannot be seen through. When angry, just a glance from them could cause a weak fighter to shake and tremble. So all spirit readers have a unique aura to them, caused by their powerful spirit. Find a time to come into contact with him, said the white-haired old man quietly. In the future, we can also ask him for help when we're in trouble.
Oh yeah.
When I came here, I checked the Dojo of Limits and asked the government to help search for Luo Feng's parents' relatives. This case is a good chance to get near him, so we should do some work too.
Yeah.
The other fighters also nodded. Our 11th Bureau will benefit greatly with Luo Feng's help. The white-haired old man let out a smile. Luo Feng received the title of Invincible War God from the higher-ups of the Dojo of Limits. This news spread extremely quickly. Even the couple Li Yao and Vanina all the way in Europe received this news right away from their friends. In a quiet, gloomy villa, the couple Li Yao and Vanina were quietly standing there as they waited.
"Will that senior meet us?" asked Vanina quietly.
Definitely. Li Yao's gaze was cold as he stood there.
Vanina sighed as she witnessed this.
Ever since the incident at the Misty Island, Li Yao has been hysterically drinking like crazy. After he becomes sober, he sinks into his hatred, constantly thinking about revenge. Even his gaze strikes fear into other people.
However, they don't have the ability to kill Luo Feng.
"Sir, madam." An old man wearing a suit on the floor above said without emotion, "The master is upstairs, waiting for you too."
Li Yao and Vanina were startled, and then went up the staircase to the second floor.
The old man in the suit said coldly, "Come with me." He directly brought the two to a quiet room. After he led them to a quiet room and opened the door, the old man in the suit quietly left.
Li Yao and Vanina both took a deep breath before walking inside. The quiet room was mostly empty.
Only the smell of sandalwood emanated in the air of the quiet room. A white-haired old man sat cross-legged in the quiet room. His long, scattered hair reached all the way to his waist, and he seemed like a piece of deadwood with no life in him at all.
Senior bowed. Li Yao. Representative Yin Vanina also bowed. Sit carried a low sound. The white-haired old man opened his eyes and looked towards Li Yao and Vanina.
This old man's eyes were hazy, as if he was an old man that was about to die. He absolutely had no sign of being a powerful fighter, but Li Yao and Vanina didn't dare to be disrespectful. And Li Yao even directly prostrated himself on the ground as he smashed his forehead against the ground, his tears streaming down his face.
"Little vulture, what's wrong? What can make you cry?"
The old man was calm.
Senior Li Yao clenched his teeth as he said lowly, "My only son was killed by a young man named Luo Feng. I want revenge for my son." However, Li Yao is only his incapability to blame, as this Luo Feng's strength is at the invincible war god level. I am not his opponent at all. However, my son.
Li Yao clenched his fists, his fingernails sinking into his palms. His entire body slightly trembled.
Li Yao's parents have already died. I have no family.
I do not care about anything on this world, but my son, Vulture. Li Yao's voice started to shake. He was cruel, which was how he got the title of Vulture. When he was a child, the special experiences he went through during the Grand Nirvana period made him cruel and selfish. However, deep in his heart, he desperately wanted family. His only son. His only obsession. After raising him for around 20 years, those feelings have already been engraved into his soul. The more cruel, selfish, and cold a person is, the crazier they would become for a relationship they treasure, even more so than someone with strong feelings. Because this is their only obsession. I beg, Senior, that you can kill Luo Feng. I am willing to become Senior's slave for the rest of my life and return. Li Yao tapped his forehead on his ground and buried his head. The old man silently looked at Li Yao. Li Yao just had his head on the ground like that as he waited for the old man's reply. Even Vanina tapped her forehead on the ground. You and I have been through some things together, so speak. Of the background of this Luo Feng, said the old man lowly. Li Yao's head remained buried on the ground as he replied, Luo Feng, peak of the advanced level war god level spirit reader, 19 years old, from Jiangnan City's Yangzhou City. Right now, he has become part of the higher-ups of the Dojo of Limits, appointed as examiner of Jiangnan headquarters city's Dojo of Limits. The old man slightly frowned. I cannot help you, said the old man lowly. Li Yao ferociously raised his head as he looked towards this old man with disbelief. This was his final ray of hope. He and this super-powerful fighter have a special relationship, since they went through the Grand Nirvana period together. Li Yao might be selfish and cruel, but he is also very proud, so he has never begged this senior like this before. Because of Hong? Li Yao couldn't help but to ask. Yes, the old man did not hesitate at all. He is extremely powerful and even fought for a chairman spot in the Palace of War Gods, although he failed. However, not a single person on earth is Hong's opponent. Hong is a deity that looks down on all the fighters from above. Maybe only the second chairman, Thunder God, is a bit close to Hong. As for the third, fourth, and fifth chairman, none of them have the courage to even attack Hong. So don't even talk about Yan Hai. Even though he has a special relationship with Li Yao, it isn't enough for him to mess with Hong. A 19-year-old invincible war god, even a retard knows Hong will treat him with care. Li Yao's fists cracked as he clenched them tightly, his knuckles became pale white and blood dripped from his palms. He stared at the old man with unrivaled pain. When the old man saw this, he seemed to have once again saw that crazy young man from the Grand Nirvana period back then. He sighed to himself. You really want to kill Luo Feng, even if you will die in the process? Said the old man lowly. Yes, Li Yao's voice was determined. Then surpass the war god level and become an existence surpassing the war god level, said the old man lightly. That way, you'll have a chance to kill him. Of course. You must face the wrath of Hong. Hong might treasure talented people and let you go. But he also might kill you out of rage. Li Yao's eyes were determined. Senior, please guide me. This is my training journal. The techniques I've trained are in there. At the same time, it also contains my breakthrough experience. The old man took out a handwritten book. I hope it will help you. As he said that, he threw it over. Li Yao extended his hand and took it. Remember. Breakthrough, and become an existence surpassing the war god level. The key is in your spirit and resolve. The old man closed his eyes. You guys can leave now. Li Yao and Vanina tapped their heads on the ground in thanks and immediately left. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 72, Auction. Volume 5, Chapter 72, Auction. In the training room, Luo Feng, who was wearing a loose white robe, sat cross-legged not on the ground, but on his soaring shuttle. The soaring shuttle kept a distance of around half a meter from the ground, and his entire body just hovered like this. Luo Feng's eyes were deep like the sea as he silently stared at the 12 blade pieces of the soaring shuttle in front of him. He was currently controlling them. The 12 grayish-white blade pieces started floating around him as if they were dancing. As if 12 fairies were circling Luo Feng. If you record the trajectories of these 12 blade pieces, you will discover that they are drawing a delicate and complex shape of a maze. The weird thing is, the 12 blade pieces sometimes speed up and sometimes slow down. They crossed each other over and over again. Sometimes it seems like they are about to smash into each other, but they don't. The blade pieces sometimes decelerate and sometimes accelerate until their speed surpasses the speed of sound. Chie. 2 of the blade pieces scraped against each other. Failed. Luo Feng, who was hovering in midair, had a calm expression on the entire time. But now, he couldn't help but to let out a smile. I seem quite talented. I just started and am able to practice the second drawing of the Celestial Deity Catalog. However, having to complete the second drawing in a short 3.2 seconds sure is hard. It's only challenging if it's hard. The Celestial Deity Catalog is one of the training methods for object-controlling spirit readers mentioned in the Spirit Reader Basics Instruction Manual. There are a full 99 drawings in it, but according to the instruction manual, the most powerful spirit reader on Earth right now can only draw up to the 18th drawing. Luo Feng was quite confused. If so, then where did the latter drawings come from? Training the Celestial Deity Catalog sure is tiring. Luo Feng shook his head as he yelled loudly, "Turn on the projector," but suddenly, a beam of light shot towards the white wall from the projector in the training room, causing a huge computer display to appear. "Video chat," yelled Luo Feng, "connect to SUXIN." Beep beep beep. The video chat was sending a request. It should be almost 10 a.m. right now and it's summertime, so SUXIN should be online? Luo Feng waited. Only after about half a minute did the request get accepted. Hua! On the gigantic display on the wall appeared SUXIN in her pajamas holding a coffee cup with steam rising from it. Her hair was casually let down and she seemed to be a bit sleepy. Luo Feng SUXIN struggled to open her eyes. "No way, it's 10 a.m. right now and you're still sleeping?" Laughed Luo Feng out of surprise. "What 10 a.m., it's night right now," said SUXIN helplessly. "Night?" Luo Feng froze. SUXIN seemed to be a bit more awake now as she replied, "I'm in America right now, not in the country. Even though it's morning in the country, over here it's already night time." Luo Feng came to a realization. Luo Feng SUXIN looked at Luo Feng through the video chat with shock, "Seeing the background behind you, it doesn't seem like you're in a wasteland like the continent of Australia?" In the continent of Australia, Luo Feng also video chatted with SUXIN before. However, that was through his tactical communications watch, and the video usually showed places like caves, mountains, and other wastelands. "I'm back, at Jiangnan headquarters city," laughed Luo Feng. "Back?" SUXIN became even more shocked. "Didn't you say you would be at the continent of Australia for a month?" "If I knew you were going to be back, then I wouldn't have come to America." SUXIN seemed to be regretful. Indeed. Ever since Luo Feng went to the elite training camp, the two of them have never met in real life. They have only chatted via video chat. If SUXIN knew Luo Feng was coming back, why would she go to America? "You miss me that much?" teased Luo Feng. "TCH." SUXIN frowned and pretended to not care as she immediately changed the topic. "How long will you be back for?" "I'm going to be here in America for around another week. After that, I'll be able to join my family's group to ride the plane back." "After I go back? My parents want me to participate in an important ceremony on September 1st. They said it's a ceremony to welcome the new examiner of Jiangnan headquarters city's Dojo of Limits. School has already started by that date and yet my parents are still forcing me to go." Luo Feng blinked twice. It seems like SUXIN still doesn't know who this new examiner is? "The new examiner? What a feat, SUXIN, do you know who the new examiner is?" Luo Feng tried to contain his laughter as he asked. "No idea, the new examiner. Probably some super powerful fighter, I guess, but what does that have to do with me?" SUXIN seemed to have no interest in talking about this examiner as she continued, "Oh yeah, I got so mad on this trip to America.
Luo Feng, you don't know what I had to deal with this time. August 15th.
The Palace of War Gods holds an auction every 15th day of the month. And on that day, over 90% of the world's war gods gather here.
Time in China, 1945.
In the auction room of the Palace of War Gods in the virtual space. The auction house was set up like an opera house. The seats were surrounding the center platform in a circular shape. The center platform was where the goods were displayed, and each side of the platform had a huge amount of seats encircling it, a total of 5,000 seats. As of now, there were tons of people in the auction house, and most of the war gods were chatting in groups. Relaxing music echoed around the entire auction house.
Luo Feng. Luo Feng, over here.
Luo Feng, who was wearing casual attire, saw a bunch of war gods from the Dojo of Limits in the auction house waving at him passionately.
Hello, Mr. Luo Feng. Mr. Luo Feng.
As he walked down the aisle in the auction house, he noticed that most of the seats on both sides of him had war gods, whether they were black, yellow, or white, sitting in them. These war gods from all over the world seemed to be quite friendly to Luo Feng.
Luo Feng also smiled and nodded in response.
Soon enough, he arrived at the Dojo of Limits war gods' huge sector.
Awe-inspiring. The amount of war gods in the Dojo of Limits is indeed awe-inspiring, as they took up a huge area. With just the naked eye, you could tell that there were at least a few hundred of them.
Just what you would expect from the world's most elite organization. They have the most war gods and representatives, thought Luo Feng to himself.
Luo Feng saw a beautiful image wearing purple and walked over. Teacher Zhang Feng.
Luo Feng smiled Zhang Feng as she looked at the student in front of him. She only thought that Luo Feng's technique and blade technique were quite good, but who would have thought that her student's most amazing ability was his spiritual force? Now he has become an invincible war god all of a sudden, and even became the examiner of a large headquarters city like Jiangnan headquarters city. Zhang Feng couldn't help but to be amazed at how quickly things have changed.
Examiners differ depending on the location.
Large headquarters cities have populations of 200 to 300 million people, while smaller ones probably have less than 100 million. 5 powerful countries around the world and 23 headquarters cities. In total, there's 52 headquarters cities. There's around 7 billion people, so on average, each headquarters city just has a little more than 100 million.
Jiangnan headquarters city is clearly a larger headquarters city.
Luo Feng, sit here, smiled Zhang Feng as she pointed to the seat beside her.
Okay, Luo Feng sat there. After the auction ends, I'll introduce you to the other war gods in our dojo. Counting you, our Dojo of Limits has 3 invincible war gods, smiled Zhang Feng. In a corner of the auction house sat the vulture-scorpion couple. Luo Feng is here. Vanina looked towards the distance.
Seems quite popular, scoffed Li Yao. As of now, Li Yao's aura and face basically keeps everyone away from him. The war gods sitting beside Li Yao have known him for quite a while, but Li Yao's current aura and face causes them to frown too. There were tons and tons of people in the auction house as over 3,000 war gods have appeared.
Everyone. The entire auction house swiftly quieted down and the original sounds of music disappeared too.
Whoosh! A ray of light shone on the center platform where a Chinese man and a white man stood. One guy spoke in Chinese while the white guy quickly followed in English.
We meet yet again on the 15th of this month, smiled the Chinese man. The white man also repeated that.
The two of them waved their hands at the same time. Instantly, large amounts of varying goods appeared on the surroundings of the center platform.
There were tons of them. In just a moment, they disappeared again.
There will be 71 items to auction off this time, smiled the Chinese man. Maybe there are things here that someone wants, so I won't keep talking.
I officially declare the beginning of this auction. The first item is a piece of artwork.
The famous painting painted by Vincent van Gogh in 1890, the portrait of Dr. Gachet. The opening bid is 1 billion Chinese dollars. Right when the Chinese man's voice dropped, a huge painting immediately appeared in the air above. It slowly rotated so that every war god could see it. Below the platform where the Dojo of Limits war gods gathered, Luo Feng couldn't help but to be shocked as he heard this. Teacher Jiang, they even auction off antiques and artworks here?
Of course. Jiang Feng kept her voice low as she quietly said, the Palace of War Gods auction is the largest auction on Earth. Not just the war gods are participating in this auction. The war gods represent the organizations and powers behind them, so all sorts and types of amazing treasures make their way to this auction, like antiques and artworks. Only the most valuable ones have the right to be auctioned off. Most antiques don't even reach an opening bid of 1 billion Chinese dollars.
Luo Feng nodded. The Grand Nirvana period dealt a horrifying blow to various historical antiques and paintings. Many of them were destroyed while humanity was trying to escape. So now, after humans have settled down in their headquarters cities, the prices of these antiques are extremely high. The sixth item is an A-grade genetic medicine, 10 portions. Opening bid of 1.2 billion Chinese dollars. Luo Feng just listened, not bidding at all. Finally, the 39th item, a portion of an elixir of life. Opening bid of 10 billion Chinese dollars. After the sound rang, Luo Feng's eyes flashed after being so calm this whole time. In the air above appeared a packaged portion of the elixir of life. It has finally come. Luo Feng's eyes locked on to the image of the elixir of life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 73, Dawn. Volume 5, Chapter 73, Final chapter of Volume 5, Dawn. The elixir of life has always been in supply, but since there aren't many disabled fighters that can afford it, there just hasn't been a lot of demand. So the American government sells a set amount of elixirs every year to earn money slowly. 11 billion. A voice rang from a corner of the auction house. Whoosh! An image of a war god immediately appeared in the center platform, and a smile even appeared on this war god's face. Many sounds of discussions that were purposefully kept down instantly appeared. 11.5 billion. Another voice rang, and the war god originally at the center of the platform disappeared. An image of a black war god replaced him. 12 billion. After that voice dropped, another image appeared on the center platform, which appeared to be a Chinese youth. He seemed quite young. It was indeed Luo Feng. Suddenly, the quiet voices that were discussing instantly became louder. Many people were curious about this new war god, this new invincible war god Luo Feng. 12 billion going once, yelled the Chinese man. The white man beside him also yelled. 12 billion going twice. One portion of elixir of life, current bid is at 1.2 billion, any higher? Yelled the Chinese man. In the past, elixirs can usually go for 20 billion Chinese dollars. Below the platform, Luo Feng was shocked and confused as he quietly asked, Teacher Jiang, how come nobody else is bidding? Jiang Feng smiled, making her appear quite beautiful, as she quietly said, Luo Feng, there are only around a dozen invincible war gods on Earth. And this is your first time making a bid in this auction. So for the first time, everyone is willing to show you some respect. Unless they really want it, they won't bid against you. The Palace of War Gods is a place to make friends, especially with invincible war gods and extremely powerful war gods on the level of Phantom Demon Catalans. Other war gods would think twice before offending them. If you start bidding against Luo Feng's first bid, then you seriously aren't thinking correctly. 12 billion 3 times. Congratulations, war god Luo Feng, smiled the Chinese man. In a corner of the auction house, the vulture-scorpion couple coldly watched. What are you pulling me for? Vanina looked at her husband with dissatisfaction. Vanina was about to bid just now. Poof. Vulture Liao scoffed as he quietly said, it's just a portion of elixir of life. What's the point of bidding?
If it's too expensive, he won't buy it.
After the auction, he can just contact the American government and purchase it directly. At most, he just has to pay a few extra billion. No need to make Luo Feng notice us for just a few billion inch. Right now, this Luo Feng is full of himself, so just let him stay that way.
Once I break through. Li Yao's voice was kept down. The Nina couldn't help but to nod. Yeah, as of now, the vulture-scorpion couple can't mess with Luo Feng.
They haven't even returned to their home in Jiangnan City as they just stayed in Europe.
They are slowly preparing to deal with Luo Feng. I finally got the elixir of life. Luo Feng was full of excitement.
Maybe in terms of price, the soaring shuttle is over 1,000 times more valuable than an elixir of life, but when Luo Feng received the soaring shuttle, his heart was filled more with curiosity and expectation than excitement.
12 billion is nothing for Luo Feng right now. However, an elixir of life means his brother can stand up again and can live like a normal person again. I have finally succeeded. Luo Feng was extremely enthusiastic.
I'll see if I have a chance to get a second portion so I can give it to brother Zhang, thought Luo Feng to himself. His grudge with Zhang Zehu back then caused Zhang Zehu's squad to ambush his own, which led to Zhang Ke's arm being broken off. Whenever he faces brother Zhang, there's always a bit of guilt in his heart.
Now that he has the ability, getting a portion of elixir of life isn't much.
Furthermore, he planned on spending 30 billion for a portion of elixir of life. Now that he only spent 12 billion, another portion would probably bring the total up to around 30 billion anyway.
Item after item was auctioned off.
Even though they sold off quite quickly, there were still a total of 71 items. So even if it took 2 or 3 minutes to auction off an item, it would still take around 3 hours in total. Now for the 58th item, the spider silk left behind by the spider-type emperor-level monster, Black Widow Spider King Golden Spider Silk. It is 8.3 meters long and 6.1 meters wide. Opening bid of 5 billion Chinese dollars. After the Chinese man's voice dropped, a large piece of golden spider silk appeared above the center platform.
6 billion Chinese dollars. 7 billion. It seemed like there were quite a few bids this time. Luo Feng, who didn't want to bid anymore, couldn't help but to yell, 8 billion. Ever since his battle with Li Yao, Luo Feng wanted to make a net made out of SS-grade materials. He estimated he would spend around 20 to 30 billion, but Luo Feng was still satisfied after discovering this golden spider silk. The golden spider silk is left behind by the spider-type emperor-level monster, the Black Widow Spider King. However, Black Widow Spider Kings are famous for their venom, not their spider webs. The golden spider silk that comes from it usually can't trap an emperor-level monster, so it's worse than a net made out of SS-grade materials. However, it's better than a net made out of 9th series materials. There are a total of 2 spider-type emperor-level monsters. One of them is the Goliath Spider King Asterisk, which is known for its webs. Once caught in its web, even an emperor-level monster will have a hard time surviving. The other is the Black Widow Spider King, which is known for its venom. Once venomed, even an existence surpassing the war god level will die. This is where the spirit of nature, 100 grass, comes into play. Of course, the Black Widow Spider King can spin webs, which is its golden spider silk. However, it's weaker compared to the web spun by the Goliath spider. Even though the golden spider silk can't contain an emperor-level monster, an emperor-level monster still has to work quite a bit to get out of it. Using it to deal with war gods and horde leaders is more than enough. Luo Feng was very satisfied. It's not as tough as a SS-grade ingredient, but it's more comfortable to use. 9 billion. 9.5 billion. Clearly, nobody bothered to care about Luo Feng this time. Showing their respects once is enough. 9.6 billion. 9.8 billion. The bidding prices of the war gods weren't increasing as quickly anymore. 10 billion, yelled Luo Feng. The image on the center platform also changed into Luo Feng's figure.
Jiang Feng quietly said to Luo Feng, a net made out of SS-grade materials is around 20 to 30 billion, so this string is worth at most 12 billion.
Any more and it's not worth it. 10 billion going once. 10 billion going twice. 10 billion 3 times.
Congratulations, War God Luo Feng. The Chinese man reported the final results. The auction continued for around more hours. Luo Feng received a portion of elixir of life and some golden spider silk for a total of 22 billion Chinese dollars. After the auction ended, Luo Feng was dragged to the lobby by the Dojo of Limits war gods, where he became acquainted with some extremely famous war gods of the Dojo of Limits.
Hello, Mr. Luo Feng.
Right when Luo Feng left his seat and was about to head back to his room, a white man with a large mustache smiled as he walked over.
Hello. Luo Feng was confused. My name is Aurora, the manager of America's 11th Bureau.
Mr. Luo Feng, I was the one who supplied the elixir of life you bought earlier, smiled the large mustached white man. How about we have a drink over there?
Luo Feng's heart couldn't help but to skip a beat. He was the one who supplied the elixir of life? Oh. Okay, smiled Luo Feng. The big mustached Aurora couldn't help but to smile out of joy.
There are way too many people who want to become friends with extremely powerful war gods like Luo Feng, so Luo Feng usually ignores most of them. Only because of the elixir of life is he getting close to Aurora. Both of them sat down and had a decent time chatting. Mr. Aurora, I would like to buy another portion of elixir of life from you.
Is that okay? Asked Luo Feng.
Oh, the elixir of life is the government's, so I need to hand in an application, hesitated Aurora.
I won't make it hard for you.
I am willing to pay 20 billion inch, said Luo Feng.
Oh. Aurora smiled. Mr. Luo Feng is the friend of our 11th Bureau.
Even though it is a bit troublesome, do not worry and leave it to me. I will provide another portion of elixir of life using the price you used to buy the first portion, 12 billion Chinese dollars. How can he make Luo Feng pay $20 billion, since even an official auction can only make the price reach around 20 billion? So only by offering a lower price can he build up their relationship.
That would be great, thanks, smiled Luo Feng. Just a phrase to save 8 billion, only someone dumb wouldn't do that. Yangzhou City, Mingyue Sector. Dawn.
The dawn of an August summer was still quite cool and refreshing. You could see fighters warming up in the sector everywhere. Even Luo Feng was taking a walk in the sector as he breathed in fresh air and adjusted himself.
Morning, Uncle Wang.
As Luo Feng walked, he would greet those he was familiar with.
Mr. Luo Feng, a sound rose. Luo Feng turned his head and saw 2 teenagers coming over.
One of them even carried a backpack as he ran towards Luo Feng. The teenager with slightly curly hair said, Mr. Luo Feng, these are the 2 things you bought from the Palace of War Gods.
Your fingerprint can open the alloyed box.
As he said that, he took out an alloyed box that was completely black.
Thank you. Luo Feng's eyes flashed as he took over the alloyed box.
His finger swiped across the box, crack, the alloyed box opened. Inside it were 2 stabilized test tubes. There was even a manual beside it. In the test tube was a slightly green liquid. It's this. Luo Feng took in a deep breath as he headed home.
In the lawn of the villa,
Brother Luo Hua was currently sitting on his wheelchair, observing the flowers in the lawn. His pants had nothing in them and it hurt just to look at such a sight.
Feng, back so early?
Mother Gong Xian Lan smiled as she walked out the house.
Yeah, nodded Luo Feng. Feng is here, Honghua, let's eat breakfast, yelled Gong Xian Lan.
Father Luo Honghua peeked his head out the house and couldn't help but to look towards the alloyed box in Luo Feng's hands with shock. Feng, how come a box appeared just from your morning walk?
Gong Xian Lan blared, old man, how come you have to ask about everything? Luo Hua. But Luo Feng looked towards Brother Luo Hua.
Brother Luo Hua looked towards Luo Feng with shock on his wheelchair. Bro, need anything? Go inside. Luo Feng let out a smile. Prepare to throw away your wheelchair.
Luo Hua's expression froze. Bro. Luo Feng held up the alloyed box and tapped the surface of it. It's that. Luo Hua's eyes were wide open and his body was slightly trembling. Almost instantly, his eyes became wet. The hands that were originally holding onto the wheelchair with strength started to shake. Luo Feng nodded. After seeing his brother nod, Luo Hua's tears flowed down. This day. Luo Hua has only dreamed about a day like today since he was young. And finally, the day has come. This day. Luo Feng has been waiting for this moment for a long time. And finally, the moment has come.
Don't cry, smile. However, Luo Feng himself couldn't hold it in either as his eyes became wet too. *TL note, original text doesn't have Goliath bird-eating spider, but just Goliath. Goliath bird-eating spiders don't rely on webs to catch prey. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 6, Chapter 1, Hotcakes. Volume 6, Chapter 1, Hotcakes.
Recently, not only does the entire Mingyue sector know the name Luo Feng, virtually all the residents in the surroundings of the Lotus Pond Park know that name.
Lotus Pond Park is right beside Mingyue sector. It is a public park. Back then, Luo Hua met Nan at this park by pure chance.
This park is very crowded and is also the main place where information spreads.
Things about Luo Feng mainly spread from here. Legends about Luo Feng.
The first one is about the special triangular-shaped fighter jet parked in Mingyue sector. According to what others have said, this fighter jet was purchased by Luo Feng. People who are familiar with such things commented that the usual fighter jet used in the military is priced over 1 billion, and that's an estimate. Fighter jets that are able to venture in the wilderness alone usually cost more than 10 billion. Only a portion of war gods are able to buy it, and this fighter jet seems a bit special.
So it's probably even more expensive.
The residents of neighboring sectors thought to themselves about the meaning of 10 billion Chinese dollars and all of them froze at the thought.
Secondly, it appears that Luo Feng has become the examiner of Jiangnan City's Dojo of Limits. What kind of position is the examiner, you ask? A position that's even bigger than the chairman. There are barely any people in Jiangnan headquarters city who have more authority than him. Even the mayor of Jiangnan City and the general of the army has to be polite around him. You definitely have to raise your thumb when mentioning such people. The third legend is about the two famous handicaps in Mingyue sector. One of them is the brother of the genius fighter Luo Feng, Luo Hua. Because of his relationship, he almost killed himself in the lake of Lotus Pond Park. A handicap attempting to commit suicide. This topic was discussed for quite a long time by the people in the park. And this handicap was actually healed. He's grown 2 legs out. As for the other handicap, Zhang Ku. This is a warlord-level fighter, quite respectable. However, many people saw that Zhang Ku, who was once missing an arm, actually has 2 perfectly fine arms now. Afterwards, news spread from Mingyue sector. Because of their relationship with Luo Feng, the 2 handicaps, Luo Hua and Zhang Ku, received some extremely valuable medicine to recover their legs and arm. People haven't been able to stop discussing about these 3 huge legends. Of course, a lot of people were envious of Jinnan's parents. Back then, Jinnan's parents' interference with their daughter's relationship almost caused Luo Hua to commit suicide. But now, Jinnan's parents are happily welcoming Luo Hua with open arms. According to the legends, Luo Hua even bought a villa in the sector that Jinnan's family lives in. The most amazing part is that Jinnan's parents were originally regular people. Who would have thought they would climb up to such a point? However, everyone knows that. All of this is thanks to that extremely mysterious person, Luo Feng. Only 19 years old, and yet he already stands at the top of the entire Jiangnan headquarters city. Even around the world, he is quite an influential figure. A lot of people in the surroundings became especially interested after hearing that Luo Feng apparently doesn't have a girlfriend yet. Getting with Luo Feng's brother brings so much already. If you can get with Luo Feng himself, then your next few generations will definitely be in happiness too. Mingyue Sector, a training hall in the first floor of Limit Hall. Luo Feng, who was sitting cross-legged on his soaring shuttle in a training uniform, hovered in mid-air as 12 blade pieces circled around Luo Feng like bees. They crazily danced and would sometimes accelerate and sometimes decelerate. These 12 blade pieces seemed to be playing with each other as they frequently zipped past each other. Perhaps even a 0.01 second difference would cause them to collide. Got it! Luo Feng let out a face of happiness as his 12 blade pieces stopped and hovered in the air. Luo Feng lowered his head and looked at his tactical communications watch that was currently acting as a stopwatch. 3.08 flashed past. Pass! The second drawing of the Celestial Deity Catalog is finally complete. Luo Feng was extremely happy. Next, I'll start practicing the third drawing of the Celestial Deity Catalog. Truthfully, Luo Feng's spiritual force was barely enough to complete the second drawing, so that's why he completed it in just a few days. From the third drawing on is where the real test begins. Golden Silk Net. Luo Feng looked towards a net that was bunched up in the corner. This gold-colored net, under Luo Feng's watch, hovered and swiftly expanded. The small lump seemed small, but it became surprisingly large after expanding in the center of the training room. A length of 8.3 meters and a width of 6.1 meters. This net was formed by densely packed, thin golden strings that were around 5 millimeters thick. Cover! Luo Feng thought to himself. The golden net instantly descended to the ground below like a magic carpet. Capture! The golden net, like a palm, directly covered the fist strength testing machine to the side. The most important thing when using the golden net is speed, thought Luo Feng to himself. If I want to capture Li Yao with the golden net, then I have to control it quickly. Clearly, the speed at which he controls the golden net can't even begin to compare the speed at which he controls his throwing knives or the blade pieces of the soaring shuttle. Because, compared to those two things, its surface area is way too large, leading to an astonishingly large amount of air resistance. For the entire morning, Luo Feng stayed on the first floor of Limit Hall as he practiced in his private training room. Limit Hall is extremely spacious and not many fighters train there. So Chairman Zhou Zhangyong and the three chiefs took the initiative to remodel one of the training rooms in the first floor of Yangzhou City's Limit Hall. They also sent over a lot of equipment to make it a training room suitable for war gods to train in. And so, this training room became Luo Feng's private training room. Hey, Mom, is food ready? Luo Feng smiled as he pushed open the door of his home. Almost in the kitchen, Gong Xianlan was personally cooking as a maid assisted her. Mother Gong Xianlan didn't have many hobbies, so she just cooked all the time. And since she was usually free all day, she plays some mahjong with the other housewives in the sector. Her days were quite comfortable. Luo Feng looked towards the living room, where his father was currently laying on the sofa as he watched the news on TV. Bro, you're back. A boy and a girl walked out a room to the side. The teenage boy's face seemed a bit pale and he was a bit skinny. However, he also seemed a bit handsome with his tall figure. The girl holding his hand also let out a slightly formal smile in front of Luo Feng. These two were indeed brother Luo Hua and Jin Nan. Nan is here. Luo Feng smiled as he nodded. Luo Hua, you better take her out somewhere this afternoon. Got it, bro, smiled Luo Hua as he nodded. Oh yeah, bro, I have quite a few photos of girls here. Other people told Jin Nan to bring them to you. Interested in looking at a few? There are quite a few beautiful girls. Luo Feng froze. Oh yeah, Mother Gong Xianlan peeked her head out the kitchen as she yelled, Feng, when I went to exercise in the park this morning, quite a few people talked to me about this too. I also have quite a few photos of brilliant girls. I approve of some of them. Luo Feng smacked his head. Ever since he came back,
too much stuff like this has been happening.
Mom, didn't I say not to mention things like this anymore? Luo Feng shook his head with a bitter face. Bro, you won't lose anything by getting to know them. Some people don't even have the chance to meet with beautiful girls.
All of these girls are quite brilliant. If they aren't brilliant, then they wouldn't be confident enough to send their information over. Luo Hua's eyebrows raised. Luo Hua looked towards his girlfriend beside him, since he was just pinched by her.
Luo Feng shook his head.
Mom, Dad. Luo Feng turned his head. I won't be eating dinner at home tonight, I have some stuff to do this afternoon, but...
At 4 p.m. of the same day, Luo Feng rode on his autojet and headed towards the main city sector from Yangzhou City.
After parking the autojet on the roof of the Dojo of Limits headquarters, Luo Feng rode on a Dojo of Limits private car to the airport.
Luo Feng was wearing jeans and a black t-shirt.
However, within the t-shirt was a black piece of armor, which was formed from the black god set. And within this black armor were the 365 blade pieces of the soaring shuttle, which were spread out around the armor. First, it's convenient, since wearing this armor is equivalent to Luo Feng bringing around his most powerful weapon, the soaring shuttle.
Second, it's safe.
In terms of defense, the black god set may be powerful, but according to the manual, the material making up the soaring shuttle is even more amazing than the black god set's material.
Arrived. Luo Feng looked over.
In the air, a dark blue light pierced the sky as it arrived.
It then hovered in the sky above.
This was indeed a large commercial plane. This large commercial plane slowly descended and then stopped.
Hua! A hatch opened and a staircase extended out automatically.
Including Luo Feng, there were 6 others who were here to welcome those who arrived. To able to come to the place where the plane landed shows that they are people of authority.
Including Luo Feng, there were only 6 people.
Most of the people welcoming those who arrived are waiting outside the exit.
Suaxian. Luo Feng raised his head and looked over.
Within the many passengers coming down the staircase, one of them was a girl wearing a light green collared shirt and jeans, which completely attracted Luo Feng's eyes.
Under the refreshing summer day, Suaxian's figure showed clearly. Ever since she was young, Suaxian's unique aura caused her to be even more attractive. In high school, Suaxian was like a neighbor.
When she was a manager in the HR Alliance's first floor's bar, she gave off the feeling of a professional worker.
Luo Feng admits that he has been attracted to Suaxian ever since his freshman year of high school. Suaxian also looked down from the stairs and couldn't help but to smile as she saw Luo Feng below. The passengers continued to walk down. When Suaxian walked off the stairs, she directly headed towards Luo Feng. She had a bright smile on, and I thought you weren't coming. When did I ever go against my word? Laughed Luo Feng. Suaxian, a sound carried from behind. Luo Feng couldn't help but to look over.
A youth who appeared to be around 20 years old walked over. His clothes and shoes were clearly expensive, and the watch on his wrist also seemed to be of a famous brand. His smile gave off a feeling that he was naturally of high class. Luo Feng couldn't help but to ask Suaxian, "Your Su families?"
"Not really," said Suaxian quietly. The teenager glanced at Luo Feng.
Luo Feng's attire was quite normal, like a random college student off the street.
The youth elegantly extended his hand as he smiled. "Hello, my name is Sun Chao. I don't know if you're Suaxian's, but..." "Ah, Luo Feng." An overjoyed voice rang.
Luo Feng turned his head and saw Suaxian's brother, Su Gang, in his suit as he ran over and smiled passionately. After seeing the youth beside him, he smiled. "Who would have thought that I would meet Luo Feng right when I return?
Ha, this is great. Ah, Sun Chao, let me introduce to you.
This is my sister's boyfriend, Luo Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Volume 6, Chapter 2, Arrival. Volume 6, Chapter 2, Arrival. Boyfriend? Su Xian looked at her brother Su Gang with her eyes opened wide. Does her brother not know
that she and Luo Feng haven't confirmed their relationship yet?
Boyfriend? Luo Feng had an odd expression on as he remained silent.
However, his image of Su Gang improved a bit. Even though this brother-in-law values position and authority too much, he can't blame him. Luo Feng was unamused during their first meeting, but truthfully, Su Gang did it for his sister.
And now, he's actively promoting their relationship.
It's not bad, having a brother-in-law who can grasp the situation. Luo Feng smiled. Su Gang, I was quite disrespectful during our first meeting. I hope my younger sister's husband can overlook that. Within a blink of an eye, Luo Feng's identity raised from Su Xian's boyfriend to husband.
Brother! Su Xian couldn't help but to yell.
Su Gang said in a weird tone, my sister is embarrassed.
Luo Feng, I'll treat you next time. As for now, I'll head back with Uncle Bo and the others so we won't distract you. 2 inches. He said that. He pulled on Sun Chao's arm as he dragged him away. Sun Chao, go, let's return.
Don't intrude on their world of 2 people.
Sun Chao's expression was frozen and awkward as he was dragged away.
Sun Chao, Su Gang, and their family stepped out the airport and were split into 3 cars.
In an elegant, long limousine.
Sun Chao and Su Gang sat in the back row. Su Gang wasn't as energetic as before as he calmly glanced at Sun Chao beside him. Sun Chao, you better not mess with my sister and Luo Feng's relationship, or else. We grew up together, so as your older brother, I'll remind you. Our Su family's higher-ups completely approve of and support my sister and Luo Feng's relationship. Whoever messes with that, even if your dad protects you, won't have a good future, said Su Gang quietly. The stuff between my sister and Luo Feng is currently our family's most important thing. Sun Chao remained silent, saying nothing. After a while, Sun Chao came up with the phrase, Su Gang, that Luo Feng.
Could it be the Luo Feng from the Dojo of Limits? Oh, you know? Laughed Su Gang.
2 days ago overseas, my dad called me and mentioned this Luo Feng. He said this Luo Feng has quite the image in the palace of war gods. Sun Chao let out a deep sigh. At the airport just now, your words were enraging me.
However, I felt like I heard the name Luo Feng not.
And I remembered after getting on the car.
Su Gang laughed as he looked at him. Still want to fight over my sister? Fight over what?
Sun Chao glared at Su Gang. Your sister always ignores me and never gives me even the slightest bit of respect.
However, I didn't care back then. I just thought that I haven't spent enough time with her yet. That's why I came over with you guys this time. However, who would have known that Su Xian's boyfriend is this Luo Feng? I can't fight over that. If I really try to, my dad will probably break my legs. Sun Chao's father is a war god level fighter. One of the Su family's guest war gods. Because of his father's position, Sun Chao had the right to manage a business under the Su family in America. Sun Chao was quite clear. Even his father can't catch up to this Luo Feng, so would he dare to mess with him? Fighting over someone's girlfriend, and that someone is Luo Feng. Is he looking for death? And you? Su Xian has a boyfriend like this and you don't even remind me in advance, said Sun Chao with dissatisfaction. You're blaming me? My schedule was packed and I had to help look over our family's business in America. From beginning to end, I only met you 3 times in America. How should I know you only came back to the country to chase after my sister? Didn't you say that you were homesick and wanted to visit your parents? Su Gang glared. Sun Chao was speechless. That was just an excuse. I guess I came back for nothing. Whatever, I guess I can go visit my parents. As for Su Xian, first, she isn't interested, and second, my heart becomes cold whenever I think of Luo Feng's legends. Fuck. That guy is an invincible war god who can easily kill me with the amount of effort it takes to eat food or drink water. Around 8 p.m., night arrived.
The dim light from the street lights scattered across the concrete sidewalk.
Luo Feng and Su Xian walked side by side. They ate dinner together, and now, Luo Feng is walking her home. Rich people sure are different.
Land in a headquarters city is priceless, and yet the place where rich people live is so quiet. Barely any people are here, smiled Luo Feng. If it was in the sector of another area, then the streets would be filled with cars and people by now. The rich people's sector barely has anyone.
Su Xian speechlessly glanced at Luo Feng and then said, "You're talking about rich people? You don't have money?"
Even if you take out all the usable money my family has, it still wouldn't be enough to purchase your autojet. Even though the Su family is one of the country's 12 families and extremely rich, most of their money is invested in capital assets.
The money they can actually use is indeed not enough to purchase Luo Feng's autojet. How did you know about the autojet? Luo Feng was shocked.
When they were eating, Luo Feng knew that Su Gang and the others purposefully withheld his information when they were overseas.
However, paper can't contain fire. After the incident at the Palace of War God's auction house, Luo Feng became even more famous. Su Xian learned about this through the HR Alliance's internal discussion forums.
Luo Feng, the Great Examiner, your jet is parked in Mingyue sector, but no pilot ever enters or exits it.
Could it be that you're a pilot? Su Xian started giggling. Luo Feng was speechless. A pilot? Every pilot of every fighter aircraft needs extensive training.
No matter how much of a genius they are, they cannot become a fighter aircraft pilot without huge amounts of training.
Luo Feng wasn't a pilot. The people of the HR Alliance were easily able to determine that. So, Luo Feng must be riding in an autojet.
Most regular fighters don't know about it, but the higher-ups of the HR Alliance were clear about it. Even the higher-ups of the Dojo of Limits like the examiners and investigators have to pay, after discounts, 180 billion Chinese dollars for an emperor-level autojet.
Other countries in the HR Alliance wants to purchase it? Sure. As long as you can pay the price. Buy it for 200 billion? In your dreams. How about, we ride on the autojet? Suggested Luo Feng. Su Xian wanted to, but she looked at her watch. It's late now, so if we rush over there to ride on it, it'll probably be 11 or 12 p.m. by the time we get back.
It won't be long, smiled Luo Feng as he commanded, #1, come here.
What are you doing? Asked Su Xian in a confused tone.
Luo Feng smiled mysteriously as he raised his head towards the sky.
Su Xian, still confused, also raised her head towards the sky.
A flowing light stopped in the sky above, which was indeed the dark blue triangular fighter jet.
It slowly descended.
Su Xian saw the triangular fighter jet in the air, mouth agape, so fast.
The autojet's top speed surpasses Mach 10.
As long as I'm on Earth, I'll be able to send it a command. Luo Feng smiled as he pulled Su Xian's hand. Come on, let's go up there. Immediately, blade piece after blade piece appeared from Luo Feng's neck. The 365 blade pieces quickly formed into the soaring shuttle. Luo Feng stepped on the soaring shuttle with one hand holding Su Xian's hand and the other hand holding her waist. Whoosh! The soaring shuttle flew up and the hatch of the hovering autojet opened automatically.
This. Su Xian looked downwards with shock. She's flying. After that, Su Xian reacted. Luo Feng was holding her. Su Xian Luo Feng held Su Xian's waist as his body pushed against hers. He felt the temperature coming from Su Xian's soft body and couldn't help but to lower his head and look at Su Xian. His heart moved and he lowered his head. And kissed. While the wind blew in midair, Su Xian was absent-minded. Her first kiss was stolen just like that. After their kiss, Luo Feng lowered his head and looked at Su Xian, who was bright red, as he softly said, "From now on, you, Su Xian, will be Luo Feng's girlfriend." "You're so forceful." Su Xian couldn't help but to glare. "And what if I don't agree?" Then I'll let go and let you drop. Luo Feng had a playful smile on as he purposefully loosened his hand a bit. Su Xian's body shook a bit and she was shocked as she saw the trees and streets below. She couldn't help but to say, "Be careful, the ground is like 70 to 80 meters away." "Do you still dare to disagree?" laughed Luo Feng. Su Xian giggled. "It took you so long to confess that I thought you were too scared to." Indeed. Luo Feng and Su Xian frequently video chatted and their chats last for 1 to 2 hours. Even though none of them said it clearly, the way they acted was exactly like how people in a relationship would act. They were just missing the confession. "Because, in the past, I didn't have enough power. I didn't want trouble," you said, Luo Feng softly. Su Xian's eyes became red and couldn't help but to bury her head in Luo Feng's chest. Just like that. The autojet hovered in midair. Beside the autojet, Luo Feng was hugging Su Xian while he stood on the soaring shuttle. For a long time. This night was fated to be a special one. Outer space. The stars were plenty. This infinite universe is quite mysterious. Nobody knows what wonders the universe holds. Whoosh! A golden stream of light swiftly approached Earth from outer space at a speed nearing the speed of light. This golden stream of light swiftly pierced through the atmosphere and fell towards the Earth. Earth, Pacific Ocean. Around a few hundred miles away from the islands called the Hawaiian Islands before the Grand Nirvana period. Whoosh! The golden stream of light directly flew into the sea. The weird thing is, even though it descended at a speed nearing the speed of light, it didn't cause the surface of the ocean to change at all. The waves were the same as always. Not only did the ocean not change at all, no satellite or apparatus was able to detect this golden stream of light. Deep in the sea, around 3,000 meters deep, the golden light already dissipated, leaving behind a black, oval-shaped egg that was around 12 meters in diameter. There were peculiar golden markings on the surface of the black egg. Keep in mind that the dragon eggs of Earth only had a diameter of around 1 meter. At this moment was complete silence. Every satellite from every country, and even the special devices from the archaeological ruins, were operating as usual. None of them were able to detect its arrival. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 6, Chapter 3, General of the Land Forces. Volume 6, Chapter 3, General of the Land Forces. Ever since the Grand Nirvana period, the ocean has always been the territory of monsters. The area of the ocean far exceeds the area of the land. And thus, the boundless ocean gave birth to countless types of monsters. You can say that, if you throw someone in the ocean, only bones will remain after a few seconds, no matter how good they are in the water. Pacific Ocean, around 3,000 meters deep. The gigantic, black, oval-shaped egg sat there motionlessly. After 12 minutes it fell into the ocean. A fish-type monster with blue scales that was around 7 to 8 meters long swam to the egg and started circling it. This fish-type monster slowly swam. Having a bit of intellect, it determined that this egg in front of it probably isn't a rock. Suddenly, the fish-type monster opened wide. Each of its teeth in its mouth were huge and sharp. 2 rows of teeth were intertwined like a saw. It opened its mouth and ferociously bit the black egg. Crack! The gigantic fish-type monster shook its head around in pain. Blood could actually be seen drizzling out the side of its large mouth, and a few cracked teeth fell out. Keep in mind that the force of its bite is quite astonishing. As for this fish-type monster, its bite can easily crush bedrock. Even a horde leader-level monster's corpse wouldn't cause its teeth to shatter. In fear, the green-scaled fish swung its tail and, whoosh, left swiftly. As for the gigantic, black egg, it stayed there like usual. The surface of the egg's shell was still black with mysterious golden markings mixed in. The fish-type monster's ferocious bite from before didn't even leave behind a single mark.
The humans on Earth continued to live their lives like usual.
After Luo Feng and Su Xian confirmed their relationship, Su Xian no longer had class since it was summer break.
This young couple would frequently travel around the world.
Every morning and night is Luo Feng's training time. As for the afternoon, that'll be the time for Luo Feng and Su Xian.
After eating lunch, the two of them rode on the autojet, which could fly to any headquarters city in China in a small amount of time.
August 26th, morning. Yangzhou City's Mingyue sector. Inside Luo Feng's private training room on the first floor of Limit Hall.
He sat cross-legged on the soaring shuttle as he hovered in midair. The third drawing, Luo Feng closed his eyes. In his brain was a clear, yet complicated, drawing that seemed like a maze. Whoosh! 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 13 blade pieces swiftly circled Luo Feng as they followed the tracks of the drawing in Luo Feng's head. And since that drawing had many intersections, quite a few times, the blade pieces would barely manage to pass each other. Slowly. Faster, even faster. Not good, break. Luo Feng was so nervous that sweat could be seen appearing on his forehead. One of the dancing blades suddenly stopped, and 3 blades flew past from the front, side, and back. Accelerate. Got it. Luo Feng rapidly opened his eyes and scanned towards the tactical communications watch on the wrist of his left hand. The timer on the watch was moving swiftly. 5.11 seconds? Kind of slow, but this was the first time I managed to complete the entire third drawing. However, my break in the middle wasted a few tenths of a second, leading to this poor result. I'm at 5.11 seconds, but need 3.6 seconds to pass. Luo Feng couldn't help but to shake his head. The farther you go, the harder it is to shave time off your record. A completion time of 5.11 seconds versus a completion time of 4.8 seconds. The time difference doesn't seem big, but the difference in difficulty is gigantic. As for the 3.6 seconds required to pass, Luo Feng isn't even close to that point. The path was long, so he could only diligently move forward one step at a time. Continue. Luo Feng closed his eyes and continued. Usually, he can finish one drawing in a few seconds. So Luo Feng practices his celestial deity catalog several thousand times a day. His entire morning is spent on training the celestial deity catalog. After his training ends, his entire body becomes exhausted. As for night, Luo Feng spends his time training his fitness level, blade technique, etc. The sun was high up in the sky and it was around 10 a.m. Luo Feng was still focused on his training. His powerful spiritual force allowed him to continuously training. The only part of him that gets tired is his mind. Even an invincible war god can't be in a state of extreme focus thousands of times throughout the morning of each day without enough willpower. If you want to become powerful, talent is important, but effort is even more important. Luo Feng opened his eyes and looked outside through the window. A dark blue saucer-shaped fighter aircraft was slowly descending from the sky. It landed on a grassy lawn in the sector. Chief Instructor Wu Tong had a few fighters with him and was currently welcoming someone. A hatch of the dark blue saucer-shaped fighter aircraft opened and a total of 3 people came out. Sadly, Luo Feng didn't recognize any of them. Who are these 3 people, coming all the way to Mingyue sector? Luo Feng's eyebrows slightly raised as he sat cross-legged on the soaring shuttle. It seems like they have some authority, since they are able to ride on such a fighter aircraft. Since Wu Tong didn't notify me to meet them, they probably aren't too important. As of now, Luo Feng is the investigator of Jiangnan headquarters city and is an invincible war god, so very, very few people can make him go out and personally welcome them. Continue. Luo Feng closed his eyes and continued training his celestial deity catalog. Luo Feng was clear. that his talent allowed him to shoot towards the peak of the advanced level war god level like a rocket. After that, his dark golden ball shattered, and breaking through the war god level to the existence surpassing the war god level isn't even done through talent. He can only move forward step by step. Many people are stuck at the advanced level war god level, as they aren't sure what to do. But Luo Feng knows a path suitable for spirit readers. Celestial Deity Catalog. Even though he needs to practice countless times, each bit of improvement brings Luo Feng a bit closer to his breakthrough. Beep. 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 After practicing who knows how many times, the tactical communications watch started ringing. Luo Feng opened his eyes and glanced at the tactical communications watch. The alarm rang. It's 11:45. Time to go back and eat lunch. Whoosh. 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 Dot. The soaring shuttle instantly transformed into countless curved blade pieces. Each of them flew inside the black god set from Luo Feng's neck like fish. Luo Feng himself landed on the floor. Luo Feng glanced at the fist strength testing machine. I haven't tested my fitness level for around half a month, so let's test it. After this private training hall was built, Luo Feng tested himself once. However, Luo Feng, who has consumed dragon blood in the 1,000-year willow heart, only absorbed a bit of their effects in the beginning. A lot of the dragon blood's power and the 1,000-year willow heart's vitality are hiding in his body, waiting to be absorbed. When Luo Feng trains, this energy is rapidly absorbed, so Luo Feng has recently been improving at an astonishing rate. Fist strength. Luo Feng turned on the fist strength testing machine. Pang! Like a shooting star, Luo Feng's fist smashed into the fist strength testing machine. The machine shook ferociously. And this is a top-quality fist strength testing machine sent by Chairman Zhuo Zhengyang and the others. Beep. 239,881 kilograms. These numbers appeared on the display. Luo Feng let out a smile. Not bad, I'll probably reach 256,000 kilograms in 1 or 2 months. Luo Feng's fitness level has been rising rapidly ever since his return. No wonder even Hong said that he doesn't need to consume any other treasure. As long as his body continues to absorb the leftover effects of the dragon blood and the 1,000-year willow heart, he'll improve rapidly. Speed. Luo Feng turned on the speed testing machine and stood in front of the 80-meter track. Whoosh! Luo Feng accelerated like lightning and passed the speed of sound after his first step. After that, he continued to accelerate. After a few steps, he reached his top speed. Just like that, only his shadow could be seen as he flew past the speed testing machine. After that, he swiftly came to a stop. 583.6 meters per second? Luo Feng mumbled to himself as he looked at the numbers. Not bad. As for reaction speed, as a spirit reader, does he even need to test that? He'll definitely reach a grade of superior for a peak of the advanced level war god level. After 1 to 2 months, my fitness level will reach the advanced level war god level. After around 2 years, my fitness level should be able to reach the peak of the advanced level war god level. Luo Feng had his loose training outfit on as he walked out the training hall. Click. The door to the training hall closed automatically. Investigator Luo. In the hallway outside the training hall stood a youth who was smiling. He slightly bowed. The commander is waiting for Investigator Luo in the conference room. Commander? Which commander? Luo Feng asked in a confused tone. He doesn't think he knows any commanders. The commander from the southeast military sector smiled the youth. Let's go, nodded Luo Feng. However, Luo Feng was shocked. As of now, each headquarters city has military sectors in the surroundings. However, the usual military sector near headquarters cities are called military subsectors. For example, the military sector to the north of Jiangnan headquarters city is a military subsector. However, the southeastern military sector is different. This southeastern military sector was built to stop invading sea monsters from the Eastern Sea. It's a large military sector. A large military sector, in terms of power, is way more powerful than a military subsector. And of course, the amount of equipment they have way surpasses the amount in a military subsector.
Inside the conference room.
Right when Luo Feng stepped into the conference room, he saw 3 people inside, a middle-aged man. Even though his hair had some white hairs mixed in, he sat perfectly straight. His gaze was sharp like a panther's. Beside him was a middle-aged man wearing glasses. And the third was Chief Instructor Wu Tong from Limit Hall.
"Hello, Mr. Luo Feng." The middle-aged man stood up, and the man wearing glasses beside him also smiled as he stood up. Hello. Luo Feng was a bit confused. But he did have a nice image of him. Because he recognized that the 3 people who got off the saucer-shaped fighter aircraft were precisely these few people. They arrived almost 2 hours ago, but decided to wait quietly instead of interrupting his training. Just because of this, he has to show some respect. Luo Feng smiled. Wu Tong on the side. "Let me introduce to you, this is Li Diwei, the commander of the southeastern sector." Commander Li. Beside him is Executive Officer Wang. Luo Han, Executive Officer Wang. Luo Feng nodded.
Commander of the southeastern military sector. As the commander of a large military sector, his title is General of the Land Forces.
As of now, it's the highest-ranking military position in China.
And commanders of military subsectors, like the commander of the military sector north of Jiangnan City, have the title of Major General of the Land Forces. One can imagine just how large the difference is between a military subsector and a large military sector just from their titles.
To be able to lead the southeastern military sector, this Li Diwei is definitely one of the most highest-ranking people in all of China.
And such a figure actually personally came all the way here and would rather wait quietly for 2 hours than interrupt Luo Feng's training. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 6, Chapter 4, Personal Army.
Volume 6, Chapter 4, Personal Army.
Spirit Reader at the peak of the advanced level War God level?
You indeed are quite different. Right when Commander Li saw Luo Feng enter, he started observing this legendary genius. The Luo Feng in front of him was wearing a regular training uniform and had a few balls of sweat on his forehead. A seemingly formless energy emanated from Luo Feng, which caused him to seem like an extremely powerful beast. This caused Commander Li and Executive Officer Wang's heartbeats to accelerate a bit. They didn't know that this was because Luo Feng was practicing the celestial deity catalog a few thousand times earlier this morning. Due to his exhaustion, he couldn't perfectly control his spiritual force, which caused quite a bit to leak out. "You guys chat, I'll go out first," smiled Wu Tong.
"Thank you, Chief Instructor Wu." Li Diwei and Wan Luohan watched Wu Tong leave.
Even though Li Diwei and Wan Luohan are of high status, Wu Tong is still part of the Dojo of Limits.
The Chinese government still want to remain on friendly relations with the Dojo of Limits. "Commander Li, Executive Office, let us sit and chat," smiled Luo Feng as he sat down. Li Diwei and Wan Luohan both smiled as they sat down. Li Diwei smiled as he said, "I have long heard of Mr. Luo Feng's grand name. In the Palace of War Gods, I watched Mr. Luo Feng from afar. And now, after meeting face to face, I realized that Mr. Luo Feng seems even more extraordinary than he did in the Palace of War Gods. If Commander Li keeps complimenting me, I'll end up flying," laughed Luo Feng. "Not a compliment, respect,"
smiled Commander Li. "I will be 62 this year, but I'm still an intermediate level war god.
This is my limit."
According to our military's information, Mr. Luo Feng once defeated Phantom Demon Catalan, Blood Shadow Ethan, Great Bear Kata, and Vulture Liao, the 4 great advanced level war gods. And 3 of these 4 have Black God sets. This battle score is outstanding. The highest title, Invincible War God, was given to Mr. Luo Feng by the Dojo of Limits, which also matches Mr. Luo Feng's strength.
As a fighter, I truly respect Mr. Luo Feng. After hearing this, Luo Feng didn't let it get to his head. Truthfully, when someone is complimented, especially by someone with high status like the commander of the southeastern military sector, it would make them really happy. However, Luo Feng hasn't meddled around in the government. He is in a high position because of his ability, and also because of his personality. Just a few simple sentences caused Luo Feng to have a good impression. Since Li Dewei and Wang Luohan were clear even though they held high positions in the Chinese government, as Li Dewei is the commander of a military sector and the general of the land forces. Luo Feng is an examiner of the Dojo of Limits. And the Dojo of Limits is the Earth's most elite power. Of course they'll hold an extraordinary position. Even though they haven't formed a country, none of the 5 great countries are willing to mess with them. Instead, they would prefer to be on friendly terms. If they have a request for Luo Feng, they of course have to get Luo Feng into a good mood. Otherwise, if they get escorted out by Luo Feng, even if they are the higher-ups of the military, they can't do anything about him. Mr. Luo Feng, if you don't mind, I'll disrespectfully call you Luo Feng. And no need to call me commander or anything. Just call me Li Dewei, Old Li, or even brotherly smiled Li Dewei. I'll call you Old Li smiled Luo Feng, Old Li, feel free to say anything you guys came here for, but... In the envelope the Dojo of Limits gave to Luo Feng about the responsibilities of an examiner, things that the examiner would face and things that the examiner is responsible for. All of these were mentioned. So Luo Feng vaguely knew what these 2 people were here for. Alright, I'll be directly. Dewei's face became a bit more serious. Even though our human society has powerful fighters and laser cannons, the monster hordes are too powerful. Not that I'm trying to lower morale. In terms of numbers, even the land monsters far outnumber us humans, sighed Li Dewei as he shook his head. If it weren't for the threat of the laser cannon, how could humans live peacefully in headquarter cities? Luo Feng slightly frowned as he continued to listen quietly. Humans and land monsters are in a stalemate. We won't use our laser cannons against the Emperor-level monsters. And the Emperor-level monsters won't join the monster hordes in their invasions against the headquarter cities. Both sides have an agreement. Li Dewei sighed as he said, actually, about the agreement. Your head, Hong, was the one who negotiated with the Emperor-level monsters back then. Luo Feng froze. Negotiations between humans and monsters? Hong went to negotiate? The monster hordes on land and the monster hordes in the sky aren't too dangerous. Last year, our China had 1 grade 1 monster tide, 6 grade 2 monster tides, and 21 grade 3 monster tides. These are all within an acceptable range, said Li Dewei nonchalantly. Luo Feng was shocked. These numbers were all confidential. Luo Feng didn't know that the country was attacked this much every year. The most dangerous monsters to our country are the monsters in the sea. Li Dewei's expression was extremely serious. Even laser cannons cannot threaten the powerful sea monsters that are deep in the sea. And the amount of monsters in the sea vastly outnumber the amount of land monsters and sky monsters. How could they give in and negotiate? Also, once in the sea, human fighters probably only have 20 to 30% of their power left. We cannot even initiate the attack. Li Dewei shook his head. Luo Feng nodded silently. Indeed, humans are weakened quite a bit in the water. Even that little lake by the Misty Island almost ended up killing Luo Feng. And don't even mention the vast, boundless sea. As of now, humanity has no way of initiating the attack against the sea monsters. We can only defend. Li Dewei's face had sadness written on it. The monsters in the sea can attack the inner parts of the country via the rivers. The sea monsters have peculiar powers. As long as there are enough of them, they can create their own rivers. So us humans cannot allow them to enter. We have to block them with terrain, laser cannons, and our army. Losses are big. Li Dewei shook his head. Even if we kill billions of sea monsters at once, who knows how many sea monsters are born every day?
The battles between the large and small monsters causes many of them to die. Whether or not we kill them makes no difference to the sea monsters overall, said Li Dewei helplessly. Luo Feng also felt helpless. Indeed. Monsters frequently kill each other, survival of the fittest. Whether or not humans kill some sea monsters makes no difference to the sea monsters overall. So, Luo Feng, I hope you can occasionally assist our southeastern military sector when we need it and deal with some of the more powerful sea monsters. Don't worry. Emperor-level monsters wouldn't dare to enter the rivers. Our laser cannons are waiting for them, said Li Dewei. An invincible war god is sometimes more effective than an army of 10,000 in a battle against monsters. Alright, I accept, said Luo Feng without hesitation. The battle between humans and monsters determines their survival, so he should help. Thank you, said Li Dewei thankfully. An invincible war god. And a spirit reader. In a battle against a sea monster tied with no emperor-level monsters, is even more useful than 10 laser cannons. Luo Feng, according to the rules, the army will grant you the title of Major General. Even though it doesn't come with much power, it represents status. You can save yourself a lot of trouble if you ever go to the army from now on, smiled Li Dewei. This title is pretty good already. The title of a commander of a military subsector is Major General too. Ha ha. Oldly, to tell you the truth, I wanted to enroll into military school when I was in high school, laughed Luo Feng. Oh, how come you didn't then? Otherwise, a great talent like you would be in our military, followed Li Dewei. Nobody can predict the twists of life, smiled Luo Feng as he shook his head. He couldn't enroll into military school, but ended up as a major general. Keep in mind that there is no Navy anymore. Air Force? Just look at the price of a fighter jet and you'll know that the size of the Air Force is definitely small. So, as of now, the land army makes up most of a country's army. Which means that a title of Major General is indeed quite prestigious. Luo Feng, even though you don't have that much power as a Major General, according to the rules, your level of Invincible War God enables you to receive a personal army of 900 people, said Li Dewei. Oh, a personal army of 900 people? What about the examiner of the Thunder Dojo, smiled Luo Feng as he asked. His is a personal army of 500 people. Li Dewei and Wine Luo Han, who remained silent the whole time, laughed. They were clear that the Dojo of Limits and Thunder Dojo are always competing with each other. Both huge dojos are spread across all over the world. As for their heads, one of them is number 1 and one of them is number 2. Both of them are existences that quickly came to power after the Grand Nirvana period. And Thunder God even claims that his speed and fitness level are number 1. Maybe in terms of strength, he's a bit off from Hong. But clearly, he is the closest man to Hong at the moment. Just from this chat, Luo Feng became a Major General of China and now has a personal army of 900 people. Of course, his responsibility is to assist the southeastern military sector when they need help and deflect the sea monsters' invasion. The days passed one by one and September 1st approached. The night of September 1st is the night where the Dojo of Limits in the main sector holds their welcome banquet for the new examiner. Night of August 31st. Listening room, Suexian appeared on the wall's display. Luo Feng, how about I wear this? Would this fit for the banquet? On the display, Suexian was wearing a light yellow evening dress. Pretty good. Luo Feng was smiling a bit as he nodded. Why do you always say pretty good? Suexian started to get a bit irritated. Answer me right now. Only 3 answers: not good, average, very good. Luo Feng touched his nose and smiled. Okay, this one is average. Not as good as the purple one from before. Oh, then let me try the next one. Suexian jogged away and disappeared from the display. Suddenly, Luo Feng's tactical communications watch rang. Beep. Beep. Mail? Luo Feng pressed the button and opened the mail. The title was Archaeological Ruin Discovered. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 6, Chapter 5, Archaeological Ruin Number 9. Volume 6, Chapter 5, Archaeological Ruin Number 9. Archaeological ruin?
As if a bucketful of water poured onto his head, Luo Feng shuddered.
He stopped his smiling and instantly became serious.
His eyes were like lightning as they stared at the mail.
He said softly, "Open."
Beep. The mail instantly opened, and a letter with Chinese on it appeared.
Examiner Luo Feng.
Please arrive at the world headquarters of the Dojo of Limits in Hongning Headquarters City before 6 p.m., 9/29. Many war gods will assemble and head to Archaeological Ruin Number 9 together.
3 reminders. 1. Archaeological Ruin Number 9 is one of the safer ruins.
It is the only place to get a black god set. War gods have a 28% chance to succeed and a 72% chance to die. Please think carefully before deciding whether or not to enter.
Once you enter, you cannot back out.
2. Everyone only has one chance to enter Archaeological Ruin Number 9. 3. Fighters who enter Archaeological Ruin Number 9 are forbidden from using special defensive gear like the Black God set. They are only allowed to use battle uniforms created on Earth.
Please think carefully before making your decision.
If you decide to enter, please prepare.
Arrive at the appointed location before the specified date. Dojo of Limits.
August 31st, 2057. At the end of the letter was the emblem of the Dojo of Limits, which was shaped like a stamp.
Just this simple letter caused Luo Feng to calm down completely.
He lowered his head as he stared at the 3 reminders. He felt like the temperature around him dropped by several degrees.
72% chance of death?
Luo Feng frowned, and a success rate of 28%.
Which is to say, if you fail, you die. And this is too high. 3 out of 4 people die. Clearly,
only confident war gods would dare to enter Archaeological Ruin #9.
However, even though they're confident, the death rate is still as high as 72%.
This means that the humans on Earth have not found the trick to succeeding.
If they knew, then the death rate wouldn't be so high. And you're not allowed to use special gear like the Black God set? Luo Feng frowned.
What kind of bullshit place is this?
They even forbid you from using certain gear. Deep into the night,
Luo Feng sat on the sofa in the listening room quietly. He frowned as he contemplated.
He knew absolutely nothing about Archaeological Ruin Number 9. Knowledge is the key to victory.
If he just charges into the archaeological ruin like a blind man, and is also forbidden from using the Black God set,
without enough defense, he might lose his life. Luo Feng, how about this one? On the display, Su Xian changed into another dress. Yeah, not bad. Luo Feng raised his head and squeezed out a smile. What's wrong? Even Su Xian in the main city sector could tell something was wrong with Luo Feng through the display.
I still have some things to take care of, I'll tell you later, said Luo Feng.
Oh, alright.
Don't pressure yourself too much, you're already doing great, encouraged Su Xian.
Beep. The projection turned off.
The listening room returned to darkness. Luo Feng sat on the sofa alone. It was already deep into the night, so it was very quiet. After thinking alone for a bit, Luo Feng made his decision.
Beep, beep, beep. He dialed the inner Dojo of Limits phone number.
Even though it is a bit rash to do so, he definitely cannot go into Archaeological Ruin Number 9 without knowing anything.
Hello, the low sound rose.
Even though he talked to this mysterious person a few times, Luo Feng realized that this mysterious person's voice almost always remained cold and low. Only when he said thanks, Mr. Last time did this mysterious person's tone change as he laughed a bit.
Hello, I'm Luo Feng, said Luo Feng. I know it's you, Examiner Luo Feng. What do you need? The voice was cold as always. I just received a mail titled Archaeological Ruin Discovered. It said that this time's target, Archaeological Ruin number 9, has a death rate of 72%. And, we cannot use the Black God set. Correct? Asked Luo Feng. Yes, answered the low voice easily. Luo Feng continued to ask, I want to know, do war gods encounter the same challenges and dangers? Different. As long as your fitness level reaches the war god level, you can enter Archaeological Ruin number 9. The low voice didn't pause at all. Beginner level war gods, intermediate level war gods, and advanced level war gods encounter different challenges and dangers after entering Archaeological Ruin number 9. Some advanced level war gods could lose their lives while beginner level war gods succeed. Luo Feng's face changed slightly. This was what he was most afraid of, different difficulties. Then it's up to luck. Even though he's strong, what if he gets into an extremely dangerous situation? However, according to the data, advanced level war gods have higher success rates than intermediate level war gods. And intermediate level war gods have higher success rates than beginner level war gods, said the low voice. Luo Feng frowned slightly. Back when he talked with the head, Hong, it sounded like that he could easily get a Black God set if he entered the archaeological ruin, as if there was no danger at all. But now that he looks at it, this place has a death rate of 72% and people are forbidden from using the Black God set. Why are we forbidden from using the Black God set? Luo Feng couldn't help but to continue asking. You cannot enter while wearing the Black God set, answered the low voice simply. What are my chances of success if I enter? Asked Luo Feng. Using previous cases of success as reference, the archaeological ruin is full of things that cannot be predicted, so I cannot give a precise answer. I can only give a guess. The chances of success should be over 80%. Answered the low voice. Luo Feng went silent. Yeah, the archaeological ruin is an archaeological ruin because it is special. Humans as of now cannot understand them completely. When I talked with the head made it sound quite easy, Luo Feng continued. I don't know, answered the low voice. Luo Feng froze. Usually, you have to apply to enter Archaeological Ruin number 9. As for Examiner Luo Feng, the head chose you directly, said the low voice. As for whether or not it is easy to pass, from my data, I cannot guarantee you will pass for sure. Maybe the head has other reasons. You can ask the head. Luo Feng slightly nodded. Sorry for bothering. Beep. The phone call ended. Luo Feng quietly sat inside the listening room. Luo Feng still had no idea what to do even after chatting with the mysterious person. This archaeological ruin number 9 was too unpredictable. Nobody knows what will happen after entering. Everyone can only enter once, so even Hong probably can't enter a second time to investigate the ruins. Otherwise, there would be no need to send a group of war gods to their deaths. Since the head is letting me go, then I guess I'll ask the head when I go to headquarters on September 29th, thought Luo Feng to himself. Maybe other war gods would try their hardest to get a Black God set. But to Luo Feng, there is no need. He needs at least a bit of confidence before he can take risks. He has no confidence at all right now, so what if he rushes in and, splat, dies? Wouldn't that be a waste? Only high reward can make people take high risks. A Black God set isn't enough to make Luo Feng risk it. Night of September 1st, the sky was dark. In Mingyue sector, a group of armed, patrolling soldiers looked towards a lawn in the distance. A dark blue triangular fighter jet was parked on the lawn. Around the fighter jet were 30 armed soldiers. Luo Feng, who rarely dressed formally, was in a suit as he walked towards the fighter jet. Officer. The 30 armed soldiers saluted. Since he was granted the title of Major General, Luo Feng had a personal army of 900 people. Since Mingyue sector already had soldiers on guard, Luo Feng split his own personal army into 3 groups. The three groups take turns patrolling, so their mission was indeed quite relaxing. Yeah, nodded Luo Feng. Voila! The hatch opened and Luo Feng entered the autojet like a breeze of wind. After that, the autojet started to rise. It flew off the city's defense systems and transformed into a flowing blue light as it disappeared into the horizon. Jiangnan Headquarters City, inside the residential area in Limit Hall.
Around 90% of the fighters in the headquarters city are here. The sound of music reverberated. In the residential area was a large, snow-white, 3-story villa. Tonight, they are going to hold the banquet to welcome the new examiner here. So, long ago, they blocked off the surroundings outside a 100-meter radius with white fencing, blocking people from entering. A red carpet extended over 100 meters from the gate of the fence to the entrance to the White Villa.
And now,
many big shots of Jiangnan Headquarters City arrived one by one, like commanders of military subsectors and sectors, representatives of various countries' special forces, and even high-ranking officials of the government. The people of the HR Alliance were only allowed to participate in tonight's banquet because of their status.
Anyways, this is definitely a banquet of the highest level in Jiangnan Headquarters City. Commander Li, welcome. Examiner Luo Feng hasn't arrived yet?
Smiled Li Dewei as he asked.
Examiner Luo is the main character tonight. This banquet is a banquet to welcome him. It's normal for him to be a bit late.
Please understand, Commander Li laughed. Chairman Zhou Zhengyong, excuse me. Zhou Zhengyong immediately ran to welcome other guests. Even if you only count the war gods, a ton of people came. And over 10 people with the title of commander in the military have arrived.
Li Dewei held his glass of wine and walked to an empty corner.
A youth wearing a suit came up to him and said quietly, "Commander, if everything goes according to plan, something huge will happen within an hour."
Oh, a smile appeared on Li Dewei's face.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 6, Chapter 6, Competing. Volume 6, Chapter 6, Competing.
Music flowed into every corner of the hall.
Handsome waiters and beautiful waitresses served fragrant wine and food. In the hall, all sorts of famous people were chatting with each other.
"Old Li, what are you hiding here by yourself for?" A deep sound rang.
A tall, middle-aged brute was wearing a suit as he smiled and walked over. Li Dewei looked over and couldn't help but to laugh. "Yi Zhong, even though you're a huge mayor, you sure came early today."
"All our old friends are gathered here for once, so how can I not come early?"
smiled the burly brute. Just from his appearance, this burly brute seems more like a fighter from the military than a mayor. After the Grand Nirvana period, there are only 6 headquarters cities across all of China. Each headquarters city's mayor is a high-ranking official. Their position is way higher than the mayors, governors, etc. before the Grand Nirvana period. As of now, 2 people are in command of a headquarters city together, namely the mayor who looks over the civilians, and the highest-ranking military official in the headquarters city. And the highest-ranking military official in Jiangnan City is Li Dewei.
"I heard you took a trip to Mingyue sector a few days ago?" smiled Mayor Yi. "Anything good?"
"Luo Feng is patriotic," smiled Li Dewei. Suddenly, his eyes glanced towards the distance and couldn't help but to laugh. "Look, the people of the Su family have arrived." Mayor Yi also turned his head and looked over. While doing so, he even said, "The Su family? I heard this examiner Luo was dating with that little girl from the Su family? Oh, that must be Su Xin. HM. No wonder Luo Feng likes her. This girl is quite nice." In the distance, 3 people from the Su family have arrived. The one leading was a slightly chubby, white-haired old man. Beside him was a middle-aged woman wearing a black dress who seemed like a noblewoman. The other was Su Xin in her purple dress. A woman's greatest weapon is her youth. Su Xin was already young,
and after wearing this shoulder-revealing dress, it made her seem even more beautiful, which could cause people's eyes to light up. You aren't satisfied with this little girl from the Su family being with Luo Feng? Mockly Due, you can also find a pretty young girl from the Yi family to steal Luo Feng away from the Su family's little girl. This is a 19-year-old invincible war god who could become an existence surpassing the war god level. If you don't strike now, you won't have any chance in the future, man. Mayor Yi couldn't help but to glance at him and laugh helplessly. An old man like you doesn't seem like a general at all. In the corner of the hall, Su Xian was currently holding a wine glass as she chatted with her aunt in the corner. Even though their Su family is one of the 12 families, everyone who came here today are extremely important people. Their Su family isn't conspicuous at all. As for Su Xian and her aunt are even more quiet since they are using their family's identity to come. Who's the one talking with Grandpa? Asked Su Xian quietly. The Thunder Dojo's examiner's son, Lei Yufeng, her aunt also responded quietly. Yufeng, your father hasn't arrived yet? The head of the Su family, Su Yunghua, was currently smiling as he talked with a long-haired youth. Today is the day to welcome the examiner of the Dojo of Limits. That examiner Luo hasn't even arrived yet, and my dad is the examiner of the Thunder Dojo. To come so early probably isn't such a good idea, said the long-haired youth. His voice wasn't kept quiet either, so quite a few servers of the Dojo of Limits glanced over with dissatisfaction. Chairman Zhou Zhengyang glanced over. Chairman, this Lei Yufeng is too cocky, Chief Yu-sun couldn't help but to say quietly. Even though this is a banquet to welcome the examiner of the Dojo of Limits, he is so disrespectful. Their Thunder Dojo has always been competing with our Dojo of Limits, so it would be weird if they were respectful, scoffed Zhou Zhengyang. Don't mind him, our new investigator is an invincible war god. Their fate has been sealed. As long as Luo Feng is here on the soil of Jiangnan headquarters city, they will be below us. Chief Yu-sun on the side couldn't help but to nod and let out a smile. The Thunder Dojo and the Dojo of Limits are the two leading fighter organizations on Earth. The Dojo of Limits is a bit stronger, but the Thunder Dojo isn't far off. Both dojos fight over regular students. If they encounter a particularly talented fighter, both dojos would send their invitations to recruit them. For example, Luo Feng also received the Thunder Dojo's invitation back then. Fighters are always competing. If you build a training camp, I'll build a training camp too. You have examiners? I have examiners too. You have investigators? I have investigators too. From the lowest ranking people to the highest ranking people, the two dojos have always been competing. They only have one competitor anyway, since no other power on Earth can oppose them. Even the two powerful heads are eternal rivals. Thunder God, second strongest fighter on Earth. World's best blade technique, and also claims to have the world's most powerful body and fastest speed. And Han is the indisputable number one fighter on Earth. Usually, if your strength, speed, and reaction speed are all number one. With the explosive power of Thunder God's 9-stage Thunder Blade, he should be able to become the world's most powerful fighter. Many fighters think so too, but after all these years, Hong has remained the indisputable number one fighter. Old Su, this is? Lei Yufeng's eyes couldn't help but to flash after seeing Su Xian all dressed up. This is my granddaughter Su Xian, smiled Su Yunghua. Lei Yufeng actually went up to Su Xian and smiled. Lady Su, hello, I am Lei Yufeng. Hello. Su Xian was a bit dumbfounded. Nice to meet you. Right when Lei Yufeng finished that sentence, the entire hall went into an uproar. Examiner Luo is here. That fighter aircraft is an autojet. Last time our organization offered 260 billion Chinese dollars, but the Dojo of Limits wasn't willing to sell us an autojet. Examiner Luo is coming out of the jet. Examiner Luo is so young. Discussions were everywhere, and quite a few people in the entire hall headed towards the entrance. Su Xian and her aunt also walked over. On that red carpet that was around 100 meters approached a young man in a black suit. He was currently smiling as he walked over. Everyone's eyes were on him. Right now, his formless aura was extremely formidable. As a powerful spirit reader, his eyes could cause one's heart to shake. Examiner Chairman Zhou Zhangyang and the three chiefs, Zhu Gutao, Yusin, and Wang Kufan greeted him at the entrance. Chairman Zhou Luo Feng directly stepped into the hall. Examiner, let me introduce to you a few important people. Chairman Zhou Zhangyang wisely brought Luo Feng to the area of the Su family's head, Su Yingua. Luo Feng saw that white-haired old man instantly. He once saw this old man from a distance, so he recognized him. This is the head of the Su family, Su Yingua. Mr. Su, smiled Zhou Zhangyang. I am extremely glad to meet Examiner Luo. Examiner Luo's name has spread far and wide, and, after meeting, Examiner Luo's age is just absolutely jaw-dropping. Su Yingua had smiles all over his face, as if a flower that has just bloomed, age and strength, with ease. Examiner Luo's future, limitless, absolutely limitless. These compliments caused quite a few people to scoff. You're just making it clear that Luo Feng is your future grandson-in-law. Do you have to be so passionate? You praise me too much. It's my first time meeting old Su and I'm filled with joy. Smiled Luo Feng as he said a phrase. Examiner, let's go there. Zhou Zhangyang was about to introduce another guest. No rush. But Luo Feng headed straight towards Su Xian. However, when he saw the long-haired youth beside her, he couldn't help but to frown. Men want to be in control, so when a stranger was standing next to his own girlfriend, Luo Feng naturally felt a bit irritated. Please move. Luo Feng looked at the long-haired man. Lei Yufeng was being stared at by Luo Feng. Lei Yufeng felt like he was going to suffocate just from the pressure brought by Luo Feng's eyes. His consciousness was becoming blurry and he instinctively moved back a few steps. After seeing Lei Yufeng move back, Luo Feng stood in front of Su Xian and winked. Su Xian smiled brightly and put her arm around Luo Feng's arm. Let's go. Luo Feng and Su Xian walked next to Zhou Zhangyang. Zhou Zhangyang looked at Su Xian with shock, and then let out a face of amusement as he nodded, alright. This scene caused quite a few of the famous people in the entire hall to go silent with shock. Doing such a thing in such a place is basically announcing his relationship with Su Xian. This scene caused quite a few people to be disappointed, since many of them were trying to get close to Luo Feng via marriage. Su Yingua and his daughter let out a smile. Humph, but Lei Yufeng's face was looking horrible. This is the mayor of our Jiangnan headquarters city, Yizhong. Examiner, this is the director of the country's Special Forces Sector 9, Lu Yan. This is the director of the country's Special Forces Sector 11, Lu Dekai, Old Lu. This is the head of one of the 12 families in our Jiangnan city, Mr. Yi Feng. This is the commander of the northern military sector of Jiangnan city, Commander Tong Shuizhu. Luo Feng came to know many special people under Zhou Zhangyang's introductions. These people had immense power in China. And all of these people were polite when talking with Luo Feng. Examiner, one more. Zhou Zhangyang kept his voice down. The last one's identity is absolutely amazing. He's the leader of the second squad in our military's most powerful special forces sector, Huashan. His teacher is the creator of the organization Huashan, Jai, who is in existence surpassing the war god level. Military's most powerful special forces sector? Huashan? Why would they call it Huashan? How weird, laughed Luo Feng quietly. The creator, Representative Jai, was the one who named it. Who knows why, said Zhou Zhangyang quietly. Jai is one of the few existences surpassing the war god level in China. He has tons of authority. And of course, the organizations he creates also has tons of authority. Chairman Zhou said no more, as he already brought Luo Feng in front of a middle-aged man. Right when Luo Feng was going to speak with the representative of the country's most powerful special forces sector. Examiner Luo, I'm late, sorry about that. Laughter which could rival the sound of thunder rang across the entire hall. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 6, Chapter 7, No Retreat Allowed. Volume 6, Chapter 7, No Retreat Allowed. The originally noisy hall immediately quieted down. Everyone turned their heads over and saw a slightly skinny middle-aged man in a suit whose eyes were like lightning. He was currently smiling a bit as he looked around. He yelled, "Luo Feng, Luo Examiner, where is he? Where? I have always wanted to meet Examiner Luo and see what kind of young legendary hero he is." Dad Luo Feng walked to his father's side. "This man is the examiner of Jiangnan headquarters city's Thunder Dojo, Lei Meng." To be able to take up the position of a large headquarters city's examiner, Lei Meng is also a famous advanced level war god. In terms of power, he's even a bit stronger than Vulture Li Yao. Of course, he's a bit weaker than Phantom Demon Catalan. Phantom Demon Catalan's fitness level has reached the peak of the advanced level war god level, and he has spiritual force. And Lei Meng simply has his fitness level at the peak. Lei Meng is here, now things are going to be interesting. Who knows how things will unfold? Various famous people from all over were interested as they prepared to watch the show. Sometimes they would look towards Lei Meng, and sometimes they would look towards Luo Feng. Across the entire world, who doesn't know that the Thunder Dojo and Dojo of Limits are always competing with each other? Other people are too afraid to mess with the Dojo of Limits, but the Thunder Dojo isn't. And Hong and Thunder God remain silent when they see their people compete with each other. Luo Feng was currently standing in front of the representative of China's most powerful special forces sector. After hearing Examiner Lei Meng's words, Luo Feng didn't even glance over. Instead, he smiled towards the representative of the military special forces sector and extended his hand. "Hello, I am Luo Feng. I have long heard of Representative Jia's huge name and have always been admiring him. I am glad to be able to meet Representative Jia's student. Zhang Long, I am also glad to meet a talented person like Examiner Luo." Zhang Long's feelings toward Luo Feng, soared up greatly. Know that the person who was most frustrated with Lei Meng's sudden entrance was Zhang Long. Because Luo Feng was right about to talk with him. With Lei Meng's sudden appearance, if Luo Feng turned his head and went to talk with Lei Meng while treating him, Zhang Long, as heir, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing? And now, Luo Feng's course of action is to treat that Lei Meng as heir and pretend he didn't even see him. After that, he kept smiling and chatted with Zhang Long. Of course Zhang Long would feel great. However, on the other side of the hall, Lei Meng wasn't feeling good. "Examiner, Squadron Leader Jiang is one of Representative Zhang's most powerful students." Chairman Zhou Zhangyan woke up and also smiled as he introduced. "As of now, he's already an advanced level war god and is one of the most powerful people in Huashan. When compared with Examiner Luo, there's still a difference," smiled Zhang Long. "In terms of experience, Squadron Leader Jiang has way more than me." Luo Feng also smiled. If Luo Feng is respectful to Zhang Long will also be respectful to Luo Feng. "Excuse me," said Luo Feng. "Please go ahead, Examiner Luo," smiled Zhang Long, "we will talk later." Only after chatting with Squadron Leader Jiang from China's most powerful special forces sector Huashan did Luo Feng bring Su Xian with him as he smiled and headed towards Examiner Lei Meng. "Examiner Luo, my father rushed all the way here just to congratulate you and happily wanted to chat with Examiner Luo." However, Examiner Luo pretended that he didn't even see my father. Long-haired Luo Feng frowned as he said with dissatisfaction, "This is seriously Yu Feng. Lei Meng waved his hand to stop his son from continuing. Luo Feng laughed in his heart as he saw this scene. If this Lei Meng wanted to stop his son from speaking, he would have stopped him a while ago. When he received the letter talking about the responsibilities of an examiner from the world headquarters, it mentioned to protect the honor of the Dojo of Limits. Especially when competing with the Thunder Dojo, you have to defeat them. Competing with the Thunder Dojo has already become a kind of tradition. Since Luo Feng took up the position, he of course has to show some backbone. I am really sorry. I was talking with Mr. Jian Long just now. Mr. Lei Meng's entrance was a bit sudden, so I could not just shake off Mr. Jian Long to the side. Examiner Lei, am I right? Smiled Luo Feng. Lei Meng frowned and said nothing. I am really happy that Mr. Lei Meng could come. The smiles were all over Luo Feng's face. We will talk more later. As he said that, Luo Feng glanced at Chairman Zhou Zhengyang. Zhou Zhengyang nodded and headed towards the platform in front of the hall. On the platform, Zhou Zhengyang stood on top of it and looked down towards the important figures as he smiled. On this day, September 1st, our Jiangnan headquarters city's Dojo of Limits welcomes a new examiner. Who is he? He defeated Phantom Demon Catalan, Great Bear Kata, Blood Shadow Ethan, and Vulture Liao, the 4 advanced level war gods. All alone these phrases caused the face of Lei Meng, Examiner Lei, to change for the worse, because even though Lei Meng is powerful, he still isn't at Phantom Demon Catalan's level yet. And Luo Feng fought the 4 of them. If Luo Feng really fought against Lei Meng one-on-one, Lei Meng will certainly lose. 3 of the 4 had Black God sets. But even so, when they encountered him, they lost. Furthermore, he even received the highest title of our Dojo of Limits, Invincible War God. And he is also extremely young. Even if I do not name him, we all know who he is. Let us welcome Jiangnan headquarters city's Dojo of Limits new examiner. Invincible War God, Luo Feng. Chairman Zhou Zhengyang's great voice echoed around the hall. The guests below also smiled as they clapped. At the same time, the music suitably rang. While the music played, Luo Feng told Su Xian he was going and then smiled as he walked towards the platform alone. Zhou Zhengyang walked down and Luo Feng walked up. On the platform, Luo Feng looked down towards the guests. As he glanced past that Lei Meng, Examiner Lei, his expression didn't change at all, he remained smiling. Everyone. Luo Feng looked towards everyone. Jiangnan headquarters city, here is my home. To be able to become Jiangnan headquarters city's Dojo of Limits examiner after growing up makes me feel extremely honored. I won't say too much, but, as an examiner, I will definitely perform my duties and responsibilities well. I will not lower the prestige of our Dojo of Limits. These words caused a round of applause. The people from the Dojo of Limits clapped especially hard. But Lei Meng and the others watched silently. China is my native country. If my native country is in trouble, I won't just watch. And the war between monsters and humanity will not allow me to retreat. Previously, I have accepted General Li Duwei's invitation. Luo Feng looked towards Commander Li Duwei below, and Commander Li Duwei smiled and nodded. Alright, that will be it. The most important thing tonight is for everyone to be happy. Chairman Zhou, prepare the banquet, smiled Luo Feng. The various guests ate dinner together. Well, pretending to eat and mostly chatting. Since the people who came to this banquet are all major figures, they rarely have the opportunity to meet. For example, who can just meet the important members of the country's special forces whenever they want to? After the banquet, the various guests ate fruits as they chatted in groups. Soft music reverberated around the hall and the atmosphere was quite comfortable. Luo Feng was also chatting with squadron leader Jiang and Lu Dekai. Right when everyone was chatting in the hall. What? A loud exclamation rang across the hall, which caused everyone to stop discussing and look over. The one who yelled was actually the commander of the southeastern sector, general of the land forces, Li Duwei. Li Duwei was currently having a call. I'll be back immediately. Li Duwei's expression was serious as he hung up. Commander Li, what's wrong? Headquarters City Mayor Yizhong came over. Huge problem. The monster hordes from the sea have already come into conflict with the front lines of the southeastern sector. Li Duwei's expression was serious.
After saying this, the entire hall went into an uproar.
The sea monsters have formed hordes and are invading? What grade? Asked Mayor Yi. Grade 1 monster tide, said Li Dewei. Everyone in the hall was stunned. Even Luo Feng was stunned. Keep in mind that war god Lu Gang lost his life to a grade 3 rat tide. That tide already had an infinite number of rat-type monsters. Above the grade 3 monster tide is the grade 2 monster tide, grade 1 monster tide. And of course, the legendary disaster grade monster tide. However, a disaster grade tide has rarely occurred on Earth. The label for a disaster grade is when an emperor-level monster is included, which leads to disastrous results. A grade 1 monster tide already represents an unending wave of monsters. Now that there's a grade 1 monster tide, I need to go back immediately. I hope the war gods here can help when we need it the most. Li Dewei looked towards the guests, since there were quite a few war gods here. How can we retreat at a time like this? The Thunder Dojo's examiner Lei Meng said loudly. At the same time, he purposefully looked towards Luo Feng. Commander Li, there's no time to waste. Let's leave immediately. Luo Feng directly headed towards Commander Li. For cases like this, especially times like these, Lei Meng and Luo Feng are competing, so how can the two examiners retreat from a grade 1 monster tide? Wouldn't retreating harm the honor of their dojo? Since they have taken up the position of examiner, they naturally have to take up the responsibilities that come with the position. They have to bring honor to their respective dojos. Luo Feng, be careful, said Su Xian as she came over. Don't worry, Luo Feng smiled as he squeezed Su Xian's nose. After that, Luo Feng got on his autojet. Lei Meng also got on his disc-shaped fighter jet. Other war gods who wanted to help also got on their fighter jets. They all soared and swiftly headed southeast. In the fighter jet Li Dewei was on. Commander Li Dewei and the youth from before were both sitting on a chair. Commander, some people might have guessed this move, laughed the youth beside him. Li Dewei's expression was serious, so what if they know? The sea monsters have been gathering. The amount of sea monsters in the Huangpu River region is starting to scare us. If we don't fight today, the monster hordes will probably attack after 1 or 2 months. We can't just always wait for the monster hordes to initiate the attack, can we? We might as well start the battle earlier. We can attack before the sea monsters make sufficient preparations. And using this banquet, we can get quite a few war gods to help, smiled Li Dewei, especially Luo Feng and Lei Meng. One of them is an invincible war god while one of them has a black god set. If the two of them cooperate with our army, they won't be less effective than a huge army of 200,000 people. The youth nodded. Tell me, who will be able to kill more horde leaders later, Luo Feng or Lei Meng? Smiled Li Dewei. TL note, I forgot to mention last chapter that Lei Meng and Lei Yufeng's family name is the Chinese character for thunder, same one used for the Thunder Dojo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 6, Chapter 8, The War Between Humanity and Monsters. Volume 6, Chapter 8, The War Between Humanity and Monsters. Autojet. #1, follow the disc-shaped fighter jet in the very front. Commanded Luo Feng. The black suit on Luo Feng instantly started to change. Soon enough, it completely disappeared, revealing the white-collared shirt within. Luo Feng took off the white shirt and revealed the black vest within. Throwing knives danced as they flew out of the vest. Hovu they quickly assembled, forming the soaring shuttle. The amount of monsters in the sea monster horde will be uncountable, so my golden silk net will just get in the way, thought Luo Feng to himself. He didn't bring his golden silk net, because it is only useful in a 1v1 situation. The black membrane covered his entire body and swiftly transformed into the shape of a battle uniform set. A black helmet even appeared on his head.
Fellow war gods, a sound carried from the tactical communications watch. I am lead away, 50 more seconds to arrive at the front lines.
There are an uncountable amount of sea monsters ahead.
Fellow powerful war gods, please enter the front lines and assist the army in fending off this time's monster tide. War gods with black god sets could try and enter the horde to attack within.
We have arrived.
After hearing this sound from his tactical communications watch, Luo Feng quietly said, #1, open the hatch.
Voila! The hatch opened.
Luo Feng, who had his black uniform set on his body, helmet on his head, and ghost blade on his back, stepped onto the soaring shuttle and directly flew out. After that, the autojet closed its hatch and then hovered in midair.
Fighter jets swiftly landed in the forward base below.
This forward base was blocking a region of the Huangpu River. This region was completely clogged with large amounts of boulders and reinforced steel. A miniature military base built out of reinforced steel was built on top. Large amounts of cold light fired out of large, sturdy cannons.
So this is a grade 1 monster tide.
Luo Feng was hovering on his soaring shuttle around 1,000 meters above the ground and was completely stunned as he looked below. The Huangpu River was an important passage for the limitless sea monsters in the southeastern sea to attack the mainland through. For dozens of years, tons of sea monsters caused the Huangpu River's depth and width to become even more astonishing than it was before the Grand Nirvana period. Who knew how many sea monsters were lying in wait in the Great Huangpu River? And the military base here was clogging up the entire Huangpu River.
So the monsters can't get past. And now,
rumble as if the sky was going to fall and the earth was going to shatter. The sound of cannon fire rumbled throughout the area. Densely packed sea monsters of all types covered the entire ground as they either flew out or crawled out from within the Huangpu River. Within these monsters were ferocious arthropod-type monsters, crawling-type monsters which were most familiar with the land, peculiar Nidaria-type monsters, echinoderm-type monsters, and tons of fish-type monsters. The monsters in the sea are at least 10 times more horrifying than the ones on land.
1. There are tons of them.
2. They have extremely odd abilities. For example, just look at the shrimp-type and crab-type monsters within the arthropod group. Before the Grand Nirvana period, thousands of different species of shrimp and crabs have been discovered. If you count in the ones that haven't been discovered, there are probably tens of thousands of different species. After mutating, the shrimp-type and crab-type monsters have reached an even more astonishing number.
And this is even more so the case for Nidaria types and echinoderm types.
Before the Grand Nirvana period, humans have predicted that there are over 2 million different species in the sea. And now, after the Grand Nirvana period, nobody knows. They only know that there are way too many horrifying monsters of all types. What happened to the various island countries from back then are an example of their power, so no country dares to underestimate the monsters in the sea.
Holy shit! What types of monsters are these?
Luo Feng was flabbergasted.
Whoosh!
Luo Feng's gaze turned cold and the membrane instantly covered his face, revealing only his eyes. After that, he soared downwards on his soaring shuttle. From the sky, the monsters seemed densely packed. After charging downwards, the monsters seemed even more formidable. Huge amounts of all types of fish-type monsters jumped to a height of 20 to 30 meters out of the Huangpu River. A seemingly infinite amount of fish-type monsters savagely revealed their teeth, which could even grind reinforced steel. Luo Feng, Lei Meng, please kill some of the Horde leader-level C-type monsters on the land. Commander Li's voice carried from the tactical communications watch.
Horde leader level?
Luo Feng looked below. Right away, he saw a gigantic sea monster that was around 15 to 16 meters long with a huge turtle shell on its back. There were even some portions of the gigantic turtle shell that were sticking out and also had a faint gold color to them. Its head was like a dinosaur's head. It had a tough skull and even grew out a black pointy horn. Its gigantic saw-blade-like mouth made none doubt its destructive power. It was currently swiftly moving without pause. Can't aim, it's moving too quickly in a building around 1,000 meters away, one of the operators of the laser cannon said in a panic. These horde leader levels have all become smart. After getting hit before, none of them stop moving after landing on shore. No matter how fast the laser cannon is, it still needs a human to press a button to command it. A human's reaction time, added with the time it takes to press the button, isn't fast enough. Boom! 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 The cannonballs fired from cannons with calibers of over 100 millimeters rained all over the front lines. The 200-meter region between the real military base and the sea virtually became a sea of fire. An uncountable amount of sea monsters crazily charged while the military base crazily fired all sorts of cannons. Whoosh! A black light flew through the infinite sea monster horde like lightning. Pooh! Pang! Because the firepower covered the entire region, quite a few large caliber bullets shot towards him. There was even a cannonball that flew straight towards him. However, it was controlled by a shapeless energy and ended up blowing up on a rampaging crab-type monster. Even though steel pieces flew everywhere, the Black Shadow's speed didn't drop at all. Die! Whoosh! 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 6 cold blades rotated as they flew in front of him. The blades flew across the neck of the gigantic turtle-type monster that was charging at the military base. Like cutting through an apple, the horde leader-level sea monster's horrifying head was directly split open. Its huge body kept charging forward, smashing away quite a few other sea monsters in the process. After that, it stopped moving. Great! Nice! Examiner Luo is so powerful, quite a few people in the military base yelled in joy. Rumble! Pu! But now, a gigantic monster that seemed like a snake crashed into the military base. The walls of the military base shook violently. The wall had quite a few holes and cracks in it already, so after it shook, large amounts of concrete fell from it. And at the same time, without any sound or sign at all, a blinding white light shot out from one of the towers in the military base. It gave this huge horde leader-level monster no chance to dodge as it directly incinerated it into nothing. The laser cannon. However, as the snake-shaped horde leader monster crashed into the wall, it also released an extremely powerful electrical attack at the same time. Pa! A twisted bolt of lightning rapidly spread out and even slipped inside the military base along the muzzles of the cannons. This horrifying bolt of lightning caused quite a few casualties in the military base. I can't believe there are so many horde leader level monsters. Luo Feng scanned around and locked onto another horde leader level monster. Whoosh! Even Luo Feng's own body is tough enough to ignore some cannon fire. Regular sniper rifles can only threaten low-level commander-level monsters. These huge cannons can usually kill medium-level commander-level monsters. As for high-level commander-level monsters, it is all up to luck. And for horde leader-level monsters, they can only rely on the laser cannon. But for Luo Feng, the toughness of the Black God set is even tougher than an emperor-level monster. You usually need an astonishing amount of impact force to kill a human wearing a Black God set by shocking him to death. Just like how Luo Feng couldn't do much against Li Yao. Since the Black God set can absorb 90% of the impact force and the remaining 10% spreads across the entire body, which means every part of the body can help withstand against the force of impact. Over 90% of the laser cannons in the military base on the front lines were used against horde leaders. Just that amount of power. Even if Luo Feng accidentally gets hit, it won't harm him. The third horde leader level. A gigantic monster that was around 30 meters long shook its black tentacles like crazy as it tried to kill Luo Feng. Against this gigantic being that seemed like a small mountain, Luo Feng got on his soaring shuttle and nimbly dodged the tentacle attacks again and again. At the same time, his cold-throwing knives shot towards this octopus-type monster. Inside the military base, operations room.
All around were 3D holograms displaying the scenes of battle outside. Commander Li Duwei's expression was serious.
Beside him stood other top officials in the military. As for the war gods, they have headed outside to assist the army a while ago to stop the monsters that are capable of charging into the military base.
Beep, beep, beep. The alarm suddenly rang. A transparent jellyfish-type monster entered the base. The alarm system immediately gave its alert. At the same time, the 3D holograms around them immediately displayed an image.
Using infrared, they saw a transparent jellyfish with large amounts of soft tentacles entering the outer part of the military base. Thankfully, there were very few soldiers on the outer part. Squad number 3, head towards Trap H21. Li Duwei directly gave his command.
Suddenly. Rumble. 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 Dot. The entire military base shook violently and the people in the operations room lost balance for a bit. There's an extremely powerful sea monster crazily attacking our military base from the water below. Someone yelled immediately. The appetizer is over and now we're playing for real?
Commander Li Duwei remained expressionless as he commanded, with the military base as the center, throw napalm bombs in the surrounding 1,000-meter radius.
Yes.
The command was sent out.
An old man wearing a military uniform in the operations room couldn't help but to ask, "Commander, isn't it a bit early to throw the napalm bombs out?"
Even though the sea monsters are powerful, even after mutating, they can only stay on land for a short period of time.
If time goes on for too long, they'll die from lack of water.
Sea monsters need water, so even if napalm bombs can't burn these sea monsters to death, it can quickly use up the water in their bodies.
So, fire is an extremely effective measure to use against sea monsters. Not early.
Li Duwei let out a rare smile. This time we have an invincible war god to help us.
I thought he didn't have a black god set, but he actually does.
An invincible war god with a black god set has an astonishing amount of power.
Contact Luo Feng, commanded Li Duwei.
Examiner Luo Feng, please enter the water and kill the large sea monster that is attacking our military base from below, requested Li Duwei.
Through the 3D hologram they could see Luo Feng in his black uniform set just killed a horrifying Nidaria-type monster.
After receiving this message, he stepped on his soaring shuttle and with a whoosh, ignored all the various sea monsters and charged straight towards the Grand Huangpu River like lightning. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 6, Chapter 9, Sound Wave Attack. Volume 6, Chapter 9, Sound Wave Attack.
Splash! Luo Feng charged into the Huangpu River.
With his naked eye, he could only see peculiar-shaped sea monsters. When his spiritual force spread out, it covered the surrounding 100-meter radius. Within this 100-meter radius were over 100 different types of fish-type monsters, and various other monsters of different types.
There sure are a bunch of them. Luo Feng could feel the threat that sea monsters had against humanity. Keep charging downwards.
As of now, plane after plane flew in the air and dropped large amounts of a new kind of napalm bombs like a celestial maiden spreading flower petals. With the military base as the center, the surrounding 1,000-meter radius was covered with the weapons that the sea monsters hated the most. Even both sides and the surface of the Huangpu River were covered.
Ho ho dot.
The surrounding 1,000-meter radius instantly became a sea of fire.
The monsters' bodies aren't afraid of being burned. But the water in their body is swiftly evaporating. Monsters like Nidaria-type monsters, jellyfish, etc. can probably stay alive on land for 2 or 3 hours after their mutation. However, in a fire, they rapidly lose large amounts of water, so they can't even last for 2 to 3 minutes. According to the type, different monsters can last for different amounts of time. These napalm bombs, even after being dropped onto water, continued burning. Water cannot extinguish it. Dirt won't put it out either. Rolling around on the ground will do nothing. In fact, doing that will just increase the amount of flames on your body. Which is to say, even if you escape the sea of fire, you'll still be on fire. You can say that this is the weapon that sea monsters hate the most. Without a doubt. In the sea of fire, the overall power of the sea monsters dropped by around 70%. But even so, it is still going to be extremely difficult for the military base to block off this attack. Huangpu River, 50 meters below the surface. Because the sea monsters have been swimming around here for dozens of years, the Huangpu River was indeed much deeper than it was before. Just these three big guys? Under the light of the fire on the surface of the river, Luo Feng, who was at the bottom of the river, saw three gigantic beings in the distance with a glance. The shortest of the three gigantic beings was around 60 meters long. The largest one was at an astonishing 90 meters long. If you put it upright, it can rival the height of a 30-story building. The one thing they have in common is they all have a sharp horn. The sharp horn on their heads crazily slammed into the foundation of the military base. Every time their sharp horn attacks, it can pierce into a distance of 7 to 8 meters. This caused the entire base to rumble. However, the horns can't pierce a large enough hole for their gigantic bodies to enter through. So, they can only attack over and over again to get the desired width, go in a few meters, and then go back to crazily attacking again. As of now, they have only moved forward by around 10 meters. 2 mountain-shaking whales? And a roaring sky beast? Luo Feng was astonished. The largest one was indeed the roaring sky beast. The other 2 mountain-shaking whales, determining from the size of their bodies, are probably medium-level horde leader-level monsters. And that roaring sky beast is probably a high-level horde leader level. The current Luo Feng doesn't really care about high-level horde leaders. But this roaring sky beast. Even though Luo Feng knew very little about sea monsters, he still knew quite a bit about the extremely horrifying and infamous sea monsters. The roaring sky monster was indeed one of these extremely horrifying monsters. The roaring sky monster has a gigantic amount of power. Its strongest attack is the sound wave attack. Sound wave attack? Luo Feng slightly frowned as he immediately transformed his black god set into earplugs and stuffed his ears. His black helmet formed layers and layers of protection over the portion of his ears. I need to kill the roaring sky beast as fast as possible and then eliminate the 2 mountain-shaking whales. Luo Feng stepped on his soaring shuttle and transformed into a black bolt of lightning as he charged. The fact that the soaring shuttle is amazing cannot be denied. Even the water can help it speed up. No wonder it's a treasure that even Hong deems important. On. The gigantic roaring sky beast suddenly turned its head and, without any warning, immediately let out an ear-piercing sound. The sound then disappeared. Buzz. A vacuum was immediately blasted out of the water of the river between the roaring sky beast and Luo Feng. The river water around Luo Feng completely disappeared, and the sound wave attack instantly hit Luo Feng. It was so fast that Luo Feng was given no chance to escape. The sound wave attack that countless war gods feared struck Luo Feng. However, after going through the special material that makes up the Black God set, the attack rapidly weakened. And Luo Feng's ears were heavily protected, so the target of the attack, the obvious head, was easily spared from disaster. Luo Feng only had a slight headache and nothing else. He couldn't help but to let out a smile. The Black God set is indeed powerful. It can deflect sharp attacks. It can weaken impacts. It can greatly decrease the effect of sound waves. This mysterious treasure originating from archaeological ruin number 9 was indeed mysterious. Whoosh! After deflecting the sound wave attack, Luo Feng immediately transformed into a bolt of lightning as he charged towards the gigantic roaring sky beast. However, at this time, the river water beside Luo Feng started rumbling and formless attacks struck towards Luo Feng. Whoosh! 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 6 curved blades immediately flew past the river water like moonlight around 70 to 80 meters to the left side in front of him. After that, a painful scream rang. The river water rumbled and a milk-white colored blood spread out. Humph! A transparent jellyfish-type monster actually tried to ambush a spirit reader. I guess it was tired of living, scoffed Luo Feng to himself. Out of the sea monsters, there are many types of jellyfish-type monsters. As of now, 3 types that are completely invisible to the naked eye have been discovered. Even though they attack in different ways, they have still been categorized together as the invisible jellyfish type. For human fighters, they pose a gigantic threat. But even if you can't see it via sight, Luo Feng's spiritual force detected it a long time ago. Roaring sky beast. Mountain shaking whale. Luo Feng seemed like he was going to slaughter some sheep as he charged towards the 3 gigantic horde leader-level monsters. This battle between monsters and humanity was as tragic as always. It continued on until 8 a.m. of the second day. Even though the sea monsters never broke past the military base, quite a few horde leaders charged in by themselves. Large hordes of sea monsters capable of discharging electricity, and large hordes capable of spitting poison, and even hordes that can shoot air bubbles like shockwaves. All sorts of attacks from all sorts of peculiar sea monsters seeped into the military base, which caused quite a few casualties for the human army. Command room of the military base. High-ranking people of the military and the war gods that came to assist were gathered here. Everyone was in a good mood. Thank you, everyone. We were able to successfully defend against the wave of sea monsters. Within half a year, the sea monsters probably won't launch an assault of such a scale. Commander Li Dewei was in an extremely good mood. Even though losses were great, they are quite insignificant when compared with the losses in the past. The one who did the most work was Luo Feng. Luo Feng and Lei Meng were the only 2 people who possessed black god sets out of all the war gods, including the ones originally part of the army. And even though Lei Meng is powerful, the sea monsters can escape once they lose. So even though Lei Meng can defeat horde leaders, it is extremely difficult for him to kill them. But Luo Feng is different. With his soaring shuttle and blade pieces, which horde leader can escape such speed? They all died. And this battle, Lei Meng killed 2 horde leaders. He also fought back quite a few of them during critical moments, which helped the army quite a bit. Luo Feng killed 15 horde leaders. Fellow war gods, sell all your monster materials to our HR alliance. Laughed an old man in the command room. Those preparing to sell them to dojos, asked me, laughed Commander Li Dewei. Even though the war gods risked their lives to fight for the army, they usually don't ask for anything in return. However, as long as they can find the corpses of the monsters they killed, they would usually sell them to the HR Alliance, since the HR Alliance offers better prices. The Chinese army also supports this process. Because the Chinese government receives a bit of profit from the HR Alliance, since they allow them to spread across the country. This time, Examiner Luo Feng earned the most. Examiner Luo Feng, you're going to be rich. A group of war gods smiled as they congratulated. Because Luo Feng was blocking the front, none of the war gods in the military base died. So everyone was in quite a good mood. I have 3 horde leaders' materials here. As for the other horde leaders, I don't need them. The huge black bag that Luo Feng was carrying automatically opened, and large amounts of monster materials poured out from it and dropped onto the ground. Even though he killed 15 horde leaders, he used his blade pieces to cut off the important parts and put them in his bag at the same time he killed them. He only stored the materials of 3 horde leaders, which were all high-level ones. As for the other ones, he'll donate them to the country. Then I will shamelessly accept them. Li Dewei didn't decline. Commander Li, you're not humble at all. A powerful war god started laughing on the side. Li Dewei smiled. Would a rich man like Luo Feng care about such a small amount? Out of the 15 horde leader-level monsters, the most valuable materials are from the 3 that Luo Feng kept for himself. The old man that was currently examining the materials from the 3 high-level horde leaders couldn't help but to glare at Li Duwei. Old Li, even though the other horde leaders are low-level or medium-level ones, there are a lot of them. I estimate that the total will come to 30 billion. A low-level horde leader ranges from 500 million, 3 billion at the HR Alliance. A medium-level horde leader ranges from 1.5 billion, 9 billion. Out of the 12 that Luo Feng killed, most of them were low-level horde leaders and not medium-level horde leaders, so the total would indeed come to around 30 billion. Roaring Sky Beast? 9-headed snake dragon. The old man that was examining the materials was flabbergasted. The Roaring Sky Beast were extremely horrifying high-level horde leaders. They were even more powerful than the steel-armored dragon. Since they are both in the sea, it is harder to kill them. I'll take these two for 20 billion. As for this one, I'll take it for 12 billion. In total, 52 billion Chinese dollars, smiled the old man. Okay, nodded Luo Feng. Luo Feng wasn't too happy with the results from this war. Money? After becoming an invincible war god, money is not as important. Real treasures cannot be purchased with money. Military base. Li Duwei personally escorted Luo Feng outside. The two of them walked side by side out the base. How are the losses this time? Asked Luo Feng. Around 1,000 warriors died and almost 1,000 people are handicapped. Li Duwei shook his head as he sighed, and these results are considered good. With you here, the most threatening horde leaders were killed off, so we had an easier time dealing with the monster horde. Just you alone can match a gigantic army of 200,000. In the past, Li Duwei couldn't help but to shake his head. In the war against the sea monsters, human casualties are too great. Otherwise, he wouldn't purposefully use the gathering of war gods this time. Li Duwei shook his head as he laughed helplessly. The billions of sea monsters we killed this time, to the countless sea monsters in the sea, is like a drop in the ocean. Just a drop in the ocean. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 6, Chapter 10, Cleansing of the Soul. Volume 6, Chapter 10, Cleansing of the Soul. A drop in the ocean. Luo Feng slightly nodded as he sighed. No, you don't understand. Li Duwei shook his head. Without personally experiencing the struggle for life every single day back then, there is no way you can understand how my generation feels. Luo Feng froze. Li Duwei sighed. I was born in a beautiful time. The year I was born in was during the transfer of sovereignty over Hong Kong, 1997. My family can't be considered rich, but we were well off. I grew up without any worries. I played online games and read web novels. My parents would always scold me a bit every day, which irritated me quite a bit. Luo Feng looked at Li Duwei with shock. Online games? Web novels? In this age, all the students spend their free time from class in the dojo. Becoming a fighter is the dream of every young person. Don't look at me like that. Since you haven't experienced such a peaceful period, it is unimaginable. Li Duwei let out a smile as his eyes looked back on his memories. During that time, we would even chat on online discussion boards and shitpost. We could gather for dinner and go on field trips. There truly were no worries at all. However, 2015. It all started on January of 2015. We instantly fell from heaven to hell. That year was the year I was preparing for my high school exams. However, there were no exams. Nightmare befell. The virus spread across the entire world via air. Anything that needs to breathe was infected. My friends died one by one. The girl I had a crush on, the brothers I played basketball with, my neighbors, my guildies from my online games, all of them died one by one. I almost broke down. I thought I was going through a nightmare. Sadly, I realized that was just the beginning of the nightmare. On the second half of the year of 2015, countless mutated monsters started attacking the cities where humans gathered. From a few scattered battles to full-blown wars. We didn't care about these primitive monsters, since we thought they wouldn't stand a chance against human weapons. But we were wrong. The real disaster began. Cities were invaded and humans started running for their lives. Almost 6 full years of running. I passed by the Angel of Death multiple times. I struggled for my life every single time, for failure means death. Because of that, I had to pull through. From a simple youth who never experienced pain, to a cruel, experienced warrior. Li Duwei's voice became low. In those 6 years, I watched my father die for me. I watched the girl I love who escaped with me lose her life to the mouth of a monster. I could only clench my teeth and run away while wiping my tears. I trained bitterly and squeezed out my body's potential. Finally, humans relied on laser cannons and powerful fighters to end up in a stalemate between the monsters on land. And thus, the Grand Nirvana period ended. Humans entered the headquarters city age. And I officially joined the army. With a blink of an eye, around 30 years passed. Li Duwei seemed to smile without worry, but Luo Feng felt like that smile contained too much bitterness to express. For 30 years, humans and monsters fought. Even though the scale wasn't as large as the battles in the Grand Nirvana period, it never stopped. Li Duwei shook his head as he said, just counting the armies under my control, do you know how many people have died in the past 30 years? Luo Feng froze. A rookie replacing a veteran. I can't even say how many times that has happened. Death notices being sent to their families one by one. They died so humans can exist. Sadness could be seen in Li Duwei's eyes. However, I powerlessly realized that a new monster type will appear in each sea monster's assault every year. A stronger monster will appear every year. What does that signify? Li Duwei stared at Luo Feng. It means that the sea monsters are continuously becoming more powerful. I'm scared. I am very scared. A tear could barely be seen in Li Duwei's eyes. Humans can never go on the offensive, and the monsters in the sea can continuously evolve and become more powerful. I am scared that there will be a day that humans will go extinct. Luo Feng's heart froze. However, for sea monsters to attack humans, they have to go through the rivers to attack the inland area. So, I will dedicate my life to blocking them. I will definitely not allow them to advance by a single millimeter. The farther they are blocked from the land, the bigger the buffer the headquarters city has. Ever since I became the commander of the southeastern military sector, for a whole 11 years, 6 months, and 3 days, the sea monsters have not been able to advance a single step further along the Huangpu River. As Luo Feng heard this, his heartbeat accelerated. From his heart, he truly started to respect the senior in front of him. Because of their sacrifice, young people like him are allowed to grow up in headquarters cities peacefully. I'm going to do everything I can against these sea monsters for the rest of my life. All I want is for my future grandsons to have a future, to have hope, said Li Duwei softly. Future and hope? Yeah. If the headquarters cities are invaded again, will the future generations have any hope? Luo Feng. Li Duwei lightly patted Luo Feng's shoulders. In this age, humans can only rely on 2 trump cards to survive. One is the high-tech laser cannon, and one is the power of a fighter, fighters as powerful as Hong. For humans to survive, they can either invent a weapon more powerful than the laser cannon as of now, or another ultimate fighter like Hong and Thunder God can appear. Or even a fighter that surpasses Hong and Thunder God. Li Duwei looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, when I was young, nobody taught me anything. Because of that, I went down the wrong path. I'm an intermediate level war god, but this is my limit. I have no hope of improving. But you are different. You aren't even 20 years old yet. Luo Feng, an existence surpassing the war god level, can be compared to an army of 1 million people.
And Hong and Thunder God are even more powerful, making them unrivaled. Humans are able to peacefully live in headquarters cities now because Hong went to negotiate with the countless emperor-level monsters on land. So, one Hong is more valuable than a country's entire army. I hope you can reach that level, or even surpass that level. As he watched Luo Feng's autojet fly away, Li Dewei had a complicated expression on as he silently mumbled to himself, I am already old, and Luo Feng. Your future is limitless. Luo Feng's thoughts were in disarray because of the words that Li Dewei gave to Luo Feng at the Huangpu River's military base. He trained like crazy in the past mainly for the sake of his parents and brother. Ever since he became an invincible war god, even though he still worked hard, he didn't have much pressure anymore. Enemy Li Yao? Hasn't cared about him for a while. Family? They're doing great. Money? Right now, money doesn't serve much of a function. Authority? Even leaders and heads of organizations, families, and armies are all passionate when faced with him. Dad, Mom. Mingyue's sector. Luo Feng walked into his home. You're back. Breakfast is already ready for you. Maid yelled his father who was reading. Your brother is jogging outside. Ever since he got his legs back, he loves to jog. His father's smile was bright. Oh yeah, Feng, when are you planning on getting married? The only thing your mom and I want to do is to hug our grandsons. Luo Feng sat in front of the dining table. He drank hot porridge and listened to his father. Suddenly, he felt like he was extremely happy. The warriors in the military base give up their lives in battle so the civilians in the headquarters cities can live peacefully. Maybe, this is why Commander Li Dewei and countless soldiers work so hard. Hey, Wei. He sat on the floor of the training room as he smiled while holding his cell phone. What, you're going to travel with your girlfriend this summer? How romantic. Yeah. All right. However, I don't have much time now, since I still have to go out at the end of the month. I'll see you later. Yeah, okay, see ya. Luo Feng's face was filled with smiles. Wei was having a good life too. His parents were also happy and his brother's relationship was going great. Luo Feng recalled the words that Commander Li Dewei said. All I want is for my future grandsons to have a future, to have hope. There's still a future. There's still hope. Mumbled Luo Feng to himself, I also want my parents to enjoy the rest of their lives. I also want my brother to marry and have kids and have a family. I don't want all of this to be destroyed by monster hordes. I want the future generation to have hope. In this moment, Luo Feng was determined like never before. I also want to pursue the limits of life and surpass my limits. Become a representative, a chairman, and even more powerful than them. Continue to surpass. I also want to become like Hong and use my own power to make the monster hordes of the land tremble. I also want for the future generation to have a future and to have hope. Luo Feng's eyes were filled with determination. Hard work. Move forward. Surpass. When I close my eyes for the final time when I die, I don't want to have any regrets because I didn't work hard enough in the past. After this time's cleansing of the soul, Luo Feng's beliefs were hardened like never before. For the entirety of September, Luo Feng dedicated himself to his blade technique, fitness level, celestial deity catalog, and other things he has to train. His dedication, instead of making him feel bored, made him feel a joy that came from within the deepest part of his heart. His body's genetics started to perfect themselves. His strength improved again and again. This physical change to his body made him feel great. Forcing himself to train leads to poorer results. If he enjoys his training and the feeling of becoming a more powerful being, the rate at which he improves becomes alarming. Dawn of September 29th, the time when Luo Feng tested himself. An His fist strength reached 258,103 kilograms, which is over 256,000 kilograms. He has officially stepped into the advanced level War God level fitness level.
Afternoon of September 29, around 2 p.m.
He wore a new blood red colored SS battle uniform which he bought at the cheapest price from the Palace of War Gods and had a SS ghost blade on his back.
Luo Feng's body seemed like a polished jewel.
As he stood there, he seemed like a blade that could shoot towards the sky as he possessed infinite fighting spirit.
Dad, Mom, I don't know how long I'll be gone this time.
Luo Hua, while I'm gone, take care of Dad and Mom.
Got it, bro.
Be careful out there, followed his parents. Luo Feng slightly smiled and then directly walked outside towards his autojet.
The hatch of the jet automatically opened.
Luo Feng entered it and the hatch closed.
Whoosh! The dark blue triangular fighter jet swiftly ascended and flew out of Jiangnan headquarters city's defense network.
It then transformed into a stream of light and rushed towards the Dojo of Limits world headquarters. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 6, Chapter 11, Archaeological Ruin. Volume 6, Chapter 11, Archaeological Ruin. Hongning Headquarters City. The Dojo of Limits World Headquarters was an old, gigantic spaceship.
At the parking area beside the gigantic spaceship landed a dark blue triangular fighter jet.
Inside the autojet.
We can't use the Black God set in the archaeological ruins, so I have to leave it here. Luo Feng extended his right hand. Soon enough, the black membrane gathered on his right hand and transformed into a black glove. I still have to give up control. After the Black God set absorbs the blood of its host, it undergoes a transformation. It becomes tied to its owner's body like never before, as if it was its owner's skin. It could change into tens of thousands of different things and even hide below skin.
However, there is one downside. Once it's on you, it is very hard to get it off. There are two ways to get it off your body.
First way, death of the owner. Second way, force out the blood that the Black God set absorbed. This way, the Black God set will automatically come off.
Now, I'll get the Black God set off.
I have to let it absorb my blood again later, laughed Luo Feng helplessly.
In a moment, the black glove fell onto the seat of the autojet.
#1, put away the Black God set. After saying that, Luo Feng left the autojet. Inside the gigantic spaceship. Right when Luo Feng arrived, he was led to a certain resting lounge. The lounge was huge and had a few dozen seats.
6 people were already in the lounge.
With a glance, Luo Feng determined that a man and a woman were of Chinese descent. The one sitting with his eyes closed was Indian. As for the other 3, there were 2 black people who were also sitting silently and a white man with curly golden hair.
Hello, Luo Feng, I am Tabayan from Kyoto headquarters city. The Chinese man came over and introduced himself. From what I know, out of the 8 people departing this time, only you and me are from China.
Oh, Lady Li who I was talking to is from Hongning headquarters city.
Oh, Luo Feng slightly nodded, said a few words, and then sat on the side. To prepare to enter the archaeological ruin.
Soon enough, the 8th and last member arrived. All the war gods of the Dojo of Limits headed to archaeological ruin number 9 have arrived.
Everyone, please follow me.
Under the lead of a man wearing a loose red robe, Luo Feng and the other 7 war gods from all over the world arrived at a room made out of a weird purple-colored wood.
Luo Feng and the others have never seen the purple wood that made up the room.
However, it had a weird smell that could help someone gather their spirits like never before.
A man wearing black was currently standing in the room.
His back was faced towards Luo Feng and the group. Luo Feng and the other 7 people all slightly bowed. Only after that did the black-clothed man turn around. He scanned across Luo Feng's group as he said emotionlessly, Archaeological ruin number 9, even though it's one of the safer archaeological ruins, its death rate is still very high.
If any of you want to leave, you can say it now. Otherwise, it will be too late for regrets after entering the archaeological ruin. Everyone stayed silent.
Very good, said the black-clothed man calmly. Allure, come in.
His sound spread out. Whoosh!
A blurry image came together outside the door, which showed to be a mysterious girl who was wearing a golden mask and a black robe. Her black, long hair was spread out. Because the mask was blocking her face, you could only see her eyes, nose, and mouth. However, just from those, you could tell that she is an extremely beautiful person. Especially those eyes, it seemed to attract the deepest part of one's soul. She's mixed race. Luo Feng determined this from her eyes, allure of the 3 royal guards. No wonder she got that nickname. The 3 royal guards are the most loyal subordinates of Hong. Because they are always with Hong, the 3 of them are more powerful than the average strength of the 5 investigators.
The 8 of you will depart to archaeological ruin number 9 in a bit. Allure will lead, commanded the black-clothed man.
Yes.
Everyone heeded the order.
Luo Feng, stay, everyone else leave, commanded the black-clothed man. Soon enough, only Luo Feng and the black-clothed man, Hong, remained in the room.
The black-clothed man said calmly, Luo Feng, you asked the intersection about the archaeological ruins through phone? You don't want to go?
Head. Luo Feng slightly bowed. I did make a phone call to ask about it. At that time, I thought that it wasn't worth it to enter the archaeological ruin, because after risking my life, the only thing I get in the end is a black god set. Because of that, I was quite hesitant at that time.
You changed your mind? The black-clothed man looked at Luo Feng with a bit of shock.
Yes.
Luo Feng nodded. The path to aim for the limits of life is filled with difficulty. Of course I can't shy away from any challenges.
Pedestrians can get hit by a car. Even in a sector, a dropped vase could hit your head.
Nothing is absolutely safe.
I picked this path because I need the courage to fight.
If it's absolutely safe, then there's no point in challenging it.
Only because there is danger can my blood boil and fill me with the will to fight. And also, I was already told that my chances of success is over 80%, so what do I have to be afraid of?
Luo Feng's eyes were bright.
The black-clothed man looked and nodded to himself. This young man in front of him is talented, but to become truly successful, talent isn't enough. This young man, compared to the last time he saw him, has at least double the fighting spirit. A flowing fighting spirit that seems to have been hammered repeatedly. If you truly want to break past the limits of life and become the most powerful fighter on earth, then you need an unstoppable fighting spirit that isn't willing to give in to anything.
Good. All I want to tell you is,
even though advanced level war god level spirit readers that entered the archaeological ruin number 9 have failed, none of them died, said the black-clothed man.
Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat. No wonder.
No wonder Hong wanted him to go, as if Hong knew nothing would go wrong. Of course, there are barely any advanced level war god level spirit readers in the first place, so we don't have enough data to absolutely guarantee your safety, said the black-clothed man. Go join the group.
Yes, head. Luo Feng left immediately.
Whoosh!
A universe-level autojet was currently soaring the air with amazing speed.
Inside was indeed Royal Guard Allure and the 8 war gods. You guys can just call me Mrs. Representative. It felt extremely comfortable to listen to Allure's voice. Our destination is archaeological ruin number 9.
Archaeological ruin number 9 is in the depths of the Amazon rainforest in South America and is one of the safer archaeological ruins.
The white guy suddenly said with curiosity, Mrs. Representative, so there are other archaeological ruins, ?
Of course.
No one could see Allure's full facial expression, but you could see the ends of her mouth curve upwards. I can tell you of one.
Archaeological ruin number 1 is the first archaeological ruin we found on Earth.
It is located in the depths of the sea around Bermuda in the North Atlantic.
Including Luo Feng, everyone couldn't help but to gasp. Archaeological ruin number 1? First one found? However, as of now, there is no way to enter the entrance of archaeological ruin number 1. Allure's voice was a bit evil, even the most powerful person in the hardest metallic weapon. After entering, will instantly be destroyed. Luo Feng and the others were at a loss for words. All the humans on Earth can't even get past the entrance of this archaeological ruin number 1. Even Hong and Thunder God cannot enter. It seems that even SS-grade materials and even higher quality materials will be destroyed. I probably shouldn't even bother thinking about this place. I need to bring up my skill first, thought Luo Feng to himself. Everyone, listen carefully, I'm only going to say this once. Allure's voice became slightly louder. Archaeological ruin number 9 is an archaeological ruin that uses a disqualification type of trial. When you enter, fighters usually continue through the Type A tunnel. Spirit readers will be arranged to go through the Type B tunnel. After Allure said this, everyone started listening carefully. It seems like spirit readers and regular fighters are treated differently inside. After entering the depths of the archaeological ruin, everyone will encounter different things. The difficulty will be different too. However, those who succeed will receive the ruin's reward, a black god set. Those who fail, even if they don't die, will become handicapped. Allure suddenly stood up and faced towards the control area of the universe-level autojet. Command. Ruin number 9-inch. Beep. Whoosh. 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 8 red lights flew out of the autojet and shot towards Luo Feng and the other war gods' tactical communications watches on their wrists. The group became confused. Don't panic. The sides of Allure's mouth slightly curved upwards, as if she was about to laugh. There are words inside archaeological ruin number 9. However, they are different from any language on Earth, said Allure. If you don't understand what is being said and can't read the words in the ruin, you will waste a huge amount of time. Early on, nobody understood these words. There were war gods that spent a full 7 months before coming out. Understanding what is being said in the ruins will save you guys a lot of time. So before entering, I will install a piece of translation software in your tactical communications watch. This translation software can translate everything in archaeological ruin number 9 to Chinese and English. After you guys come out, I will be responsible for uninstalling this archaeological ruin number 9 translation software. After 5 minutes, the installation process finished. South America, Amazon rainforest. Night. The universe-level autojet was flying downwards. It then slowly descended. Hua! The hatch opened. Luo Feng and the other 7 war gods and Allure walked out together. What was around them was a forest whose ends could not be seen. A few monsters could be seen too, but none of them dared to come close. A chi-chi sound rang, and the dirt on the ground started rumbling. The ground unexpectedly split into 2 as it separated and revealed a tunnel towards the underground area that was 5 meters wide. Beep! A silverish-gray elevator actually rose to the surface. The elevator doors opened and an old man wearing a red robe came out. Representative Allure, the red-robed old man slightly bowed. Okay. Allure looked towards Luo Feng and the other 7 people as the sides of her mouth slightly curved upwards. Alright, hurry and enter and then go in the archaeological ruin. Each of you will encounter different things. I hope all of you can come out alive. After that, Representative Allure directly flew into the universe-level autojet, which quickly flew away. Everyone, please make haste. Archaeological ruin number 9 will only be open this year for 2 more hours, reminded the red-robed old man. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 6, Chapter 12, Brain Vigor 21 foot. Volume 6, Chapter 12, Brain Vigor 21 foot. The final 2 hours? It seems like you can only enter this archaeological ruin number 9 at certain times, thought Luo Feng to himself. At the same time,
he remained silent as he entered the silverish-gray elevator with the 7 other powerful war god fighters.
The red-robed old man pressed the button. Beep.
The elevator doors closed and the silverish-gray elevator started to descend.
Shishi, the opening quickly closed and the depths of the Amazon rainforest went back to silence.
Even so, none of the various monsters roaming around in the Amazon rainforest dared to come near this place.
Hua!
The elevator doors opened.
What appeared in front of them was a black hallway forged out of alloy. There were lights along the hallway.
Everyone, welcome to the base of the human camp in archaeological ruin number 9. The red-robed man spoke fluent Chinese, and then followed up with fluent English. Right now, we are kind of in a rush, so I won't go on.
Everyone, please follow me.
The red-robed man walked ahead and the other 8 people followed behind.
There were 9 checkpoints along the black hallway.
Finally, they arrived in an empty lobby that was around a few hundred meters wide. There were almost 100 people from all over the world gathered in the lobby, and most of them were in front of computers.
Welcome, war gods.
War gods, we will pray for your success.
Go go go, we'll receive our fellow war gods when they return. We will have absolutely amazing champagne,
The various members in the underground base seemed to be overpassionate. However, Luo Feng and the other 7 remained silent. The red-robed old man smiled on the side. Ignore these guys. All of them have remained here for too long, so they get a bit excited when they see outsiders.
Alright, are the 8 of you ready? He said that in Chinese and English.
Luo Feng and the other 7 remained silent.
They just stared at him. Very good. Open the entrance,
yelled the red-robed old man loudly.
Crack! An arc-shaped portion of the alloyed wall in front of the lobby split open and revealed a circular tunnel. What?
Holy! The 8 war gods who remained silent the whole time looked at the round tunnel with shock. Even their eyes were filled with complete shock.
Luo Feng also couldn't hide his surprisement. When the tunnel first started opening, the first 2 to 3 meters were still made out of alloy. However, further in was a weird dark brown color, as if tree branch after tree branch tied together to form this tunnel. At the end of the tunnel was actually a mirror that continuously emitted light. It's probably a mirror. Keep going forward through the tunnel and enter that mirror that's emitting light. That actually isn't a mirror, but the entrance to archaeological ruin number 9. Once you enter, there'll be no turning back. War gods, I pray that you can come out alive.
The red-robed old man looked at Luo Feng and the other 7 war gods. The people in the empty lobby also looked at Luo Feng and the 7 others.
After going in, their lives will be left to fate.
The 8 war gods remained silent for a bit.
Everyone. Luo Feng walked towards the tunnel. I'll be going in first. Enter. Go. With Luo Feng in front, the other war gods also entered the tunnel one by one. Crack! The alloyed wall behind them closed. There was no way back.
After stepping on the dark brown tree branches that formed the peculiar tunnel, a weird smell emanated.
Luo Feng smelled it. This smell is coming from this tree branch?
How come it smells like the black god set? Only after the black god set sticks to you can you smell its light, yet never fading, smell.
The shining mirror? Is the entrance to the archaeological ruin? Luo Feng looked in front of him.
Brother Luo Feng, I wish you good luck, yelled Tabayan on the side.
Good luck to you too. Luo Feng laughed and then stepped forward into the shining mirror without hesitation. As if it was the surface of water, the mirror easily swallowed Luo Feng. I'll go next.
The black man spoke his native language, clenched his teeth, and then stepped into the circular mirror.
One by one, all 8 people entered. This was a black lobby.
The front part of the lobby was a semicircle shaped.
The entire lobby was a few hundred meters wide.
A dreamy light shone from the black lobby's ceiling, causing the entire lobby to seem quite dreamlike.
This is archaeological ruin number 9?
Luo Feng stood inside the lobby and looked around him.
His face slightly changed. Where's everybody else?
At the same time, Tabayan and the other war gods also appeared in their own black lobbies. These black lobbies were exactly the same. Just what you'd expect from an archaeological ruin. Right when I stepped through, everything was blurry, and then I appeared in this lobby.
I'm even separated from everyone else. Tabayan looked at his surroundings with curiosity.
Despite saying that, they all knew that each war god would encounter different things with different difficulties inside the ruin before even entering.
Suddenly,
a dreamy light encapsulated Tabayan.
XXXXXX, a complicated sound rang in the lobby.
Thankfully, there's a translation software. Tabayan lowered his head and looked at his tactical communications watch. Just 2 seconds later, the tactical communications watch gave its translation: please enter the Type A tunnel. After that, a few words appeared on the display of the tactical communications watch matching the translated ancient ruins language. The black lobby was currently rumbling slowly.
Only after about half a minute did a black tunnel appear. Beside the tunnel were a few complicated letters.
Oh, the words are the same, so this must be the Type A tunnel.
This is the only tunnel here anyway. Tabayan directly walked towards the tunnel. After he entered, the entire black lobby instantly disappeared.
You can say that, at the same time, 7 of the 8 war gods were headed towards the depths of the archaeological ruins along the tunnels. In the black lobby, a dreamy light encapsulated Luo Feng.
What's going on?
This colorful light has surrounded me for over 60 seconds already.
How come there's no response at all?
Luo Feng was quite confused as he raised his head and looked at the colored light. He had no idea that the other 7 war gods were quickly released from the light and were already headed to their respective tunnels to the depths of the archaeological ruin.
Only Luo Feng.
XXXXXX, a piercing sound that had rhythm to it suddenly rang across the black lobby.
Translation software. Luo Feng lowered his head and looked at his tactical communications watch.
The software was running, and what came out of the tactical communications watch was the sound alert, alert, alert.
Alert? Luo Feng froze. Luo Feng did not know that a situation like this has never occurred since humanity discovered archaeological ruin number 9.
The dreamy light that was surrounding Luo Feng suddenly disappeared. At the same time, crystals that were as thick as a finger shot down from the walls of the black lobby. At least 100 crystal ropes shot towards like lightning. They were even faster than the vines in the misty island back then.
Not good. Luo Feng wanted to dodge.
Sadly, these crystal ropes were unbelievably fast, so Luo Feng had no time to respond as they instantly wrapped around him. The crystal ropes wrapped Luo Feng into a dumpling.
What's going on? How come I never heard that you get tied up right after entering? Luo Feng quickly controlled the soaring shuttle in his backpack.
6 blade pieces flew outside of his backpack and slashed towards the crystal ropes like lightning. The blade pieces of the soaring shuttle that could cut through steel like tofu couldn't even leave a mark on the crystal ropes. Break open. Luo Feng struggled with all his power.
Pu. Pu. Pu.
He continued to slash with his blades.
Sadly, as if a tiny child was struggling, nothing he did could get him out of the crystal ropes. Luo Feng soon understood
that his strength is nothing in this archaeological ruin.
Makes sense. Is an archaeological ruin that can grant black god set after black god set something he can oppose? Archaeological ruins are indeed filled with mysteries.
Who would have thought that I would run into a situation like this right off the bat?
However, these crystal ropes are merely immobilizing me. They don't seem to want to kill me, Luo Feng thought to himself. And at this moment,
a flowing light flowed through the crystal ropes that were tying up Luo Feng and headed towards the ceiling of the black lobby.
As if a machine was sending a signal. This process lasted for about 30 seconds. Suddenly, whoosh! 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 All the crystal ropes quickly retracted and merged into the walls. XXXX, XXXXXXXXX, a bunch of words rang across the black lobby. Luo Feng looked down towards his tactical communications watch. Complicated words appeared on the display of the tactical communications watch. At the same time, it spoke in Chinese. Congratulations! Your brain vigor is 21, greater than 18. You are qualified to enter the elite tunnel of the training base. Because this is the first time the elite tunnel has opened in the past 5,000 years, please wait 15 minutes. Luo Feng stood in the black lobby, his thoughts in a mess. Didn't that royal guard allure say that? There were only the Type A and Type B tunnels throughout the entirety of archaeological ruin number 9? How come an elite tunnel popped out all of a sudden? And this is the first time in the past 5,000 years? And it even talked about some brain vigor. What is brain vigor? Luo Feng was confused. My brain vigor is 21, greater than 18? It looks like a brain vigor of 18 is the bottom line of qualification. From the words of this archaeological ruin, it seems like nobody out of all the war gods that have entered so far were able to enter this elite tunnel. Is this good or bad? The good part is that the elite tunnel is different from the original Type A and Type B tunnels, so there might be an unexpected reward. The bad part is that, once he enters the elite tunnel, the experiences of previous fighters won't help. Since this is the first time it has opened in the past 5,000 years, nobody knew what would happen after entering this elite tunnel. 15 minutes sure is taking a long time to pass. There is no signal on my tactical communications watch at all. It looks like you can't connect with the outside world within the ruins. Luo Feng glanced at his watch. However, he wasn't surprised. If the outside world could connect with the people in the ruins, then the Dojo of Limits, Thunder Dojo, etc. would know much more about the archaeological ruins. Time passed slowly. Luo Feng waited silently. XXXXXXXX, a bunch of words rang across the black lobby. At the same time, the lobby started slightly rumbling. Luo Feng lowered his head and looked at his tactical communications watch, which translated the phrase, "Please enter the elite tunnel." He raised his head. A dark tunnel whose end could not be seen appeared in the wall of the black lobby. Beside the tunnel were a few complicated words that matched the words displayed on his tactical communications watch. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 6, Chapter 13, Death Mission. Volume 6, Chapter 13, Death Mission. Elite Tunnel. With a thought from Luo Feng, 365 blade pieces went out of the crack that Luo Feng purposefully left in his backpack and quickly flew out to form the soaring shuttle. Luo Feng jumped and stepped on the soaring shuttle. Once he was on the soaring shuttle, his speed and agility increased by quite a bit. Go! Whoosh! With a speed that could rival a car, he flew into the black tunnel. The black tunnel was extraordinarily dark. After flying for around 500 meters, Luo Feng finally saw several new paths in the road. 9 paths? A maze? Luo Feng frowned. According to what Royal Guard Allure said in his own experiences, he knew that this archaeological ruin number 9 uses a disqualification type of training, so it has all sorts of training content. A maze appeared? For what? Luo Feng was confused. Okay, I'll first pick a path. Luo Feng flew into the first path from the left. In just a moment, another 9 paths appeared at the end of this path. Damn, 9 after 9. At this rate, even the greatest expert will get lost. Luo Feng carefully examined his surroundings. Around him were ancient tunnels formed by the black tree branches. Nothing stood out. In a path around 300 meters away from Luo Feng, a blurry black shadow seeped out of the walls in the path made out of the black tree branches. In a moment, as if water was dripping, the black shadow fell onto the floor of the path. It slowly came together,
forming a black-robed person wearing a silverish-gray mask.
The same thing was happening in the other paths.
In the 9 paths in front of Luo Feng and the 9 paths behind Luo Feng. Each of the paths gave birth to a black-robed man wearing a silverish-gray mask. A total of 18 black-robed men started gathering towards Luo Feng.
People? Luo Feng saw a black-robed man come out of a faraway path with a glance.
This black-robed man was wearing a silverish-gray mask and had green eyes. His eyes were revealing his unhidden killing intent.
Another one.
A black-robed man came out of another path.
3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9.
9 black-robed men stood in front of the 9 paths, their green eyes filled with killing intent as they stared at Luo Feng.
Roar! A roar carried from behind Luo Feng. There are 9 behind me too. Luo Feng's spiritual force clearly discovered that there were 9 black-robed men headed towards him one step at a time as they growled quietly. Suddenly, whoosh! 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 The 9 black-robed men behind charged towards Luo Feng along the tunnel like lightning.
The 9 black-robed men in front did the same. Each of the black-robed men were filled with killing intent. I can't get stuck between them in this tunnel, or else I'll be in big trouble from this 2-pronged attack. Charge!
Boom! Dot!
With his foot on the soaring shuttle and his hexagonal shield and ghost blade in hand, Luo Feng charged forwards like a blood-red phantom.
Break through! Luo Feng's eyes became cold.
Whoosh! 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 6 curved blade pieces danced like floating butterflies. They drew past an arc as they immediately charged towards the closest black-robed man. The black-robed man howled as the silverish-gray gloves on his hand actually tried to stop those extremely fast blade pieces.
Pu!
Each blade piece held over 500,000 kilograms of impact force. All 6 blade pieces attacked the black-robed man at the same time.
Like a cannonball, the black-robed man flew out.
As he flew out of the tunnel, he even hit another black-robed man. Roar! Roar! The 9 black-robed men in the tunnel behind were clearly not as fast as Luo Feng. However, the other 8 black-robed men in front of him didn't charge alone. Instead, they blocked the path.
Those who block me will die. Break through! Break through! Break through! Luo Feng's speed accelerated to his limit. A horrifying speed of 1,000 meters per second caused a sonic boom.
Even the air itself was curved under such speed. The 6 blade pieces in front of Luo Feng cleared all obstacles. Yet, the 8 black-robed men howled crazily in front of the tunnel ahead as they waved their right hands that had the silverish-gray glove on. Injuring 10 fingers cannot compare to breaking one of them.
Luo Feng's eyes were cold.
Whoosh! Dot! At the instant he charged out of the tunnel, the soaring shuttle drew past an arc and charged towards the right. He only had one target, the black-robed man on the very right.
And Luo Feng's left hand was holding the shield, ready to deflect any possible attacks. Ping! Pu! 3 heavy fists smashed into the shield that Luo Feng was holding.
Each of the fists were as heavy as mountains, over 100,000 kilograms.
Thankfully the 3 fists didn't land at the exact same time.
Otherwise, Luo Feng might have died just from the vibrations.
Pu!
Fresh blood sprayed out, his left arm was completely broken.
Die! Luo Feng's eyes didn't even look at the other black-robed men.
He only stared at the black-robed man to the very right. The 6 blade pieces cruelly charged towards the black-robed man's head and neck. Roar! As the black-robed man on the very right roared with anger, he swung his 2 hands like lightning.
Sadly, Luo Feng's blade pieces were too fast. Over Mach 10. 2 of them successfully slashed the black-robed man's neck. Pu! The first blade piece couldn't even cut through 1 millimeter. Pu! However, the second blade piece slashed through half of the neck. Out of the way. Luo Feng, who was traveling over 1,000 meters per second, roared as his eyes became red. The ghost blade in his right hand instantly transformed into a thunderbolt. Thunderbolt, quick to the extreme. Luo Feng was on his soaring shuttle, moving at a speed of over 1,000 meters per second, completely using the fourth stage of the 9-stage Thunderblade, and using his Thunderbolt technique. This blade is the strongest attack Luo Feng has ever done. The blade directly slashed past the heavily injured black-robed man. Boom! First the blade slashed past, and then Luo Feng's entire body smashed into him. The black-robed man blew up. Roar roar, the other black-robed men charged towards with rage like lightning. Each of them were sprinting at a speed of 800 meters per second, which is much faster than Li Yao's speed. Each of them rivaled Phantom Demon Catalan, including the black-robed man that Luo Feng blew away earlier. A full 17 black-robed men crazily pursued. Too late for you guys. Luo Feng charged towards the very right tunnel like lightning. Whoosh! With a sonic boom, Luo Feng left behind an afterimage as his speed on his soaring shuttle reached 1,300 meters per second, which is 500 meters per second faster than the black-robed men. So, in just a few seconds, Luo Feng left those black-robed men behind. However, Luo Feng continued to fly down path after path for half a minute before stopping. 9 paths after 9 paths after 9 paths, never ending. They better be able to find me after all this. This maze's design shocked Luo Feng. In terms of complexity, this maze was quite simple. It's just that, how do you even construct such a huge maze? After running so much, I probably won't be able to find the way back for a while. Luo Feng shook his head as he laughed. At least I got through this part. Those 18 black-robed men were too hard to deal with, as each of them could rival a fighter at the peak of the war god level. The gloves they were wearing were also quite peculiar. Once surrounded by the 17 black-robed men, Luo Feng has no confidence in surviving without his black god set. All 17 black-robed men were at the place they were battling at earlier. The pieces of the dead black-robed man's corpse were scattered around the ground. Suddenly, as if it melted, the pieces of the corpse slowly sank into the ground and disappeared. The bodies of the 17 black-robed men became blurry as they transformed into a shadow and merged into the ground. In the depths of archaeological ruin number 9, the hundreds of thousands of transparent crystal ropes extended towards the same direction. At the same time, a flowing light flowed through them as they gathered towards the same point. The black tree branches formed a wide path. There were 9 paths ahead. Another 9 paths. Will I ever reach the end at this point? No matter how good of a temper Luo Feng had, he couldn't help but to stop. Every path was exactly the same. If I succeed, I can get a black god set. But, what counts as succeeding? Luo Feng looked at the paths in front of him and thought to himself helplessly. If he was directly told that defeating a few black-robed men counts as passing, then he could work hard and go for it. But right now, there was no sign at all. Luo Feng couldn't help but to shake his head. In a silent path, Luo Feng was still thinking about what to do. And without a sign. Whoosh! 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 Like rain, transparent flowing lights shot down from high above. These transparent flowing lights instantly formed a crystal house that was 5 meters high and 8 meters wide. It trapped Luo Feng inside. What's going on? Before I could even react, it formed a crystal house and locked me up? Luo Feng looked at this crystal house. With a thought, 6 throwing knives smashed towards a circle on the same crystal wall with a speed of over Mach 10. The crystal house slightly shook. Sadly, not a mark was left on the crystal wall. What is this house made out of? Even diamond would have turned into powder from that impact. Luo Feng was a bit scared. A total impact force of over 3 million kilograms within a 5 centimeters diameter circle couldn't even leave a mark. XXXXXX, a mysterious sound reverberated within the crystal house for quite a while. Luo Feng was overjoyed. The archaeological ruin was finally giving a message. He quickly looked down towards his tactical communications watch, and his translation software immediately translated the entire message. Elite student Luo Feng, your test, the death mission, has officially begun. For the duration, you will receive food and water. The instruction manual of the basic 312 moves of the Spirit Reader controllers will be carved onto the wall of the testing room. After learning these 312 moves, you will have a chance to break out of the testing room. Luo Feng scanned the wall of the crystal house. On the semi-transparent wall of the crystal house were large amounts of all sorts of complicated engravings, over 300 human body diagrams, and archaeological ruin words beside them for further explanation. Luo Feng felt like they were extremely complicated just by looking at them. This seems to be the basics of the Spirit Reader controllers? Just the basics? The death mission requires you to break out of the testing room within 3 years. If you cannot break out of the testing room within 3 years, then you fail. Failure means death. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 6, Chapter 14, The News of Luo Feng's Death. Volume 6, Chapter 14, The News of Luo Feng's Death. In the half-transparent crystal house in the maze in the depths of the archaeological ruin. Failure means death? 3 years? Luo Feng's face was looking extremely bad. He can't even contact the outside world within the archaeological ruins. And this special death mission gave him a duration of 3 years. If he was actually stuck in these ruins for such a long time, what would the people outside think? They would probably think he's dead. And then they would contact his parents. Even Su Xian would know. What should I do? I'm not even dead. If I stay in here for a long time, I won't even be able to contact the outside world. Luo Feng was extremely anxious. When he thought of his family and Su Xian thinking he's dead, he couldn't help but to become even more anxious. Fuck, can't believe I ran into this stupid test. I rather not have the treasures I received from succeeding. Luo Feng couldn't think of what would happen to his family if he wasn't there for 3 years. Hurry! I need to break out of this testing room as fast as possible. Luo Feng scanned across the walls of the crystal room. There were large amounts of complicated engravings on them, but Luo Feng couldn't bother with them anymore. He clenched his teeth. Whoosh! 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 6 throwing knives transformed into 6 lights as they blasted within a circle with a diameter of 3 centimeters. Boom! 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 Again and again, Luo Feng crazily attacked with all of his power. Break! Luo Feng screamed from his heart. I don't want to stay here for 3 years. He attacked again and again. However, not a scratch was left on this weird crystal-like material. It's no use, no use. Luo Feng helplessly kneeled onto the floor of the crystal house. Logic told him that since this mission gave him a full 3 years, breaking out of this crystal house is, without a doubt, extremely difficult. If only he could contact the outside world with his tactical communications watch to tell his family and his girlfriend that he's still alive, then that would be good too. But he can't contact them. If something happens to his parents, then what's the point of these rewards? If I can't oppose this, then I can only accept it. Luo Feng's gaze was as sharp as a knife as he scanned across the diagrams and words of the instruction manual. If you give me 3 years, then I will break out of this testing room within 3 months. Click. Luo Feng pressed the button of the tactical communications watch. As if he was taking a video, he recorded all of the diagrams and words on the wall into his tactical communications watch and then translated it to diagrams in Chinese through his translation software. After around 20 minutes, the secret instruction manual for controllers, basic 312 moves, was complete. As of now, it was 22:56 September 29, 2057 in Beijing, China. Luo Feng has already started studying the instruction manual for controllers, basic 312 moves. His desire to go home caused Luo Feng to focus completely into his studies. There was food and water in the archaeological ruin. If he's thirsty, he would drink. If he's hungry, he would eat. As for the rest of the time, it was completely used into studying these basics. After starting, Luo Feng realized how deep this instruction manual, basic 312 moves, was. In terms of complexity, who knows how many times more complicated this is compared to the Celestial Deity Catalog. The Celestial Deity Catalog is just a bunch of dull drawings where one has to model these drawings with throwing knives. This takes upon the idea of practice makes perfect, as the person continues to push his throwing knife control to the extreme. From this, the person is able to improve his control. These drawings were created by Hong through an AI system. The drawings get harder and harder. However, the basic 312 moves is different. The ones who built this archaeological ruin number 9, which was built to contain the training method of the basics of the spirit reader controllers, is a certain organization in the universe. This instruction manual gave birth to an uncountable amount of powerful people, tens to hundreds of times stronger than Luo Feng in the distant past. The thing that Luo Feng bought back then that was treasured by Hong, Spirit Reader Basics, was created with the knowledge that humans had over the course of a few dozen years. But the basic 312 moves was created with thousands of millions of years of testing. Once he began training, Luo Feng immediately realized the difference between the two. Luo Feng improved quite slowly after practicing the Celestial Deity Catalog for such a long time, but after practicing the basic 312 moves, his ability to control throwing knives increased with a whoosh. Even Luo Feng was surprised at his improvement. Boom! Still not enough in the crystal house, Luo Feng, whose face was stubbled, stared at the crystal wall. There were no marks on the crystal wall, and the 10 blade pieces that crashed into the crystal wall danced back to the soaring shuttle, 10 whole blade pieces, each blade piece with an impact force of over 500,000 kilograms, is not even close to enough. Continue. Luo Feng yet again sank into the basic 312 moves. From 6 blade pieces to 10 blade pieces, only 2 months and 21 days have passed. Keep in mind that after practicing the Celestial Deity Catalog for a month, he couldn't even go from 6 throwing knives to 7. When the two are compared, the difference is shocking. Underground base of archaeological ruin number 9. It's been 3 months. The red-robed old man shook his head as he sighed, 3 whole months, and Luo Feng hasn't come out yet. Notify the Dojo of Limits. Yes. The many members of the base quickly sent the message. Luo Feng had no idea how shocked the outside world was while he buried his head in his studies. As of now, of the 8 war gods that entered archaeological ruin number 9, 5 people came out. Of these 5 people, 2 of them succeeded while 3 of them were handicapped. There were another 3 people that didn't come out. Usually, if you aren't able to come out of the archaeological ruin alive, then you would be determined as dead. However, keep in mind that one of the 3 people that weren't able to come out was the famous invincible war god Luo Feng. Nobody would think that Luo Feng would fail. Even if he failed, he should at least be able to escape with a disability. But no news of Luo Feng and the 2 other war gods could be heard. Dojo of Limits World Headquarters, in the gigantic spaceship-like structure. The black-clothed man, Hong, stood there silently as he looked outside through a window. Head said Allure respectfully. I didn't think that, I really didn't think that. Hong sighed deeply. Of the 8 that entered, 5 came out. The fastest one came out in just 3 days. The slowest one came out in 15 days. The last 3 never came out, including Luo Feng. Usually, if they don't come out after 3 months, then they would be determined dead. Before the translation software was made, the longest time it took for a war god to come out was 7 months, since they couldn't read or understand anything that was going on in archaeological ruin number 9. But after the translation software was made, efficiency was greatly increased. The longest time it takes for someone to come out is just half a month. The dojo doubled that time, making the final day 3 months. If they aren't able to come out of archaeological ruin number 9 within 3 months, then they would be determined dead. 3 people couldn't make it out. The black-clothed man, Hong, said quietly, notify their family members of their death. Luo Feng is an exception. Notify his family that Luo Feng could be dead, but not confirmed. Yes, Allure bowed. But head, it's been 3 months? Allure couldn't help but to say. The black-clothed man sighed, I still cannot believe that Luo Feng would die in this archaeological ruin number 9. Go! Yes, Allure laughed. The black-clothed man, Hong, silently looked outside the window. He first saw Luo Feng in the elite training camp. At that time, Hong was shocked at Luo Feng's talent. After that, his hopes for Luo Feng increased steadily. He even handed the soaring shuttle over to Luo Feng. He thought that Luo Feng would become his right-hand man one day. But he didn't think that Luo Feng would die in archaeological ruin number 9, one of the safer ruins. Dawn, Yangzhou City, Mingyue Sector. Honghua, what is going on? In the kitchen, Gong Xianlan yelled, we weren't able to contact Feng for 3 months. I've been panicking the whole time. Relax. In the living room, Luo Honghua laughed as he looked at his newspaper. Our son is one of the most powerful people on earth. He kills monsters like he's cutting through vegetables. The commander of the southeastern sector even came to thank our family last time. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Maybe Feng is back. Luo Honghua immediately got up, but Gong Xianlan was even faster than him. She ran from the kitchen all the way to the door to open it. You guys are? The couple Luo Honghua and Gong Xianlan looked at the 2 people in front of them with confusion on their faces. Standing outside their door was an extremely beautiful woman, and another woman beside her. Below the steps to the door were 4 more people, the chairman and the 3 chiefs of Jiangnan headquarters city's Dojo of Limits. The 6 of them had painful expressions on their faces. Honghua, something isn't right, I'm a bit scared, said Gong Xianlan quietly. Chairman Zhou? Quick, come and smiled Luo Honghua. The 6 of them came in. The woman in front bowed, Mr. Luo, Mrs. Gong, I am Luo Feng's teacher Zhang Feng. Oh, teacher Zhang Feng. I've heard of you, smiled Gong Xianlan. I came today to notify you of something. Zhang Feng's eyes had a bit of sadness in them. She couldn't have imagined that the talented, yet hard-working youth would. Luo Honghua and Gong Xianlan exchanged glances. Our dojo suspects that your son, Luo Feng, has died, so they wanted us to notify you too, said Zhang Feng quietly. Holy! Gong Xianlan's eyes widened as she immediately collapsed. Luo Honghua's body froze, but he still went to hold his wife. Luo Honghua's tears couldn't help but to stream down. Zhang Feng also held Gong Xianlan. Gong Xianlan's collapsed body froze as she looked at Zhang Feng in front of her with widened eyes. Her voice was shaking. Teacher Jiang, impossible, this is impossible. Our Feng is definitely fine. Impossible, impossible. Gong Xianlan's face was shockingly pale. We aren't sure, it hasn't been confirmed yet, followed Zhang Feng. Yes, not confirmed yet. Luo Honghua held Gong Xianlan. There won't be any problem. Feng will come back. But Gong Xianlan cried without a sound. Not sure? What kind of power is the Dojo of Limits? The strongest power on earth. The Dojo of Limits sent a few war gods to notify the 2 of them. If they didn't have a clue, would they just come and randomly say something like that? Father Luo Honghua was clear. That there is over a 90% chance that his son, Luo Feng, is dead. Hello, Chairman Zhou. Luo Hua walked in his home with a bright smile on his face. but after looking at his father and mother, he couldn't help but to panic as he ran over. "Dad, Mom, what's wrong? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Volume 6, Chapter 15, 1 year and 3 months. Volume 6, Chapter 15, 1 year and 3 months. Ever since they heard of the news, Luo Feng's family was in pain. However, like someone drowning trying their hardest to grab onto something, they wanted to believe that Luo Feng was alive since he wasn't confirmed to be dead yet. So they waited anxiously. They also couldn't bear to notify Luo Feng's girlfriend, Su Xian, about this. Time passed day by day. There are no walls on earth that can block all wind. Since Su Xian is part of the Su family, she kind of realized what was going on after Luo Feng went missing for 5 months. When she anxiously asked Luo Feng's parents, they could only tell her the truth. Even though they were extremely sad, they were all waiting. Without an absolute confirmation, they won't give up. Depths of the archaeological ruin, inside the maze's crystal house. Luo Feng had tons of facial hair, but his eyes were as bright as the stars. He lowered his head and looked at his tactical communications watch. A year, it's been an entire year. I've been in this archaeological ruin for an entire year with a thought. His formless yet powerful spiritual force flew out like a dragon as it rolled up blade piece after blade piece. A full 14 blade pieces started dancing around him. They then transformed into 14 flowing lights as they smashed towards the same point on the crystal wall. Boom! 14 blade pieces, each one with an impact force of over 500,000 kilograms, which adds up to a total of over 7 million kilograms. Even an advanced level war god wearing a black god set will become heavily injured from the impacts. If they are attacked multiple times, then their organs will be completely destroyed. Rumble the crystal house shook a bit. Not enough. Over 7 million kilograms of impact force isn't enough. Keep in mind that the usual advanced level war god usually has a fist strength of 300,000 kilograms. With a multiplier of 3, their attacks will only end up at around 900,000 kilograms. Luo Feng is at least 8 times more powerful. This strength is definitely way beyond any advanced level war god. It could even threaten an existence surpassing the war god level. However, it is not enough. I definitely will be able to get out. Dad, Mom, Su Xian. Wait for me. Luo Feng closed his eyes. 2 tears couldn't help but to flow down his cheek, which were quite visible since Luo Feng's face was filled with dust. Virtual space, a huge conference room. A silver floor, silver walls, and a huge silver round table. There were only 6 chairs that were so black they seemed to be able to swallow up sunlight. As of now, there were 5 white-robed people and 1 black-clothed person sitting on the chairs. This was indeed the round table conference of the highest level of the Dojo of Limits. The head Hong and the 5 investigators were here. Head, it has been an entire year since Luo Feng has entered archaeological ruin number 9. Even people who couldn't understand and couldn't read what was in the archaeological ruin back then took at most 7 months. After people were able to understand, it took at most half a month. A white man spoke slowly. So we can confirm it? The black-clothed man said softly, confirm Luo Feng's death. The expressions of the 5 investigators slightly changed. Transfer Luo Feng's property to his family, said the black-clothed man, Hong, without emotion. Keep the autojet in the dojo. Yes. The 5 investigators heeded the command. However, they were a bit amazed that Hong cared about Luo Feng's family so much. For someone like Hong, dealing with Luo Feng's property is nothing important at all. And yet, he personally gave the command. Even though Hong said leave the autojet in the dojo. Keep in mind that an emperor-level autojet is extremely expensive, over 200 billion. Nobody would say anything if Luo Feng uses an autojet. But if Luo Feng's family has this autojet, it would be a disaster. And since Hong personally ordered the transfer of property,
nobody would dare to try to take some for themselves.
Keep in mind that Luo Feng's property is worth a gigantic amount. Sadly, we can't even hold a memorial for Luo Feng, since he died in archaeological ruin number 9, site investigator Lu.
Usually, a memorial will be broadcasted across the entire country for war gods that have died. Even the leader of the country and various war gods will participate. Citizens from all over the country will watch the broadcast. However, memorials will not be publicly held for war gods that have died in archaeological ruin number 9. One reason is that they need to make up a cause of death to hold the memorial. Another reason is that the Thunder Dojo once held a memorial for the war god that stayed in archaeological ruin number 9 for 7 months. But who would have thought that he would actually come out again? Wouldn't it be awkward for someone to come to life after broadcasting his death to the entire country? Ever since that incident, memorials were not publicly held for those who died in archaeological ruin number 9. We should probably start discussing who should be the new examiner for Jiangnan headquarters city. On September 30, 2058, a notice was posted on the website of the Dojo of Limits. The news of Luo Feng's death. The couple Luo Hongguo and Gong Xian Lan received the news that day. Even though they also received a gigantic amount of wealth under Luo Feng's name that day, the two of them were still extremely sad. And when Su Xian received the news that day, she couldn't handle it. She directly quit school and left. She rode on a train alone and left Jiangnan headquarters city to a foreign place. Even though the people of the Su family were easily able to track her down, the head of the Su family gave his command. Let Su Xian stay outside. Just protect her secretly, and do not bother her. Jiangnan headquarters city, Jiangnan Mountain Water Sector, a villa on top of Marvelous Mountain. After a year later, it welcomes its owner again. Inside the villa. Ha ha ha, I am so happy, so happy. Inside the villa, Liao raised his hands and then clenched his fists. He took in a deep breath and turned his head to his wife Vanina. The Dojo of Limits finally confirmed Luo Feng's death. Too bad I couldn't kill him myself. Vanina said quietly, no, doesn't he have family? He dared to kill our child, so we. Li Yao's eyes seemed to have a horrifying green light in them. However, his family is still the family members of someone who was in the Dojo of Limits, sneered Li Yao. If we kill them, then we'll get in trouble too. The best way is to use civilians to torture his family. Make them break down and even kill themselves in pain. That way, nobody can blame us. Li Yao looked towards Vanina. Now if I use the HR Alliance, nobody will stop me, right? Last time Li Yao tried to do something like this, the chairman of the HR Alliance's underground assembly stopped him. Luo Feng is already dead. Who would care about the family members of a dead man? Laughed Vanina without a care. When Luo Feng was here, even the HR Alliance has to fear him. But now that he's dead, what do they have to be afraid of? Then let's begin, smiled Li Yao. Let me organize it. There are tons of psychology experts. It will be quite a simple task to torture them and break down their minds, smiled Vanina. Mingyue's sector. What? My mom got into an argument with someone at Lotus Pond Park and was injured? Luo Hua couldn't believe this, but even if she got hit, why would my mom cry so much? Nanny Tai quickly said, that bitch said way too much. Even I was enraged. But she had so many housewives helping her. Luo Hua squinted. Even though Luo Feng was the one who stood out the most in the Luo family, Luo Hua is also extremely talented, especially in terms of intelligence. Even Luo Feng admits that he isn't as smart as his brother, since his brother was able to thrive in the stock market at such a young age. The stock market is the place that can reflect human nature, and Luo Hua was fighting in the stock market ever since he was handicapped. As of now, he definitely counts as an expert in the stock market. It's just that he was always overshadowed by his brother. No matter how much money he makes, he never will be able to make as much as Luo Feng.
However, he isn't dumb. Rather, he's extremely intelligent. I always feared that my brother's enemy, that Li Yao, will come back. Could it be him? Even though he might be overreacting a bit, Luo Hua didn't dare to relax. As of now, he manages the gigantic amount of wealth, tens of billions of dollars, that Luo Feng left behind. And he still has a 1,000-year black crow root spirit of nature, which is said to be a treasure that cannot be priced. 2 months later. What? Li Yao and Vanina's faces weren't looking good. We can't do anything either. That little Luo Hua of the Luo family actually hired 6 advanced-level warlords as bodyguards. Whenever their parents go out, 2 advanced-level warlords will follow them. Said a young man respectfully, we do not have the ability to arrange war gods to help us, so we can't do it the hard way. So we tried a different approach that doesn't require force, but. Luo Hua has now become the 8th largest stockholder of China's ICBC, so he can use China's special forces to protect his family. Li Yao and Vanina were flabbergasted. ICBC, that is China's largest bank with assets around 10 trillion. They manage over 50% of the stocks of the country's financial sector, so the top 10 stockholders indeed hold an astonishingly high amount of authority. However, the top 5 stockholders are all huge organizations and not a single person. How can a little shrimp like Luo Hua become the 8th largest stockholder of ICBC? Even if he has tens of billions of dollars, someone has to be willing to sell him all of those stocks. It's virtually impossible to purchase so many stocks in such a short amount of time in the stock market. In China, our HR alliance cannot compare to the country's special forces. This is their territory, bowed the young man as he said. Get out, roared Li Yao. The young man didn't dare to make a sound as he left. Li Yao's face was looking horrible. Luo Feng was hard enough to deal with, but who would have thought that this normal person named Luo Hua would make it so hard too? What method did he use to become the 8th largest stockholder of ICBC? I can't beat your brother. But I don't believe that I can't beat you either. Luo family. Li Yao's eyes were flashing with a cruel light. And when Li Yao started doing all sorts of things to deal with the Luo family. On December 26, 2058, which is around 1 year and 3 months after Luo Feng got stuck in the crystal house. In the maze, the crystal house was slightly transparent and extremely beautiful. However, it was even tougher than an emperor-level monster's scales and has trapped Luo Feng for 1 year and 3 months. Boom! After a boom, flowing lights broke through the crystal house's wall, and a large black figure walked out with large steps with excitement. I'm finally out. I'm finally out. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 6, Chapter 16, The Ruins Reward. Volume 6, Chapter 16, The Ruins Reward. After 1 year and 3 months of hard work, he finally broke out of this crystal house. The crystal house with a huge hole in its wall suddenly let out a shishi sound. Soon after, it completely transformed into a dreamy light and then merged into the dark brown tree branches on the ground. XXXX, a familiar sound rang in the maze. After 1 year and 3 months, I finally hear this sound again. Luo Feng lowered his head and looked towards his tactical communications watch, which quickly translated into, Congratulations! You passed the death mission test. Please go along the tunnel in front of you and keep going forward. See need to retrieve your rewards for completing the mission. While the sound was still reverberating, the solid wall formed out of the dark brown tree branches in front of Luo Feng started to make an opening. A tunnel that was 3 to 4 meters wide was formed. The tunnel was dark and there seemed to be a dreamy light at the end, the same kind of light that the crystal wall was letting off. I finally succeeded. So it's time to get my reward? Luo Feng turned around to put his bag on. And then his soaring shuttle flew up. Go!